Good morning, evening, or night, everybody. I'm JEXST, and I'll be your guide throughout this video covering the entire main plot / story of the Splatoon series. The video itself will be split into several different sections, of which you can skip to at your leisure with the chapter timestamps in the description. I'll start with Splatoon 1, then move on to Splatoon 2, then on to Splatoon 2's Octo Expansion DLC, and finally on to Splatoon 3. I'll be covering each main game's plot as thoroughly as possible, and I have prepared accordingly. Every single source in this video will be verbally and visually cited and are also available in the description. I want this to be the go-to, most accurate explanation of the main series plot out there. Throughout the video, I will explain the story of each game, referencing everything the games have to offer, including all cutscenes, dialogue, relevant sunken scrolls, which for those new to the series are collectibles in the single-player campaigns, which offer small tidbits and lore information, developer interviews, both the Splatoon 1 and 2 art books, the soundtracks of the games, multiple promotional websites, and any other scrap of information released through official social media channels such as Twitter, Tumblr, and YouTube. I will be covering the games and information in chronological release order, meaning I'll start with Splatoon 1 and the related information that was available when the game was released, and build the timeline out as I cover the rest of the series. Just a quick example of this, for those that may be confused, when I'm discussing Splatoon 1's portion of the timeline, I won't mention the idols Pearl or Marina until I cover Splatoon 2, which is, of course, the game they are introduced in. When I cover them, I'll go back in time on the timeline to introduce them or any events associated with them if needed. This will obviously make more sense in practice. And yes, you heard that right. I have created an insanely detailed and cool graphic to help keep track of all the important events that occur over the course of the Splatoon series' overarching story. Also, to help you, the viewer, differentiate between games and their events on the timeline, I have color-coded everything. The colors are as follows: orange and blue for the events originating in Splatoon 1, green and pink for Splatoon 2, teal for Octo Expansion, and yellow and purple for Splatoon 3. Events that took place before any of the games will be in the color of the game that they were introduced in. Events that take place between the games will use a blend of the colors for the games they took place in between. For example, an event taking place between Splatoon 2 and Splatoon 3 will be color-coded using a gradient of pink and green and yellow and purple. This will also make much more sense in practice. And after a basic explanation and recap of everything, I'll go over the timeline again briefly, and then I will delve a bit deeper by giving my own analysis and thoughts on the themes of the plot over the course of the series so far. Sound good? Great. Without further ado, let's super jump into it. The beginnings of Splatoon start long before the first game begins. 12,000 years, in fact. This number comes from a sunken scroll, which I'll talk about in a bit, and a developer interview on September 8th, 2015 in the Japanese gaming magazine Famitsu, in which Seita Inoue, art director on all 3 Splatoon games, says, quote, "The world of Splatoon takes place 12,000 years after the present time," end quote. A small aside, I will be citing multiple developer interviews that have been given over the years, the majority of which are in Japanese but have been translated either by journalism outlets or fans. The majority of these interviews also feature the same members from the Splatoon development team, of which I will introduce officially the first time I mention them, and then I'll refer to them as their last name for the rest of the video. I have to give massive credit for all of the Japanese to English translations to Rasikis and Taikowasa, whose Google Doc with almost every single translated developer interview was huge in the creation of this video. The translation and archival work by them and a few others is invaluable and cannot be understated. I've linked their Twitters and the said Google Doc in the description. Please check them out when you get a chance. And since the majority of these interviews exist in English as only Google Docs, all screenshots stating the information that I'm citing will look like, well, Google Doc screenshots. All of these interviews are linked in the description for you to read yourself, as well as their Japanese versions if you want to double check or something. Anyway, back to the story. Inoue confirms that the game takes place 12,000 years after the present day, and given that the interview he gave that number in was in 2015, I could say Splatoon 1 occurs in the year 14,015. Now, I could say that, but for the sake of simplicity and my own sanity, I'm just going to refer to any year prior to Splatoon 1 as the year followed by BS, or before Splatoon, and any event after Splatoon 1 as AS, or after Splatoon. This will be reflected in the timeline graphic that I will show throughout this video. Again, there is no official year the games take place in as far as I'm aware at the time of this recording, and I'm just using the BS-AS system for simplicity's sake and for my own sanity. So, if Splatoon 1 takes place 12,000 years into the future, what events took place that led to the world of Splatoon? Well, we'll start with this manga strip in Splatoon 1's art book on pages 306 and 307, which depicts the state of the Earth 12,000 years ago. Another small aside here, the page numbers I referenced for the first art book will be 2 pages off, as the scans I used from the archive are different from the physical book itself. Anyway, at this time, a world war is currently taking place, and a man asked to meet what seems to be a general from one of the warring countries to discuss Judd's ability to instantly tell who is winning a territorial conflict. For those of you who don't know, Judd is a cat that is present in all 3 Splatoon games, and he functions as the judge to decide the winner of each match. And as we can see from this strip, the ability was beneficial long before the events of Splatoon. We can see some sort of general with medals and a large world map in blue and yellow, similar to the Turf Wars Judd judges in Splatoon. Judd tries but can't really distinguish which side is winning, and the man uses this opportunity to sell a weapon which looks very similar to a nuclear warhead to this military officer to help secure their victory. The general then pays the man handsomely for the weapon while Judd meows near the fat stack of cash. This is the first official event for the timeline, and the first time you will get a look at it. It's pretty bare, isn't it? Now, the timeline itself, when more filled out, will look a bit wonky, as most of the events are concentrated in short bursts over a short period of time, with long gaps in between, and as such, the timeline itself is not to perfect scale. This will become very apparent once I get to the end of the video, as it will be absolutely filled to the brim in some sections, while others have very large gaps in time, since, as I just told you, the series' plot reaches back 12,000 years. That is a lot of time to cover, but not all of that time will be treated equally. Essentially what I'm saying is, I eyeballed the distances between events and I had to expand or crunch some portions of the timeline to make it all fit, so don't complain. Anyway, back to it. The sale of the nuclear warhead is most likely during World War V, as another manga strip on pages 312 to 313 of the first art book shows that humans have fought 5 great world wars, with the 5th one being the final one, as someone fired a nuclear warhead into the South Pole, which melted it. This missile is probably the same one that the man sold earlier. The destruction of the South Polar ice caps, combined with already rising sea levels due to global warming, pushed humanity into extinction for good due to much of the Earth's land masses flooding. While most died, some were able to plan for the future, or flee underground into makeshift dome-like cities. But despite these efforts, all of mankind perished. This is corroborated with what's shown by scroll number 26 in Splatoon 1. The scroll itself reads, quote, "A 12,000-year-old fossil of a creature with an odd internal skeleton. Its small skull indicates the creature was likely primitive with little intelligence. This specimen appears to have been fossilized in the middle of some kind of ritual." The ritual displayed is actually an Easter egg, which displays how the 2-player split screen would work in Splatoon 1, as one player would have to use the weird method of tying a Wiimote around a Wii U Pro controller to be able to use motion controls. But anyway, the important information here is that there is some proof humans died 12,000 years ago. However, before mankind was killed off, a scientist created a cryogenic pod that would remain sealed for 10,000 years and put Judd in it. This is mentioned in Sunken Scroll 27, which says, quote, "Oh my beloved Judd, it seems the day has finally come. This capsule is designed to remain cryogenically sealed for 10,000 years. Goodbye, my perfect little kitty cat. May your meows echo through the ages." The first line probably refers to the day the nuclear warhead hit the South Pole, It's unclear whether this scientist is the man who used Judd to sell the missile or is a different person, but seeing how they have seemingly opposite motives, I personally think this scientist is Judd's actual owner and he was simply used by the arms dealer earlier, as the arms dealer obviously lacked a regard for the safety of the planet, but the scientist wants to try and save Judd and humanity. Another sunken scroll, number 25, references this period of time as well, stating, quote, "Though academic circles warn of rising sea levels, the policymakers pay them no heed. At this rate, human civilization may be lost beneath the tide. Will this furry fellow be consumed by the raging ocean?" It is unclear if this scroll references before or after the nuclear missile or warhead hit the South Pole, but regardless, it shows the only photo of the face of the scientist who owned Judd before he put him in the cryogenic pod. The manga strip on page 312 of the first art book features this same pod with Judd and a human with rounded glasses at a place called the Cold Sleep Company. However, those same glasses are present on a human skull in the next panel, indicating that the scientist did not survive. Around this time, the fax machine, called, quote, "the voice from on high," that gives Splatfest beams, is also made. This was confirmed by Inoue in that same September 8th, 2015 interview with Famitsu, where he says, quote, "The Squid sisters are those who received messages from 12,000 years ago. Like there would be a discussion of rice or bread in current time, and those words fly to another planet and bounce back for them to receive. Those divine messages come from Kami-sama, which is the name for the fax machine in Japanese, Kami meaning God, and Sama being an honorific like san." Hisashi Nogami, the series' executive producer, added, quote, "Kami-sama is written as paper when using kanji. Kami has several meanings, two of which are a god and paper. So the topic of Splatfest comes as a fax-like paper. That's where the name Kami-sama comes from." The machine itself is shown on page 66 of the first art book and expands on this, stating, quote, "It receives messages from the gods of old and sends them to the people of the present. The message from the gods comes every other weekend. Their words manifest through sacred sounds and appear in print upon white paper." This has little to do with the main story other than it displays the technological prowess of this era and also helps to flesh out the time period. As a small recap, amidst the Fifth World War, someone launched a nuclear warhead which hit the South Pole and melted it. The world flooded, most of the flora and all of the mammals and other terrestrial species except some birds died off. An indeterminate time after the world floods, the so-called Mollusc Era begins, as shown in scroll number 10, which reads, quote, "With creatures of the surface driven to extinction by rising sea levels, the ancestors of Inklings were free to haul their 10-legged bodies up onto the abandoned land. This is how the Mollusc Era began." The scroll itself shows an evolution from a regular squid to the Inkling of modern day as they develop to stand and walk upright with arms and legs like humans. Scroll number 9 also confirms that octopi evolved into octarians and even shows that they can have human forms as well, reading, "It seems that some octarians can assume humanoid form. These specimens have superior physical capabilities and are highly aggressive. High-ranking individuals have kelp on their heads, but what motivates them, if anything at all?" The evolution of other ocean species is also confirmed by the manga strip on page 312, showing the downfall of humanity as it reads, quote, "Now that most of the planet have been submerged under the oceans, aquatic life forms began to evolve. Among them, squids and octopi were at odds and fought in fierce battles. The squids emerged victorious. A new civilization by the squids began." We see a sea anemone that evolved into Annie, an anemone shopkeeper in Splatoon 1, and a squid into an Inkling. The conflict mentioned is a little bit ahead of where we are now, though. We are still at thousands of years before Splatoon 1 takes place. The first concrete date we have after the fall of humanity is 2,000 years BS, or before Splatoon 1. Scroll number 4 is what gives us the approximate date of 2,000 years, as it states, quote, "This scroll was found in a deep rock layer, its age estimated at approximately 2,000 years. It details the ancient turf wars of the time. It seems the ancient 4 versus 4 battle format had already been established at this stage." The art here is obviously a parody of ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs, but it reveals that Judd had been released from his pod at the time, which lines up with what was stated in scroll 27 earlier, that his cryogenic pod would be sealed for 10,000 years. And what's 12,000 minus 10,000? That's right, 2,000. We can also see that a splat bomb, the splat roller, and burst bombs were present in battles at this time. Also, somewhere around this period, the zapfish were discovered and used as a power source, as shown in scroll number 1, which reads, quote, "Since time immemorial, a rare type of electric catfish known as the zapfish has been prized by Inkling society as a source of energy. In fact, the entire city of Inkopolis is powered by a single 100-year-old great zapfish." Zapfish, along with Judd and evolving Inklings and Octarians, discovered much of what humanity left behind and began to form societies and cultures over thousands of years since they walked on land. Not much is available describing this time period between the Mollusc Era and Splatoon 1, other than scroll number 16, which reads, quote, "Before the Great Turf War, there were amicable relations between the Inklings and Octarians. They couldn't have dreamed that the rising sea levels would force them to battle fiercely over the remaining territory. This scroll reveals that the two species did not fight during the long period between them coming onto dry land and the Great Turf War. This leads nicely into the next major section of Splatoon's history. As said in scroll number 16, rising sea levels once again were the cause of disaster and conflict. Two important figures at this time are Captain Craig Cuttlefish, leader of the Inkling Army's Squid platoon, and DJ Octavio, leader of the Octarians. At around 120 BS and 20 years prior to the Great Turf War, Captain Cuttlefish was born. In a way, in that same September 8th, 2015 Famitsu interview, confirms his age, saying, quote, "He is about 120 years old now," which is at the time of Splatoon 1. It is said that he is able to survive by drying his body to increase his life. And since we know the Great Turf War was 100 years before Splatoon 1, due to the game just literally telling the player, we know that Captain Cuttlefish was born 120 years prior to the game. Scroll number 16 shows Captain Cuttlefish and DJ Octavio in human form prior to the Great Turf War, meaning DJ Octavio is also at least 100 years old. That same interview confirms that Captain Cuttlefish is the last surviving Inkling of the Great Turf War. I'll give some information about DJ Octavio now to help flesh out his character, as he will be present later on. He appears in humanoid form in scroll 16 as I covered, but later he only appears in his octopus form. He is the leader of the Octarians and is described in the art book on page 148 as such, quote, "DJ Octavio is a music producer, DJ, and military leader. He has a custom-made CDJ table with which he has created a whole new genre of music known as Octatronica. This distinctive style that adds a tuneful arrangement to basic beats is truly genius." The latter sentence about his CDJ table will be relevant later. His musical prowess is of note, however. According to Nogami in an interview with MyNavi from August 6, 2015, titled "The Secrets of Splatoon's Fresh Design Part 2, quote, "All the music in Hero Mode is remixed by DJ Octavio, basically a military song to lead the Octarians." Further corroborating the sentiment was Toru Minagishi, who worked on the game's sound, and in a September 10th, 2015 Famitsu interview, recapped by Nintendo Everything, says, quote, "Also, it's like the Octoside broadcast their music in order to control the Octarians. DJ Octavio and his direct subordinates compose the music. The Zazazaza rhythm gives an image of controlled Octarians marching, and that mechanical feeling is put together in techno." There is an often mistaken crowd of people in the Splatoon community that say Octavio brainwashes Octarians into being soldiers, but that isn't true. The comments from the developers and the fact that we'll see independently functioning Octarians later point to DJ Octavio using his music as more of a propaganda tool to boost morale and influence his troops. I only bring this up to show DJ Octavio isn't just some random guy who showed up and led the Octarians for 5 minutes, but is an actual leader with techniques, strategies, and support among Octarian society. This all helps to set the stage for the war. So, due to the rising sea levels and shrinking territory available to the Inklings and Octarians, they began the Great Turf War against one another in 100 BS. This is said multiple times in Splatoon 1, most notably by Captain Cuttlefish himself in-game. Quote, "They, the Octarians, want revenge for the Great Turf War 100 years ago." Scroll number 12 tells of the first battles of the war, reading, quote, "The first battles of the Great War ended in victory for the Octarian forces. The diligent Octarians easily dominated the Inklings, who were unable to wake up early enough in the morning to defend themselves." This plays off a common theme and joke in the Splatoon series that Inklings are lazy and sometimes unintelligent. Either way, the Octarians had the early lead and momentum going in the war, partially due to their construction and use of the great Octo weapons, which would ultimately be their downfall. As shown in scroll number 13, which reads, quote, "Heralded by loud explosion, the great Octo weapons quickly stormed the Inkling's central stronghold. Victory for the Octarians seemed all but certain, but due to a plug being carelessly pulled from its socket, their hopes were dashed." The Octarians were on the brink of winning the war, but lost due to a power cord coming unplugged, a mistake they wouldn't dare to repeat. Scroll number 14 speaks about the Inklings' victory. Quote, "Lady Luck shone down on the Inklings, and historians today agree the Inklings' victory over the Octarians was mostly due to their superior number of limbs." So the Inklings won the war due to their superior number of limbs, some unplugged power cords, and the dynamic squad of fighters, the Squid Splatoon, shown in scroll number 15. Quote, "This is the only existing photograph of the legendary Squid Splatoon. The young man folding his arms appears to be the leader. When the picture was taken, the Great Turf War had been raging on for over a year. The young man is obviously Captain Cuttlefish, denoted by his bamboo weapon/cane and his trademark hat, and a Moses Schellendorf, grandfather of the weapon shop owner Sheldon, to his left. Moses was pivotal in the Inklings' victory as well, as he created 8 different blueprints for anti-Octarian weaponry, including the Hero Shot, Hero Roller, Hero Charger, and some that resemble the Arrow Spray, Rapid Blaster, Kelp Splatterscope, Dynamo Roller, and possibly the Bamboozler. Along with Judd and the aforementioned limbs, cords, and luck, the Inklings prevailed in the Great Turf War, claiming much of the territory they had been fighting for when sea levels rose. That scroll also helps in estimating the length of the war, as it lasted at least a year. The end of the war is described in this manga strip on page 304 of the art book, in which a squid and octopus are fighting, squid-shaped mushroom clouds are shown, along with the art book's unique version of censorship, insinuating some sort of weapon of mass destruction might have been used by the Inklings. We could dive into theories about whether they use nuclear weapons of their own here, but that's a conversation for another day. The main thing is that the Inklings won, and as the writer in this manga strip states, quote, "We were victorious. The age of the squid has begun. We must never forget. No one can remain the ruler of the planet forever." After the war, and like that manga strip mentioned, the Squids emerged victorious and their new civilization began. The Age of the Squid starts at the very least in 99 BS, as the Great Turf War started in 100 BS and lasted at least a year. It is during the following time period that I assume much of the infrastructure of the current areas in the main series were built, including Inkopolis and Calamari County. Following their loss, the Octarians were pushed underground into the former bunkers and domes that humans tried to live in when the war had hit 12,000 years ago. The art book confirms this in 2 sections. First, on page 136, as it says, quote, "As a result of the Great Turf War between the Inklings and Octarians, Octo Valley was on the verge of ruin. The Octarians were driven underground, but still managed to maintain an advanced civilization there. The Octarians, which are now dwelling in Octo Valley, repaired and upgraded the facilities over the course of the next 100 years, while also creating new weapons and retooling old ones. The art book offers more information about this on page 137. Quote, "Octarians have a deeply ingrained practice of turning artifacts from past eras into highly effective modern weapons and nests. They tend to hoard all they can so as to not waste anything. They are quite diligent in this aspect." This makes sense, as much of the level design in Octo Valley features tons of old stuff from the times of humans, but repurposed for new uses. An example of this is actually shown in the art book in a passage on page 142. Quote, "This craft is made up of scraps left over from the previous era's civilization, car parts, traffic signals, and the like. Due to some serious tinkering, they managed to increase the power of the fan inside an air conditioner by 700 times, allowing the vehicle to fly." Another example and further confirmation of the Octarians' development underground using remnants of the former human civilization comes from the same Famitsu interview, courtesy of Nogami and Inoue. Quote, "Some of the objects they've seen before are used incorrectly, such as railroad crossings and telephone poles, but they're used in a different way than they should be. The Octarians are too serious, so they continue to use things in the wrong way. Through hard work, they have come up with a mechanism that makes things float when two telephone poles are connected. To further contextualize how the Octarians operate, I offer this quote from Nogami in response to a question he was asked about if the Octarians' science is more advanced than the Inklings. Quote, "They're superior to the Squids in terms of their technology and how they apply it." All of this information really just helps to lay the groundwork for why the Octarians may hold animosity toward Inklings in their society, why the Octarian environments look the way they do, and also helps to further explain Octarian weapons and defenses. The Octarians, led by Gigi Octavio, were obviously pushed underground after their loss in the Great Turf War, and while the Inkling society flourished above ground, the Octarians plotted their revenge underneath them, converting those old dome-like cities into their own living spaces, using leftover remains of human civilization to create new technology and weapons. The Octarians actually travel between these domes using kettles, as confirmed by scroll number 2. Quote, "We Octarians dwell in a world deep underground. The individual caves in which we live are connected by a network of transport devices known as kettles." Wow, you learn something new every day. This helps to re-establish the habitat of the Octarians, explains their transportation system, and introduces the kettles as a way to infiltrate Octarian territory, which the wonderful protagonists of the main games will use later. And that's mainly what the Octarians were doing in the lead up to Splatoon 1 after the Great Turf War. So what about the Inklings? Well, throughout the next 100 years, a lot of important events happen. During the next century, the Inklings come to see Turf War as a sport again, like the days of 2,000 years ago, rather than actual war. In that very same Famitsu interview I quoted multiple times already, Inoue says, quote, "There's a backstory that Turf War became competitive because of Judd. Before that, it was a fruitless battle because you couldn't tell who would win. But now that Judd can make decisions that don't overlook a 0.1% difference, it's recognized as a sport. So the Inklings fight in a variety of settings, and Judd acts as a judge for these matches due to his ability to instantly know who the winner is." Now, either around the Great Turf War or shortly before it, Inkopolis' Great Zapfish is born. If you recall scroll number 1 saying, quote, "In fact, the entire city of Inkopolis is powered by a single 100-year-old Great Zapfish." It's unclear when exactly this specific Zapfish was actually used to power the city, but it was born around 100 BS. Now, jumping ahead in time a bit, I get to introduce two main characters in the Splatoon series, the Squid sisters, Callie and Marie. These two are born at least 17 years before Splatoon 1 begins. This information comes from the Splatoon, spelled Splatune, soundtrack CD information booklet, in which one of the songs they sing, Maritime Memory, has this description, quote, "Maritime Memory. It's the first time of mastering. It shows a new side of them. A mellow ballad is sung by them who have a cheerful impression. The song can be sung during only 17, the time between a girl and a woman." Now, this is digitally translated based on the Japanese version of the article, but it confirms that the Squid sisters are at least 17 years old as they sing that song in Splatoon 1. The Squid sisters, if you do not know, are in-game pop music idols who host Splatoon 1's news broadcast called Inkopolis News, which announces stage rotations, updates, Splatfest themes, and the like. They are celebrities in the game and also play a role in the single-player campaigns of the games. But I'll get to that. As of right now, they are born in at least 17 BS. On to the next birth and introduction of another main character, Agent 3, the player-controlled protagonist in Splatoon 1's Hero Mode campaign. Agent 3 is born in 14 BS, which was confirmed by Nogami in that same September 8th, 2015 Famitsu interview. Quote, "When it comes to the setting, they," referring to Agent 3 and the other Inklings in the game, "are 14 years old, but they were designed as having the mood of 16 to 17-year-olds. Now, a small aside about Inklings, according to page 48 of the first art book, the growth cycle of the squid is shown from, quote, its larval to juvenile stages. At the age of 14, they gain the ability to take humanoid form, although some variations occur. Once they are able to fully transform, they are given the right to participate in turf wars, and the youth head into the cities," end quote. This lends credence to the previous quote from Nogami, as the Inklings in Splatoon 1 are all 14, so they are, at the time of the game, finally fully able to transform and make their way to Inkopolis, which is very fitting as everyone who played Splatoon 1 at the time was also brand new to Inkopolis. Callie and Marie, however, seem to be in the variations occur category. Sometime during Callie and Marie's childhood, maybe around 12 to 8 BS, they participated in and won a singing contest as shown in scroll number 17. Quote, "These two cousins from Calamari County won Inkopolis' first annual youth folk singing contest. Their remarkable voices earned them a standing ovation from all present and catapulted them into the spotlight." End quote. This started their rise as idols and showed that they could take a humanoid form before age 14, as they are referred to as child folk singers, with the same winning photo on page 53 of the first art book. They became idols, eventually moved to Inkopolis, and began hosting the Inkopolis news program in the years leading up to Splatoon 1. Not directly mentioned in the game itself, but very, very obvious to anyone playing Hero Mode, Callie and Marie are Agents 1 and 2 of the new Squid Splatoon, but it is unclear when they became members. We still have a little bit more to talk about before we actually get to the events of Splatoon 1 though. I hope you didn't forget about DJ Octavio and the Octarians' plan for revenge. As you'll recall, they were forced underground after losing the Great Turf War, and using the remnants of human civilization left behind in the domes and caves, managed to develop their own civilization and stay alive. However, sometime before the start of Splatoon 1, the Octarians started to have problems, as shown in scroll number 6, which reads, quote, "The Department of Energy has announced that further declines in the availability of electric power are likely to occur in the near future. With the underground domes also deteriorating rapidly, the future does not look bright." End quote. And this is also further corroborated in a manga strip on pages 308 to 311 of the first art book, in which the beginnings of the Octarians' evil plot for revenge are hatched. It starts like this, quote, "Gentlemen, we will begin the mission briefing now. You all know the reason we're here. This meeting is to go over our plans to defeat the greatest threat to our civilization. Censored Operation was when we were defeated by the Squids and had to flee underground, but that's not what we're discussing today." This panel references their loss in the Great Turf War and has a squid cloud from earlier, as well as the Octarian fleeing underground using a kettle. The speaking Octarian goes on to say, quote, "We will have Professor Censored explain our current predicament." The mustachioed professor shows a diagram of Inkopolis and the Octarians' underground cities. Inkopolis sits on top, and underneath are at least 9 different caves, which all have stone panels lining them, onto which the sky is projected. Each dome/cave has polluted water and seawater drawn into them to create an atmosphere, as well as an artificial sun, which the Octarians refer to as the Great Octarian. The professor says, quote, "As you are all aware, this is the area in which we live. No one knows who created this underground empire. As you can see in the diagram, each level benefits from the Great Octarian, which shines down upon us. It is vital to our existence. We may not know who created it, but they certainly left something beneficial to us. However, on some levels, the Great Octarian has become less effective. At this point, roughly 17% of our empire is uninhabitable." The percentage symbols next to the Great Octarian show that in caves A2 and A5, it's 100% effective. In KA6, 90%, KA8, 70%, and so on. Caves A7 and A9 are uninhabitable, as the professor pointed out. Scroll number 6 references the decline of electric power, meaning that the Great Octarian is losing effectiveness, causing regions of the Octarian's underground empire to become uninhabitable. Sound familiar? Another conflict based on shrinking and/or limited territory is brewing. The professor goes on, quote, "And so, the recon team we've sent to the surface has discovered the Squids have a large Great Octarian as well. We've tried to launch an operation to steal their Great Octarian under the cover of night, but it seems the Squids hide it during the nighttime hours. I'll go over the mission now." The professor and the Octarians are obviously referring to the literal sun here, and the script shows the rest of their plan to steal the sun. However, due to an inkling within Inkzuka who wants to mess with them, they're shot down and they fail to capture the sun. On page 144 of the art book, a small blurb titled, quote, "Octarians vow to overthrow the Inklings," makes plainly clear what they intend to do. Quote, "A century ago, the Octarians were defeated in the Great Turf War. They now have a secret base beneath the ruins of a city from the previous era, now called Octo Valley, where they plan their moment for revenge." End quote. And finally, here are the events of Splatoon 1. As the plot of each main game unfolds, I will continue to explain the events as usual, but I will not be adding the events themselves to the timeline. At the conclusion of this game and the subsequent ones, I will place a small summary of the events on the timeline at the given date of the game. This is mainly to save room on the timeline and to make it easier to find, as if I put the specifics of every single event of the games on the timeline, it would be way more of a mess than it already is. Okay, now to the game. As the player boots up the game for the first time, Callie and Marie will give a news flash that the Great Zapfish has been stolen, and it might have something to do with a crashed UFO, one that has a large Octarian tentacle sticking out of it. The game then introduces the plaza and its sights and sounds and yada yada. It also gives the player a glimpse of Captain Cuttlefish sticking out of the manhole and looking around. The game warns the player that getting involved with him might be dangerous. Obviously, the player enters and finds the captain in front of his makeshift shack with a billboard plastered with news clippings and photos of Octarians. He screams that the Octarians are coming and introduces himself as Captain Cuttlefish, leader of the legendary Squid Splatoon. He likes the look in the player's eyes and tells them that the Octarians have squidnapped the great Zapfish that powers the city, but no one believes him. He correctly thinks they did it as revenge for their loss in the Great Turf War and tells the player he's been keeping an eye on them the entire time. Somehow they stole it from under his nose and he asks the player's help to get it back. He takes the player's silence as a yes and deems them Agent 3 of the new Squid Splatoon. He gives them a hero suit handed down from Agents 1 and 2 and a hero shot to fight off the Octarians. If the player speaks to him right after, he'll tell them to rescue all the smaller Zapfish first, and that he thinks the Octarians are responsible for the UFO crash as well. It's a nice welcome into Splatoon and into Octo Valley, the setting of the game's single-player campaign. With a weapon in hand and a mission to complete, Agent 3 sets off to save all of the smaller Zapfish in the first area. And what's not mentioned here but is obvious to anybody playing, all of the main protagonists of the Splatoon games are silent protagonists, so there is no dialogue that any of them speak at all. In the first 3 levels, the player as Agent 3 learns how to deal with a few enemy types, how to move through levels, and how to use different terrain like ink rails that will reoccur throughout the campaign. Agent 3 also discovers sunken scrolls, which I've already mentioned, which according to page 189 of the art book, quote, are scattered all around Octo Valley. They contain information about the history of the world and the secrets of the hyper-advanced ancient civilizations. While battling against Octarians, Agent 3 collects and stores them in these handmade scrapbooks, unquote. After saving the 3 smaller Zapfish in the first area, their power opens up the boss kettle, allowing Agent 3 to take on the game's first boss. Here we see a tentacle lunge out from a large cube and snatch a small Zapfish, powering itself up and revealing the cube as the mighty Octo Stomp, one of the great Octo weapons from the Great Turf War, now without a power cord. I told you the Octarians wouldn't make that mistake twice. Using the Zapfish for power, the great Octo weapons are now wireless and much more powerful. Agent 3 is able to defeat the mighty Octo Stomp by exploiting its weakness and shooting the main tentacle and reclaims the Zapfish it stole. Captain Cuttlefish says after the fight, "Avast! They have the great Octo weapons on their side. At any rate, good work, Agent 3. Keep it up. It's a long road to the great Zapfish." Most bosses in the Splatoon series will follow this format, essentially find the weakness, shoot the main tentacle or weak point, reset 2 times, dodge more attacks, and shoot the weak point 2 more times to win. Upon returning to the first area, the electrical plug on the side of the kettle short circuits and shatters the lights surrounding the ink-rilled area too, showing the player how progress will be made going forward. The gameplay loop is pretty basic. Get to the end of every level and save the Zapfish in the area, which then unlocks the boss. Defeat the boss, move on to the next area. Also of note is that Agent 3 collects power eggs throughout levels and uses them in order to power up. The power egg tally in the top right has a salmon on it, revealing that these are salmon eggs. This has no bearing on the plot thus far, but it will be important later, so keep that tidbit stored away. Area 2 is the first time Octolings are introduced, in level 8, Kelp Dome Showdown, which if you recall from scroll number 9, quote, have superior physical capabilities and are highly aggressive. High-ranking individuals have kelp on their heads, unquote. There really isn't much to this encounter, just the introduction of the specific enemy into the protagonist's path, and it helps showcase that the Octarians have more than just these big weapons to fight with. Anyway, Agent 3 rescues more Zapfish and makes their way to, and defeats, the second great Octo weapon, the dreaded Octo Nozzle. After defeating this boss, a mysterious voice comes across the radio waves Captain Cuttlefish is using to communicate with Agent 3. Obviously, from what I've already discussed, this is DJ Octavio, and consequently, his first appearance in the game. Captain Cuttlefish questions what the noise is, and as Octavio eerily mutters, "Cuttlefish," he curses the radio and thinks it's broken. He tells Agent 3 they are doing great and to not let up. As the ink reel to Area 3 becomes available, Captain Cuttlefish confirms what I've already said. Quote, "It's all becoming clear. They must be using the Zapfish to revive the great Octo weapons," unquote. Agent 3, unrelenting in their pursuit of Zapfish seizure, continues to rescue them and confront the third great Octo weapon, the rampaging Octo Whirl. Directly after defeating this boss, Captain Cuttlefish congratulates them on their success thus far, but admits to having a bad feeling about something. He decides to check out whatever it is on his own, but before doing so, finally introduces the player to Agents 1 and 2. The mysterious person cuts in again with another grumbled, "Cuttlefish," and he exclaims, "No, you? It can't be!" DJ Octavio, still not fully revealed yet, laughs and says, "It's time to face the music, old-timer." Captain Cuttlefish tells him to wait, Octavio kind of roars, and Captain screams, "Stop," and Octavio proclaims, "Scratch one, Cuttlefish," as the call ends. The story is beginning to heat up as the path to Area 4 opens. After completing a level in Area 4, another call starts with Agent 1 upside down asking if Agent 3 can hear her. Agent 2 tells them they are holding the radio upside down as they introduce themselves as Agents 1 and 2 of the new Squid Splatoon, the new support team taking over for the Captain to help Agent 3 as they received an SOS from Captain Cuttlefish. Agent 3 must hurry or the Captain is as good as sushi. Also, Area 4 is once again where Agent 3 meets a new enemy, the elite Octowings with seaweed on their heads, which I mentioned earlier. It's not a huge deal, but it does show that Agent 3 is getting more powerful as time goes on, or at least getting better at taking down more foes. And after the usual Zapfish rescuing and getting to know Agents 1 and 2 a little, Agent 3 takes on the fourth great Octo weapon, the Ravenous Octomoth. Upon defeating this boss, Agent 3 is once again congratulated for their success, but by Agents 1 and 2 this time. Due to the skill of Agent 3, Agents 1 and 2 believe they will save the Captain and the Great Zapfish in no time. Our mysterious friend joins the call again, and Agent 1 asks who they are. He laughs and mentions Ankopolis as Agents 1 and 2 call him the final boss and demand the Great Zapfish and the Captain back. He declares Ankopolis is his, yo! And Agent 2 tells him to get his own radio channel. Agent 1 tells Agent 3 they have to do something about this guy quick, and the path opens the way to the final area, Area 5. As Agent 3 enters Area 5, the game shows the layout and reveals at the very top a UFO flying high above Octo Valley. Agent 3 obviously saves the rest of the Zapfish and finds themselves on top of the UFO ready to enter the final boss kettle. Up here, there is a clear view of Ankopolis and a large octopus-shaped rock formation, fitting for a location called Octo Valley. Entering the boss kettle causes it to spin rapidly and launch into the sky, disappearing in a twinkle. Agent 3 spawns in to see the Great Zapfish just floating in front of them, while Captain Cuttlefish, tied to a chair, yells to stay back because it's a trap. Agent 3 doesn't really have a choice, though, and heads toward it. The Great Zapfish is then sucked up into a large flying machine that descends as the robotic tentacles in the background start moving pretty wildly. This is when the player is finally actually introduced to the mysterious character cutting into all the radio chats, DJ Octavio. I've already covered a good bit about DJ Octavio, but now that he's visible, you might notice something. The marks on his tentacles are identical to the ones inside of the Great Octo weapons. Did he create them? Well, according to page 67 of the first art book, in a blurb titled The Growth Cycle of the Octarians, quote, Octarians are created by cutting off a tentacle from a host and have no reproductive capability of their own. High-class Octarians tend to grow more limbs and their intelligence increases proportionally. As a species, they are very diligent and good at following orders without complaint, end quote. This helps to explain why there are so many Octarians, as well as the fact that some have similar markings to DJ Octavio, but in Splatoon 1 and its associated materials, there is nothing directly linking DJ Octavio to the Great Octo weapons other than the markings on the tentacles. I will touch on this again when the actual proof comes up, but yes, he had a major hand, or should I say tentacle, in their creation. I only bring that information up to help round out the first game story and aid in demonstrating just exactly who Agent 3 is up against in this fight. DJ Octavio is no slouch. The fight itself is pretty intense as DJ Octavio, at his custom CDJ table inside the Octobot King robot, fires multiple different projectiles, including huge fists, as well as killer whales and a large octopus bomb at Agent 3 over and over again. After knocking back his attacks into him for a while, Agents 1 and 2 manage to override his radio and start blasting the Calamari Incantation, which energizes Captain Cuttlefish enough to where he busts out of his restraints and begins to dance, saying, quote, "That heavenly melody, it's the one and only Squid sisters." To which Agents 1 and 2 respond, confirming they are indeed Callie and Marie respectively, and also Captain Cuttlefish's granddaughters. This also shows the power of this specific song, which isn't too dissimilar from how DJ Octavio uses music of his own to motivate Octarian. Just this time around, it's Inklings who get energized, build tension, and overall gain morale when this specific song plays. It also throws DJ Octavio off, as throughout the rest of the fight, he actually dances to it, seemingly not because he wants to, but because of the power of the song. Using the swing and momentum provided by the Calamari Incantation, Agent 3 is able to finish off DJ Octavio, rescue Captain Cuttlefish, and return the Great Zapfish to Inkopolis Plaza. In the following midnight news broadcast, Callie and Marie announce the safe return of the Great Zapfish, but wonder where it was before declaring that it doesn't really matter and it's time to rock. The game then goes into the credits sequence, and upon returning to Octo Valley after the credits, and after defeating DJ Octavio, Captain Cuttlefish thanks the player for returning peace to Inkopolis and hilariously adds that he'll be the only one who knows and tells the player the path of the hero is a lonely one. He then shows off the antagonist trapped in a large snow globe as the captain thought he should rest since DJ Octavio's been through a lot. Octavio then says, "I'll get you, Cuttlefish," as the captain continues by calling him cute and adding that Agent 3 has an even stronger gleam in their eye now, before telling them that they have his eternal gratitude. His extra dialogue afterwards reveals Callie and Marie have brought him lunch. He wants to keep this whole Great Zapfish ordeal under wraps, and a kind of eerie quote, "There be a storm brewing, I can feel it in my cuddles." And with that, the main story of Splatoon 1 is finished. Agent 3 defeated DJ Octavio and saved Inkopolis, but the Octarians are still without a stable power source, and now have an imprisoned leader. Callie and Marie continue to host their show as idols, and life goes on as normal. That is, until the final Splatfest of Splatoon 1, Callie vs. Marie. I haven't covered what a Splatfest is yet, so I'll do that now for people who don't know. Very basically, across the series, a theme will be announced declaring 2 or 3 teams in the case of Splatoon 3. Players can then choose what team they want to fight for, and over a selected amount of time, usually a single weekend, fight in turf wars on the side of their choosing. The formula for determining a winner for these has changed as the series has gone on, but it's mainly who wins the most matches or is the most popular, but that varies as well. Anyway, the Callie vs. Marie Splatfest was extremely popular and hotly contested in the real world, as people had and still have great feelings over who is the better idol. For our purposes though, we only care that this event took place and the winner was Marie. The Splatfest itself took place a year and 2 months after the game initially released, and now is a good time to address something that will be kind of minorly important as I continue. And that is, time in the real world is the same as time in Splatoon, meaning the 2 years between the release of Splatoon 1 and Splatoon 2 in real life reflect 2 years of time in the actual games themselves. This has been confirmed multiple times in various different interviews, but the most cohesive, succinct, and recent answer was from Inoue in the Ask the Developer Volume 1 with the Splatoon 3 developers on September 7, 2022, in which he said, quote, "In Splatoon 1, 2, and 3, the same amount of time has passed in the Squid world as the real world," end quote. So, keeping that in mind, the final Splatfest took place in Splatoon 1 around a year after the events of Hero Mode. Another thing to mention is that the setting of Splatoon 2, Inkopolis Square, begins to take shape before the final Splatfest Callie vs. Marie, but after the events of Splatoon 1. Page 119 of the Art of Splatoon 2, the second official art book, reveals that the Inkopolis Square neighborhood, quote, has been there for a while, but it fell on hard times and was constantly dealing with minor crimes. Thanks to development efforts that kicked off about a year and a half ago, the major improvements to Deca Tower, the remodeling of the stores in the Shoal, and the renewal of the Galeria gave it new life, end quote. Obviously, this refers to the project in the past, but for the timeline's purposes, between Splatoon 1 and the final and Callie and Marie Splatfest is when development efforts in Inkopolis Square take place and set the stage for the setting of the sequel. Anyway, back to the Splatfest. Marie won both the popularity and wins category, cementing her as the favorite Squid sister. The developers themselves said this choice impacted how they tackled the story of Splatoon 2, but that was not revealed until after the second game had obviously released. I will touch upon this fact again, but when we get there. What I need you to know, though, is that Marie won, and that impacts the Squid sisters. And now we are completely done with the events of Splatoon 1, and we can move on to the Squid sister stories. Following the final Splatfest and the eventual announcement of Splatoon 2 for the Nintendo Switch, Nintendo published a series of articles detailing what happened between the first and second games called the Squid Sisters Stories. There are recaps on the various wikis, but the American version of the site that they were on is gone. Luckily for us, the UK version and the Australia and New Zealand version is still live on the web, so that's where the screenshots you will be seeing are from. There are 8 chapters, starting with a prologue and ending with chapter 7. The prologue chapter begins, quote, one of our researchers monitoring the Squid sisters intercepted this top-secret report from the Inkling world. About 9 months have passed since the final Splatfest. Twilight lowers its curtain on Inkopolis. Neon signs paint the dusk in brilliant shades of green and pink. The Squid sisters dance on as though driven by the Inkling love for battling for turf. Memories such as these linger, vividly etched in my mind, but feel too like remnants of a long-forgotten past. It happened the night the final Splatfest came to an end. The showdown of Callie vs. Marie ended in victory for Marie, but there was no ill will between the two. The girls left the studio arm in arm, smiling and laughing as they always had. The bond between them would continue unbroken for years to come. Or so it seemed at the time. This prologue just sets up what we already know, but gives us a date as to when this specific report was written, 9 months after the final Splatfest. The report itself takes place about the night that Splatfest happened and how Callie and Marie didn't have any ill will and were fine, but the last line is kinda ominous. Chapter 1 continues, quote, the final Splatfest rocketed the Squid sisters to new heights of popularity. Callie and Marie went from mere Inkopolis idols to the biggest stars in Inkling society seemingly overnight. Their days became filled from dawn to dusk with the duties of this newfound fame. Callie and Marie still lived in the first apartment they rented upon moving to Inkopolis. It had all happened naturally when they first arrived. Being roommates made adjusting to city life easier, and besides, the two had been inseparable since they were young. But even after their finances had stabilized and they'd gotten used to the bustle of Inkopolis, they never gave a thought to living apart. They were always together, both at work and at play. After releasing their first solo recordings, though, their work began to take them down separate paths more frequently. Callie, true to her outgoing nature, began to make guest appearances on variety shows. Filming would often continue late into the night, and many days she didn't return home at all. Marie received critical praise for her recording of Tide Goes Out, and became a frequent guest on music shows, in addition to performing live concerts on her own. Up to this point, whether heading out for the day or coming home at night, the two had always been together. Now, though, their different schedules meant they didn't see each other as often, even on their days off. They spent more and more time apart with each passing day. This chapter shows how they could have possibly grown apart, setting up a scenario for Splatoon 2 where they are apart. It also details that both Squid sisters have released solo recordings. Marie's Tide Goes Out is mentioned by name here, but Callie's recording is not, and the name of that is Bomb Rush Blush. Chapter 2 reads, quote, Marie was home alone. She'd gotten a day off, but with theater rehearsals starting up next month, she knew life would be returning quickly to its frantic pace. Chances to relax at home like this would soon become few and far between. Knowing work would keep Callie out late, Marie busied herself with the chores that always seemed to pile up and waited for her friend to return home. At times like this, Marie's thoughts always seemed to drift. How had Callie truly felt when the results of the final Splatfest had been announced? She seemed disappointed, of course, but that was just because she lost, right? Or was she actually jealous of my rising popularity? Could she still be holding it against me after all this time? Just listen to yourself, Marie. You're overthinking this. You know Callie would never feel that way. Maybe all this worrying is actually giving you some sort of superiority complex. Maybe winning that final Splatfest has made you fool yourself. The very idea stung Marie with a twinge of self-loathing. So Marie has some nice self-reflection here, and with the added stress of new popularity, it's kind of easy to see how a rift might have begun to form between them. Chapter 3 gives Callie's point of view. Quote, "One day, Callie was awakened by a call on her cell phone. It was her manager. The recording session she had scheduled for the day had been delayed to accommodate a different performer. Callie found herself a bit thrown off by this unexpected break, but was determined to make the most of it. Looking around the apartment, she saw no sign of Marie, which was odd. She was sure Marie had the day off as well. It was just past 8 in the morning, too early for Marie to have gone shopping. Callie decided to get dressed and head out in search of her roommate. Now that she thought about it, Marie had seemed a bit down lately, but like there was something on her mind she couldn't stop thinking about. Maybe she was just tired from working too hard, or maybe something had happened to her. But worrying about her all day won't fix anything, Callie thought. Work had barely given her time to breathe lately. She'd been feeling a bit lost at sea herself. She made up her mind to find Marie and invite her out for a day of much-needed relaxation. Callie found Marie at a cafe with Krusty Sean. They were seated at a table, chatting away. Perhaps it was because their hometowns were so close to one another that Callie and Marie both found Sean so easy to talk to. Marie had been a bit shy when they had first come to the city, after all. Callie couldn't remember the last time she'd seen Marie talking so cheerfully with anyone besides her, and she didn't want to spoil her fun. She decided to head back to the apartment alone. Callie was making breakfast when Marie came home. Marie looked a bit surprised to see Callie up and about, but greeted her friend in stride. "Morning." "Morning." Same old Marie, thought Callie. While they ate, Callie invited Marie to go shopping, and she gladly accepted. So it actually seems like they're both fine in this chapter and don't have a problem with each other. Just contrasting schedules and being more popular has led to less time to talk for the two of them. Moving on, chapter 4 is full of a ton of small details. Let's see if you catch them like I did. Quote, "How long it had been since they had visited Arowana Mall together in their free time. They wandered past new stores and some of their old favorites, enjoying the leisure of window shopping. After checking out all the spots they were interested in, they worked up quite an appetite and stopped at a cafe for lunch. Callie ordered a burger, Marie a slice of pizza. At times like this, talk turned naturally to the work they'd each been doing lately. They swapped stories of workplace happenings and gossiped about their co-stars. Each was concerned for the other, but neither wanted to darken the mood by discussing anything too serious. Callie decided to mention that she'd seen Marie at the cafe that morning. Marie seemed a bit caught off guard, but began talking about her conversation with Krusty Sean without missing a beat. It seems Sean had recently quit his job at Shrimp Kicks. He'd been the store manager there for years, but had long dreamt of opening a place of his own. A friend introduced a new opportunity, and Sean went for it. "I hope he'll be okay," Marie said with some concern. "He's always been a bit impulsive." According to Krusty Sean, Annie had been looking for a new gig as well. Truth be told, she'd never been much of a people anemone, and it felt like she'd given retail the old college try. She'd been keeping busy recently helping decorate weapons at Ammo Nights. The more she did it, the more she felt like this detail-oriented part-time job suited her perfectly. "Do you think Annie and Sheldon?" Callie blurted out in excitement. "No way," Marie said, smiling. "Not a chance." It turns out Sheldon was busy himself, planning to expand Ammo Nights to a second location. He had eyes on a prime spot in the part of town that was quickly becoming the new hotness for the Turf War set. "That Sheldon has always had a nose for business," the girls agreed. The conversation turned to Captain Cuttlefish, more precisely that neither of them had seen him lately. It was true that their schedules had kept them too busy to pay him a proper visit, but they hadn't seen his head poke out of the usual manhole recently either. There was no real cause for alarm now that the Octarians had gone, and thinking of their grandfather gave them a good laugh. Surely the old rascal would turn up sooner or later. They got lost in conversation and the time slipped away. When they noticed the sun beginning to set, Callie and Marie decided to head for home. They remembered just how much fun they always had when they were together. Fun didn't quite do it justice, though. It was more than that. Something special that made their hearts feel full. They felt as though the clouds had been gathering around them had suddenly blown clear. I love this chapter myself. It has a ton of little tidbits that point to new stuff in Splatoon 2. It references the burger versus pizza Splatfest from Splatoon 1, and also how Sean and Annie quit their jobs. Any fan of Splatoon 2 will know Sean goes on to open a food truck in Splatoon 2, and Annie becomes the shopkeeper of the Splatnet gear shop. This chapter also mentions Sheldon eyeing a new location, which is referencing Inkopolis Square, which is the hub of Splatoon 2. They also mention how Captain Cuttlefish hasn't been seen, and how the nice day out shopping and talking had cleared up what they had both perceived as a rift between them. No rift existed, they just needed time together. Chapter 5 then delves back into a bit of Marie's feelings. Quote, Marie was packing clothes into her suitcase. She was getting ready for a trip home to Calamari County. The trip had come about somewhat suddenly thanks to her finding herself with a rare 3 days off in a row. Rehearsals for her new show were scheduled to start after this, and she knew she wouldn't have time off again for a while. Her manager suggested some R&R would do her good and sent her on her way. Marie had invited Callie to join her, but Callie had an appointment she couldn't miss that day. So Marie decided to head out right away by herself so as to not waste her short vacation. Callie saw her off at the train station, promising to catch up with Marie the following day. The journey to Calamari County takes 3.5 hours from Inkopolis, not an epic journey in the grand scheme of things. Still, without Callie by her side, Marie felt lonely and the minutes ticked by interminably. Marie hadn't been home in quite some time, and her parents were overjoyed to see her. They sat on the porch together, basking in the sun and whiling the day away as Marie told them all about her latest exploits in Inkopolis. She was reminded just how much she loved the place where she'd grown up. Compared to the hustle and bustle of the city, there might not be much happening, but the flow of time felt different here. It felt right. Marie took in a deep breath of fresh air, exhaled, and felt her worries and cares float away. From time to time as she spoke, Marie's parents interjected with questions about Callie. Each time Marie replied that yes, of course, Callie was doing fine, but with each question she winced inwardly as if pricked by an unseen needle. We're both just really busy with our own things, you know? As she struggled to answer her parents' questions in an upbeat fashion, she was struck by the realization that she didn't really know how Callie was doing at all. But Callie would be coming the next day, she reminded herself, and one look at her face would quickly dispel these nagging feelings of guilt. Marie went to bed and waited for morning to arrive. This chapter gives us the nice tidbit that Calamari County is 3.5 hours away from Inkopolis by train, but aside from that, it mainly details Marie's feelings and how the time spent apart from Callie has indeed created a rift. Not emotional per se, but informational. She just doesn't really know much about Callie now, and that pains her. Chapter 6, however, is where these stories take a turn. Quote, the next day found Marie waiting at the station for Callie's arrival. When the train pulled in, though, Callie wasn't on board. I bet she totally overslept again, Marie thought as she settled in to wait for the next train. Callie was not on the next train, though. Nor the one after that. Or the one after that. Night fell and there was still no sign of her. Marie called Callie's office and was told she'd headed straight home from work the previous evening. She seemed a bit flustered, but I figured she was just in a hurry to get back to Calamari County, Callie's manager said. Marie tried their apartment several times, but no one picked up. Marie began to feel panic rising in her chest. The following morning, Marie cut her trip short and returned to Inkopolis on the first train of the day. She hated to leave her parents so suddenly, but couldn't shake feeling worried about Callie. Plagued by a sense of unease, she spent the whole trip on her phone searching for some clue as to Callie's whereabouts. Her efforts failed to turn up anything to calm her fears. When she arrived in Inkopolis, Marie headed straight for their apartment. The place looked exactly as she'd left it. In fact, there was no sign Callie had been home at all since Marie left for her trip. But if she hadn't come home, where could she have gone? After giving it some thought, Marie got an idea and hurried out of the apartment. So this chapter tells us essentially Callie is missing and Marie is on the hunt. And what exactly is going on? Chapter 7 confirms where this is headed and sets up the events of Splatoon 2. Quote, quick as she could, Marie arrived in Octo Valley. Captain Cuttlefish's shack was completely deserted. The shack itself was undisturbed, but the snow globe that had stood behind it was a shattered wreck. Pieces of glass littered the landscape. Callie was nowhere to be found, and the scene failed to offer up any clues. With a heavy heart, Marie made her way back to Inkopolis. The city was buzzing with unbelievable news. The great Zapfish had disappeared. It had vanished once before, but reappeared shortly thereafter. The people of the city consoled each other, saying, "Chill out, it won't be gone long this time either." Marie alone shivered in trepidation. Could he possibly be at it again? Marie made up her mind to get to the bottom of this. But if their adversary was who she suspected, this problem would have no quick and easy solution. Captain Cuttlefish wasn't around to help this time. Her worry for Callie overshadowed everything, and before long, the Squidizens of Inkopolis would begin to notice Callie's absence. But if Marie were to disappear too, at a time like this, it would only add to the chaos. But what else could she do? There was no choice but to find help, and quickly. Just as Captain Cuttlefish had done before, she would need to enlist a brave recruit to help investigate the depths of the Octarians' underground base. Thanks to her fame, though, Marie stood out like a sore tentacle in Inkopolis. She had to keep the number of people who knew about the new Octarian threat to a minimum. Secrecy and discretion were, after all, of the utmost importance when it came to the operations of the Squid Splatoon. Suddenly, the conversation she'd had with Callie at Arowana Mall came rushing back to her. Word on the street was that all the freshest Inklings were hanging out and battling for turf in a new part of town. Surely she could find someone there with the perfect blend of talent and bravery this daring task required. Her mind made up, Marie set her sights on the new center of Squid Kid culture, Inkopolis Square. I hope you caught that the snow globe was shattered. DJ Octavio escaped, Captain Cuttlefish, Callie, and the Great Zapfish are gone, and Marie needs help, which sets off the setting for Splatoon 2 to recruit a new agent and to go to Inkopolis Square. I don't really have much to add here, as these stories do a great job at delivering the setup for Splatoon 2. 3 sunken scrolls in Splatoon 2, numbers 20, 21, and 22, do help to shed some more light on what exactly Callie and Marie were doing during this time to be so busy. Scroll number 20 reads, quote, "Don't miss Problem Solved, studying with Marie on SBS this Thursday night, and every week thereafter at 25 o'clock sharp. Tune in for a few study tips and a whole lot of procrastination." Which shows Marie ran a late-night podcast at a seemingly impossible hour to help people study, but I guess procrastinate more. Scrolls 21 and 22 describe Callie's activities, with scroll 21 reading, quote, "Pandemonium ensued when pop star Callie was spotted at the airport by fans after wrapping up filming for her new upcoming TV drama in New Sardine. She smiled through it all, but it's clear to this reporter that the presence of fame is getting to her," end quote. Scroll 22 reads, quote, "Hey Squid Kids, it's me, Callie. It's been so long since I've written a proper blog post. Being on my own like this, I've got time to think, but sometimes I think too much. But I'm really psyched for filming today. Stay fresh." Both of these scrolls just to help show how busy Callie actually was and how the pressure and constant work was getting to her at the time. To add even more context to this period in time, on page 94 of the Art of Splatoon 2, which is the second official art book, Marie is, quote, "hooked on the TV drama that Callie stars in and is scheming to increase the number of her followers." This is hilarious, as Marie obviously cares deeply about Callie this entire time and just wants her to be successful. The following page, 95, details a bit about Callie during this time as well. Quote, "She parlayed the Squid Sisters' success into a golden opportunity to appear in a primetime TV drama. She is merely a college classmate of the main character's friend, but she has won popularity for being fun to watch whenever she appears on the screen. For someone who's used to always getting plenty of sleep, the early morning on-location shoots were particularly tough. She was at the peak of her popularity in both music and television when suddenly a report came in saying that she had gone missing. So they both had a lot going on, and Callie's disappearance is the main reason Marie heads to the new setting and kicks off the events of the second game. And with that, the setup has been, well, set up. Now on to the main event. Again. Splatoon 2. But actually, not yet. I've now covered the events preceding Splatoon 1, all the way up to and through the game, as well as what happened afterwards. We have reached the events of Splatoon 2, but before I tackle what happens in that game, I actually do need to go back in time a bit and add some events to the timeline, as well as cover the new setting. Splatoon 2 introduces more main and a few minor characters to the mix, so I will start the introduction of all this new information with the new player-controlled protagonist. I will officially introduce the new idols, Pearl and Marina, later on when I get to Octo Expansion, as they are not featured in Splatoon 2's Hero Mode. Anyway, the player character, exactly like in Splatoon 1, is an Inkling who helps fight the Octarians and is deemed Agent 4 by Marie. On the timeline, Agent 4 was born in 12 BS, meaning they are 14 in Splatoon 2, which was confirmed in an interview with Nintendo Everything on February 17, 2017. The game's producer, once again Hisashi Nogami, stated, quote, "The previous playable Inklings will be around 16 now, so the new 14-year-old Inklings will step up to the plate. The playable Inklings will still be around 14, end quote. Now, a small aside is that in the English version of the game, Marie states that Agent 4 is 2 years older than Agent 3, which would mean they are 18, not 14. However, due to the fact that this dialogue is not present in the Japanese version of the game, and the official statements of the developer and producer contradict this, it's most likely an oversight or some sort of joke about the player themselves aging, not Agent 4. Thus why Agent 4 on the timeline is born in 12 BS. According to page 50 of the second art book, Agent 4 is, quote, "a second-generation turf war kid who blasts through any situation with ease. Agent 4 wasn't really familiar with the Squid sisters, but not from a lack of interest. They just happen to be busy with extracurriculars," end quote. The reason I mention this is because Agent 4's blankness when Marie eventually reveals herself in the hero mode, homie just didn't even know who she was at all, and also that Agent 4, like Agent 3, makes their way to the city to participate in turf wars. Nintendo's official Splatoon base website also tells us that Agent 4 is, quote, "originally from a town about 40 minutes from Inkopolis by train. Because they grew up so close to the city, they don't find it particularly captivating," end quote. This leads us into the introduction of the new settings for Splatoon 2. In Splatoon 1, the main hub was Inkopolis, with the hero mode taking place in Octo Valley. Well, Splatoon 2's main hub is called Inkopolis Square, and the hero mode takes place in Octo Canyon. Inkopolis Square, like I mentioned before, was plagued by minor crimes, but redevelopment efforts eventually helped shape it into what it is today. The only things I really need you to know about the square are that Sheldon opened up another location of his Ammo Knight's weapon store, and an office for the mysterious Grisco Industries is here as well. Grisco Industries, according to page 129 of the second art book, is a, quote, "fishery/trading company that mainly deals in the exchange of salmon eggs, a valuable resource. The Inkopolis Square office only opens during the salmon run season and offers work in the form of collecting salmon eggs. The only people present in the office are the part-timers who gather directly on the ship, so no one has actually seen Mr. Grizz's face," end quote. Grisco in-game is the company that pays the player for participating in a Salmon Run game mode in which they defeat the new race added to Splatoon 2 called Salmonids to collect their precious golden eggs for money and chunks and gear. Mr. Grizz himself is never seen, and the second art book sums it up best on page 114 that he is only represented by a, quote, "statue carved from wood in the shape of the salmon's mythical ancient enemy, the bear. There's a speaker installed inside it, which passes along orders from HQ to Inklings. There is no microphone, so it apparently cannot answer any question it might get," end quote. That's not the only oddity about Mr. Grizz and his company, as in a Famitsu interview on March 1st, 2018, Nogami says in regards to Grisco Industries, quote, "nobody even knows if it's a company or not," end quote. Yusuke Amano, a director of Splatoon 2, quips that, quote, "can't even tell if they're," in reference to Grisco, "watching or not," end quote. Shintaro Sato, program director for Splatoon 2, ends this little part of the interview with another mysterious line, quote, "it could be a programmed automated voice," end quote. So Mr. Grizz may be an automated voice running a company that isn't even a company to get salmon's eggs? Why? Well, the eggs themselves are power sources, and the golden eggs, according to the Splatoon base website, quote, "can also be put to use as a potent energy source. The details are still a bit of a mystery, but it seems like they do contribute to the Inkling world's energy supply," end quote. Generally, though, it is known that the Salmonids themselves trade with the Octarians. As told on page 182 of the second art book, quote, "the Salmonids and Octarians formed a commercial agreement and began trading Salmonid eggs for Octarian technology. Golden eggs, however, are precious to the Salmonids, so they do not trade them. Inklings have no agreement with the Salmonids and instead acquire these treasured golden eggs by hunting for them," end quote. This helps to explain why power eggs are found in the hero modes of Octo Valley and Octo Canyon, why Salmonids have Octarian armor and weaponry in Salmon Run, and why Grisco hires Inklings to get golden eggs. All this information about Grizzco Industries and Mr. Grizz isn't too important now, but it will come up again later. But the tidbits about power eggs help to explain how the Octarians could still even function if they didn't have the Zapfish or the Great Zapfish at their disposal for power, as if you'll remember, they're experiencing an energy crisis. There's also one other thing to note regarding Mr. Grizz. In the Salmon Run stage Ruins of Arc Polaris, the tail of a rocket ship called the Arc Polaris rests in the background. On the map itself, there are signs that say active bear area, and at low tide, bear tracks can be found. This led many to believe at the time that there is a living bear, and obviously many think that it is Mr. Grizz. But as of Splatoon 2, there's no confirmation, just these ominous signs and tracks. And with that information covered, we can shift to Octo Canyon, the setting of hero mode for Splatoon 2. Octo Canyon is described on page 136 of the second art book. Quote, this city was developed in a giant canyon that is located a little under an hour by train and bus away from Octo Valley. It was designed as a critical commercial hub in the world of the Octarians and is home to massive distribution centers and several research facilities, end quote. As a result of this, you will probably notice during sections where I show gameplay from Splatoon 2 that there is more technology and a greater variety in enemy types and stages during this hero mode campaign. You might also notice that as I progressed through the story, unlike Splatoon 1, where each progressive area got higher and higher up, in Octo Canyon, each progressive area gets lower and deeper into the canyon. Splatoon 2 also introduces a new collectible in stages called Sardinium, which is a metal shaped like a sardine used for a variety of things. For Agent 4, it's used to upgrade weapons, and I'll touch on that in a bit, but I have one more thing to touch on before we get to the events of Splatoon 2, and that is Judd. And, well, his new friend, Lil Judd. Judd in the second art book got an updated information blurb on page 112. It reads, quote, Judd is a wise creature whose intellect extends far beyond simply knowing all of history. He was granted eternal life when his owner injected him with an immortality drug at the time humanity was going extinct. He is well connected, having the ear of the leaders of numerous nations. He enjoys napping in the square, so Inklings think he is just some old stray cat. He transmits the lobby's rules into the minds of Inklings using thought waves, end quote. So I can add to the timeline that 12,000 years BS, the professor injected Judd with an immortality drug. Man, this series is just insane sometimes, dude. On top of that, Judd knows all of history and can use thought waves. I don't even know at this point, like, there's no explanation for any of that other than the game just saying it, but don't ask any questions. That's Judd and his new information. This blurb does confirm, though, that multiple nations do exist in the world of Splatoon, although mentions of them are few and far between. As the blurb said, Judd obviously moved to Inkopolis Square and was joined by Lil Judd in judging battles, with Judd representing the players' team, called the Good Guys, and Lil Judd representing the opposition's team, the Bad Guys. This new, smaller feline friend is actually, well, a clone of Judd. On page 113 of the second art book, we learn that, quote, Lil Judd is a clone of Judd. He was placed in the same apparatus as Judd as a single cell, just in case Judd did not survive being cryogenically frozen. 3 months ago, a cleaning lady pulled the plug on the machine and the cell began to multiply, leading to the birth of Lil Judd. Lil Judd may have only just been born, but he is gunning for Judd's spot. It's rumored that he's waiting for his chance to stab Judd in the back, end quote. Once again, new events are presented for the timeline. Around the same time Judd is injected with an immortality drug and put back in the cryogenic chamber 12,000 years BS, a single cell is also put in the chamber with him as a backup plan in case he doesn't make it. And 3 months prior to Splatoon 2, a cleaning lady accidentally unplugs the machine, causing the cell to multiply, and Lil Judd is born. There is actually a picture of this capsule shown in Sunken Scroll number 26 from Splatoon 2, which reads, quote, Calamari Research Labs video log number 5628. This coffin-like device is a historical relic of the old world and is kept under strict lock and key. I unplugged it by accident while cleaning the other day, but it seems to be still running somehow, end quote. Obviously, this refers to Lil Judd's birth, which we just talked about, but on top of him being a backup for Judd, a note from the professor actually points to another reason for his inclusion in the capsule. Scroll 27 reads, quote, Oh Judd, when your capsule opens in the future, you may find yourself alone. Should that be the case, I ask you to re-energize the capsule once again. Oh dearest Judd, I only hope that you can forgive me for all I've put you through, end quote. Lil Judd was actually included as a backup failsafe and also as a possible friend for Judd so he wouldn't get lonely when he woke up. How sweet! Both of these fluffy cats don't really have much to do with the story of Splatoon 2, but the new information helps give even more background for the professor and maybe some devious action in the future since Little Judd seems to be gunning to stab Judd in the back. One final thing to tackle before we get to the events of Splatoon 2 though. As stated by Marie in Squid's sister stories, Captain Cuttlefish hasn't been seen since DJ Octavio was defeated. From scroll number 25, we can tell where he has been. Quote, "My dearest Callie and Marie, stop. On a research trip to the Cape with Agent 3, stop. Maybe late but left dinner in the fridge, stop." End quote. This explains why he isn't present when Callie goes missing, and why he and Agent 3 are not present during the events of Splatoon 2. In that same March 1st, 2018 interview with Famitsu, when asked about this letter from Captain Cuttlefish, Amano says, quote, "They're on patrol," end quote. Inoue follows with, quote, "They went a little deeper. Maybe they're lost, I don't know," end quote. The interviewer asked, quote, "So you're saying that Captain Cuttlefish and Agent 3 are completely unaware of the incident that's happening?" End quote. Nogami confirms this and clarifies, quote, "That's right, this incident is not that long in time, so it's just an incident that happened while they're on patrol," quote. The interview asks, quote, "Is Agent 3 with him all the time?" End quote. Amano says, quote, "Yes, they are. They're helping him out," end quote. And Nogami offers this, quote, "I imagine them going on patrol and coming back, going and coming back, and so on over the course of 2 years," end quote. So, Agent 3 and Captain Cuttlefish are out on patrol amidst the disappearance of Callie, the escape of DJ Octavio, and the threat of the Great Zapfish again, and thus won't be present in Splatoon 2's main story. And with that, I think we can finally, actually, get to the events of Splatoon 2. Actually, for real this time. Upon booting up the game and making it to the square in Splatoon 2 for the first time, the player is greeted by Pearl and Marina, who let them know that once again the Great Zapfish and Callie have both disappeared. But the Zapfish news doesn't really seem to be that big of a deal to Off the Hook, as it happened before and should be fine. Once the news ends, the player gets a little overview like in Splatoon 1, which is actually different in the footage that I have than what it was at the launch of the game because of the Octolinks in the plaza, but I'll touch on that later. The player gets shown the new shops, attractions, and such, as well as a cheeky look at someone near the manhole who looks a bit familiar. It couldn't be them, though, because they wouldn't wear that. Heading over to and into the manhole, the player is greeted by Marie, clad in her disguise so she isn't recognized in the square. Like I said earlier, she introduces herself to no reaction at all from Agent 4, and if you notice, she mimics how Captain Cuttlefish initially greeted Agent 3, starting with ominously speaking about the Octarians and showing the newspaper headline. She asks for Agent 4's help, takes their silence as a yes, and gives them a, quote, brand new hero suit, before remarking under her breath that it looks good for a hand-me-down. This hero suit, according to page 51 of the second art book, is described as follows, quote, "Marie made this anti-Octarian gear by upgrading the old hero suit. She used the one that Callie used to wear and tailored it to fit Agent 4. The suit is made from an extremely light and flexible material that can handle extreme sliding actions when using a ride rail and doing tricks or maneuvers." End quote. Splatoon 2's hero mode introduces ride rails as a new stage gimmick and transport method, and it's kind of cool to see that there's a lore explanation for the suit. Agent 4, new old suit and all, then tackles the process of finding the Octarian kettles to enter levels, saving Zapfish, and defeating bosses to advance, just like in Splatoon 1. There are a few wrinkles to this hero mode, however. One is that the ink is sparkly. I have no lore explanation for that at all, it just looks more pretty. The actual differences in this hero mode, though, are that Agent 4 does not fight the great Octo weapons like in Splatoon 1. The areas themselves have actual names this time, the levels are more colorful, and one could say cute. The player can collect Sunken Scrolls and Sardinium in each level, and Agent 4 uses different weapons to fight, but I'll get to those last two in a bit. The Sunken Scrolls are the same as in Splatoon 1, revealing a multitude of information about, quote, a range of topics including Inkopolis Square and the latest trends, as well as notes about the Octarians and Samanids. There is no logical thread connecting these scrolls, but they are valuable documents for learning more about the Inklings' world. Agent 4 is the one finding and filling them. End quote. That is from page 230 of the second art book, and page 237 gives details about Agent 4's handmade file. Quote, "This scrapbook, put together by Agent 4, is compact and foldable, unlike Agent 3's long horizontal one. Agent 4 is also using it, collecting the stickers they find in each area, end quote. The first few levels of this hero mode once again serve as kind of a tutorial for how to play the game and what the formula will be going forward. The area itself is called the Tentacule Outpost, and as you will probably see, each name has a military or industrial name, adding to the background that Octo Canyon is this commercial hub with research facilities and such. After completing the first 3 levels, the boss kettle opens and Agent 4 tackles the first boss of the game, Octo Oven. The boss starts the same way the great Octo weapons did in the first game. A severed tentacle with the mark of DJ Octavio grabs a Zapfish and snatches it back down to power itself up. The premise of these is the same too. Essentially, shoot the tentacle after it appears 3 times and you win. I will say, the Octo Oven is a weird concept and its background is weirder. According to the second art book on page 165, quote, this bread baking oven was originally made by the Octarians after they learned about Inkling bakeries. The reviews of its bread were extremely positive, so they continuously upgraded, increasing production in order to meet demand. The end result was an enormous oven that ejected bread so rapidly that the owner was gravely injured. They then decided to use it as a weapon instead. It comes equipped with an automatic chocolate coating function, end quote. Agent 4 is tasked with defeating this oven of death along with its chocolate coating functionality, and obviously does so handily. Afterwards, Marie talks to Agent 4 on the radio and commends the Octarian for even having Octo bosses at their disposal, and decides to bring in big guns of her own. She calls in Sheldon, the owner of Ammo Knights and Resonant Weapons Nerd. He introduces himself and explains that in exchange for Agent 4 using the weapons in real-world scenarios for data, he will give them the option to use them in Turf Wars as well. This just serves as a nice crossover perk between playing the single player and the multiplayer, but for our purposes, it shows that Sheldon does heavy weapons research, collaborates with the new Squid Splatoon, and Agent 4 has an upgraded arsenal at their disposal. Marie cuts him off before he talks too much, and a cutscene shows the plug short-circuiting and unlocking the way forward, just like in Splatoon 1. Sheldon gives Agent 3 a quick introduction to the Ammo Knight's Enhancifier, which sits next to Cuttlefish Cabin. It is a vending machine that can unlock weapons and abilities, as well as upgrade them for Power Eggs and Sardinium, the new collectible, which is kind of a metallic resource. According to the second art book on page 135, the Enhancifier was developed by Sheldon to, quote, test product to sell weapons remotely. It uses equipment that was created while researching the fundamental techniques behind converting the energy of Power Eggs and Sardinium, end quote. This explains why it uses those 2 resources and shows just how crafty Sheldon actually is. Anyway, in the second location, Suction Cup Lookout, Agent 4 gets loaned the Hero Roller, and Sheldon explains how to use it throughout the 4th level of the game. In terms of gameplay, to fully complete Splatoon 2's Hero Mode, the player has to complete every single level with every weapon they unlock, which is extremely tedious. Again, not that that really matters to the plot, I'm just explaining it, as you will see me using different weapons in different stages in the background of the video. I will cover when Sheldon loans Agent 4 a new weapon, but it'll just be a brief mention. He does loan a range of weapons that cover every major class in Splatoon 2. All make each level play differently in their own way and could cause levels to be a breeze or really annoying nightmares. After completing and saving the next 6 Zapfish in the area, along with getting the Hero Roller, Hero Charger, and Hero Dualies, Agent 4 enters the boss kettle and faces off against the second boss, Octo Samurai. This boss also has some cool details in the art book on page 166. Quote, the Octo Samurai's custom-made Dynamo Roller has different configurations and can be joined with his unicycle to create the Octo Cycle. Normally, he diligently and strictly trains young Octarians, but the truth is, he's not that good at sumo. He is also secretly a big fan of Callie, end quote. Later in the fight, the player actually gets to see this Octo Cycle in action, and this fight is fun and goofy as Sheldon requests, and practically forces the player, to use certain weapons the first time they play levels. This boss fight ends up being a roller duel. Agent 4 defeats the Octo Samurai in the honorable duel, and Marie comes on the radio to congratulate them. She remarks the Octarian bases seem to have been given a feminine touch. Maybe they have a new decorator. An unknown voice is then heard, their picture only having glasses with kind of red eyes, saying, "Ruh, Lee, no." Marie says the radio is on the fritz, even though she just changed the batteries, and Sheldon tells her that Octo Canyon probably has interference because of all the stuff around that gives off electrostatic. He tries to explain more, but Marie hilariously fakes going through a tunnel to get out of the conversation. After watching the path to the 3rd area open up and making their way to it, Agent 4 finds themselves in Beaker's Depot. Here, the player is exposed to a new kind of Zapfish, the Mini Zapfish. Introduced in level 15 Octoling Assault Pump Track It Up, Agent 4 has to save 8 of them in order to complete the level. So 8 mini Zapfish equals the power of 1 regular one, and they exist, I guess. In general, the mini Zapfish do the exact same thing as the regular ones, and were probably added to make the levels where players explore multiplayer stages a bit more interesting as well. In Splatoon 1, all the player had to do to get through these types of stages was race to the other side to get 1 Zapfish, so adding 8 makes it a bit longer. Anyway, after once again receiving new weapons from Sheldon, the Hero Splatling and Hero Slosher, Agent 4 saves 5 Zapfish and 8 mini Zapfish to unlock the boss kettle. Agent 4 enters the kettle to find a familiar foe and everyone's favorite first boss from Splatoon 1, Octo Stomp. The fight kicks off and Marie recognizes the boss, and Sheldon remarks how Agent 3 beat it years ago. Agent 4 shoots the tentacle like normal, and the boss then gets an upgrade. A shiny metallic puffy coat falls from the sky and covers the boss, revealing its new name, Neo Octo Stomp. The fight is a little bit more difficult than the normal Octo Stomp because the player has to shoot the buckle holding the coat while dodging the large minigun on top of it, and the various stomp attacks of the boss are also kind of annoying. Once the player knocks the coat off, the Octo Stomp returns to its normal pattern and the player can attack the weak point of the tentacle again. After this, it gets a new puffy coat, but as Marie says, this dude just grew 2 more faces. The fight continues as normal, only it's harder to shoot the buckle and avoid attacks. Agent 4 then defeats the Neo Octo Stomp and sends the boss packing yet again. Marie thanks Agent 4 for all their hard work thus far and reveals to them her alternate purpose in asking for help, finding Callie, who disappeared on the same day as the Great Zapfish. Agent 4 and us as the player already knew this, of course, which surprises Marie, who then actually officially confirms she is Agent 2 and Callie is Agent 1 of the new Squid Splatoon. She tells Agent 4 there is an Agent 3 who is currently out and about with Captain Cuttlefish, like I mentioned earlier. She admits she was supposed to be protecting Inkopolis, but with Callie and the Great Zapfish disappearing, she would have been out of luck without Agent 4. The mysterious voice appears again and says, "Leave. Nah. Leave now!" Marie asks who's there and tells them that if they get in their way, Agent 4 will mess them up. The path to the 4th area opens up, and Agent 4 is off to Slimeskin Garrison. A garrison, if you didn't know, is any body of troops stationed at a particular location, originally to guard it. The term now often applies to certain facilities that constitute a military base or fortified military headquarters. A garrison is usually in a city, town, fort, castle, ship, or similar site. Thanks, Wikipedia. Agent 4 gets 2 new weapons in this location, the Hero Umbrella and Hero Blaster, to help save 5 more Zapfish and 8 more mini Zapfish. The boss kettle opens once again upon the savior of those electric friends. The boss this time is the Octo Shower, which has some very weird details about it in the second art book. On page 168, under the subhead Octo Shower Cleanser of Inklings, quote, "This old boiler was retrofitted to be an anti-ground attack robot. The research team kept adding on all kinds of functions until it was too heavy to fly on its own. Quackers, the duck on its head, is its lover." So, yeah, this robot has a rubber duck lover. Very cool details, Splatoon developers. The fight itself consists of shooting the octocopters that are holding it up to get the Octo Shower on the ground and shooting the tentacle. It gets harder when there are more octocopters holding it, and in the 3rd phase, the octocopters become speedy octocopters that can change direction really fast. Agent 4, like any good protagonist, defeats this boss regardless, with Quackers making an appearance at the end as it explodes, Squeak included. The mysterious voice starts the radio chat upside down, screaming, "Run! Leave now and never look back!" Marie tells them they are holding the phone upside down, and they agree and flip it right side up. Marie then realizes this is Callie, which makes sense as she also held her phone upside down in Splatoon 1. Totally not Callie says they are not Callie, and tells Agent 4 and Marie to just leave because it's dangerous here. Marie corrects definitely not Callie, and they just reiterate that the pair should not continue and leave now before leaving the call. Marie questions whether Callie is actually working with the Octarians, and remarks how they need Agent 4 and how silent Agent 4 is. The path to the 5th and final area opens up, and Agent 4 blasts off to Cephalon HQ. This area is at the bottom of Octo Canyon, which has a bunch of purple liquid surrounding everything and a large hole in the center. Agent 4 gets their final weapon, the Hero Brush, and goes off to save the 5 remaining Zapfish and 8 mini Zapfish, after which a UFO-like platform rises from the large hole with the boss kettle on top of it. Time to fight the final boss. Upon entering the kettle, it spins and lowers into the hole until it's covered back up. Agent 4 spawns in to see a huge arena full of Octarians with someone standing at the center. The crowd roars as Marie asks, "Is that Callie?" Callie turns around, revealing she's wearing glasses, and tells Marie that she told them to leave. Marie asks why she would do this. Callie ignores it and calls for DJ, which can only mean one person. That's right. He's the final boss again. DJ Octavio featuring Callie riding in Octobot King 2, once again using a great Zapfish to power it. Some fun details to get out of the way before the fight itself though. Octobot King 2 on page 169 of the second art book under the subhead Octobot King 2 Street Stall Edition is described as being, quote, based on the design concepts for the original Octobot King, this version was developed with the inclusion of Squid sensibilities and technology. In addition to greatly enhanced mobility thanks to its 8 propane engines, it is fully kitted out with a subwoofer and takoyaki equipment. They even succeeded in harnessing the bass vibrations to automatically flip the takoyaki. While the overall size is the same, it has a large area in which to perform, expanding the rider's field of vision. This blurb tells us that Callie helped to design it due to having included Squid sensibilities and technology. We can see the new area to perform, which is where Callie stands, in the takoyaki on top of the speakers at the front. Takoyaki, if you did not know, is a ball-shaped Japanese stack made of a wheat flour-based batter and cooked in a special molded pan. It's typically filled with minced or diced octopus, which is called taco, tempura scraps, pickled ginger and green onion. The balls are brushed with takoyaki sauce, which is kind of similar to Worcestershire sauce, and mayonnaise, and then sprinkled with green onions and shavings of dry bonito. You can see the ball-shaped treat on the speakers with some brown sauce on them in those special molded pans, actually. Thanks again to Wikipedia for the definition. As for DJ Octavio himself, he has some new shutter sunglasses, and in the art book on page 154 is given a new blurb too. Quote, DJ Octavio is the leader of the Octarians and the culprit behind the abduction of the great Zapfish from Minkopolis Square, his dastardly solution to the energy crisis in the Octarian world. Apparently his kidnapping of Callie, who is popular among the Inklings, is boosting his approval ratings. That's right, he kidnapped, or should I say squidnapped, both Callie and the great Zapfish if it wasn't already evident. And he did it, once again, because of the energy crisis that continues to plague the Octarian world. He admits before the fight begins that he remixed Callie's brain, and don't worry, I'll explain that in a bit. Callie then says their first song is Bomb Rush Blush, which, as I mentioned before during the Squid Sister Story section, was Callie's first solo single. According to the Splatoon base website, it was such a bop that even the straight-laced Octarians couldn't help but get up and dance, which could be why DJ Octavio's approval ratings have increased. The Octarians like the music even more now. The fight is similar to Splatoon 1, except for the fact that it only takes place on a single large platform instead of constantly moving, and DJ Octavio has some new weapons and tricks at his disposal. Callie performs her breakout solo single as Agent 4 avoids DJ Octavio's attacks and shoots his now golden fists back at him. The fists themselves are actually engraved with the words Octa and Taco on them, probably referring to Octavio and Taco, which means octopus in Japanese respectively. This fight uses green and purplish/pink ink, reminiscent of the colors of Callie and Marie, the Squid vs. Octopus Splatfest, and the main colors for Splatoon 2. After enough fists hit DJ Octavio, he is exposed and shot back into the Octobot King. This dazes him and Callie, and Marie tries to get Callie to remember her. She ignores this and tells Octavio to drop that spicy wasabi beat, to which he responds that he is dropping the hotness. The next phase unfolds as Agent 4 has to contend with more attacks and shoot the fist back again. DJ Octavio actually shoots the takoyaki, which can form ink pillars as an attack, which I thought was kind of cool. After another round of fist tennis ensues, Agent 4 shoots Octavio back into the Octobot again. A cutscene then plays showing Sheldon driving a flying truck with Marie on the back, holding her trusty hero charger and wearing her outfit from Splatoon 1. She fires a shot and knocks the sunglasses off of Callie. The truck itself is one of the same ones Callie and Marie stood on during Splatfest in Splatoon 1, and Marie's charger is the same design as the hero charger from Splatoon 1 as well. DJ Octavio cries out that the hypno shades are off, and Marie excitedly exclaims that it was a direct hit using her special low-tide ink. Callie, now stunned, has opened an opportunity for Agent 4 to turn the tables. And with the mention of the hypno shades, I want to clarify that Callie was brainwashed by DJ Octavio using the shades and thus teamed up with him. It seems though she still had a lot of influence, like with the development of the Octobot King 2 and Octo Canyon itself. Remember how Marie mentioned it was kinda cuter and the Octarians might have a new decorator? Well, that was Callie. A quick read of Sunken Scroll 23 shows how she did it. Quote, "Do you ever think, man, this place is ugly? My evil lair could use some pizzazz? Well, just whip out some fabric and tape and get your decorate on. It looks great, feels great, and it's fun. Give it a try and stay fresh." Unquote. The photo itself shows a small section being made cuter, According to a note commenting on how Octo Canyon looks in the second art book on page 137, quote, "I'm glad the world feels less lonely than one. I'm also glad there's variation between the areas, but I'm sad that it's becoming overly cute," end quote. This is also referencing Callie's influence, which is even further corroborated from the Splatoon base website, which says, quote, "However, the escaped DJ Octavio used hypnoshades to control her, bringing her into the Octarian army for a time. She gave the Octarians a makeover, making them and their world much cuter," unquote. So she was brainwashed / hypnotized, but she still had an impact on the Octarian world through her decorations and design input for the Octobot King 2. Back to the action though. Octavio goes into spicy speed mode as Marie joins Callie and DJ Octavio in performing. The song it plays is a mashup of Callie's Bomb Rush Blush and Marie's solo single Tide Goes Out, which is also the name of this level, to form the song Tidal Rush. It's insane to note that the music in this fight was pre-planned. In the March 1st, 2018 interview with Famitsu, Minagishi explains that, quote, "Actually, at the time of the final Splatfest in the previous game, we had a plan that whichever player lost would appear at the end of Hero Mode in this game, and her solo song would be arranged and used as the battle background music. So we wrote both of our solo songs with that in mind." Sato follows up, quote, "So we had planned this already when we wrote the solo songs before the final Splatfest," end quote. The idea for the entire fight and the music was essentially planned all the way back in the final Splatfest of Splatoon 1. It must have been absolutely incredible to see how it developed over that period of time, and it pays off huge in reality. Back to the action though, more fists, more attacks, I think you get the gist of this fight. Agent 4 shoots Octavio again into the Octobot and Callie seems to be coming around. Marie tells her to remember as she brings out her radio and begins to play that heavenly melody, the one and only Calamari Incantation. But this time a remix called Spicy Calamari Incantation. Upon hearing the track, Callie remembers and jumps over to the truck and performs the song with Marie as Sheldon exclaims, "The Squid sisters are back!" And indeed they are. Sheldon's drone flies in and gives Agent 4 a modded Rainmaker to use. Agent 4 jumps up to the ride rails high up above and shoots blasts from the Rainmaker to return the fist to the Octobot King. A little bit into this section, DJ Octavio says he can't resist the groove and begins to dance, cursing the Squid sisters as he grudgingly jams out to the song, just like in the first final boss battle in Splatoon 1. After another volley of fists hits the robot, it falls to the ground, and Agent 4 dunks the Rainmaker on top of DJ Octavio to a victory screen in green and pink. DJ Octavio says, "Not again," and just like in Splatoon 1, he kinda breaks the fourth wall with a crossfade to black. He and the robots swell up and explode, covering the screen in ink. And then fading in from black, we get a zoomed in view of the Great Zapfish back atop Deca Tower in Inkopolis Square. Off the Hook's news segment starts, but they have some breaking news. The Great Zapfish is back, and Marina gets some pictures of it before the two remark how it looks kind of small. Pearl interrupts Marina with another breaking news segment and reveals Callie has been found. Pearl says she's glad Callie is back since it's too easy being the best with no competition, and Marina agrees. The pair decide to play a new song to commemorate the news, a request from Freshly Fried Boy, then new a single from the Squid sisters called Fresh Start. The credits then roll, ending with a shot of Callie and Marie smiling on top of the truck with the defeated DJ Octavio next to them and Sheldon chilling on the ground down below. Upon returning to Octo Canyon, Marie thanks Agent 3 and repeats what Captain Cuttlefish said at the end of Splatoon 1. No one will truly know what happened, and the path of the hero is a lonely one. Marie is surprised, as Agent 4 probably told her that that's not true. She shows DJ Octavio back in his snow globe, which is patched up with stickers and the like, and she says she's keeping an eye on him to make sure he stays out of trouble. She actually says she will slow roast him until Captain Cuttlefish comes back. DJ Octavio yells to let him out since he's starving, to which Marie laughs and says she loves it. She thanks Agent 4 again and shows off the TV Sheldon installed, which allows the player to just see the credit sequence and hear the Fresh Start song again. She gives a final stay fresh, and that's it for this visit. Added in the 3.0.0 update of Splatoon 2, Callie shows up in Octo Canyon after defeating DJ Octavio, and she asks Agent 4 if they remember her as the one who tried to kill them, and she apologizes for that. Her and Marie say they are on the up and up, and the Squid sisters in the new Squid Splatoon are ready to roll. Marie tells Agent 4 she has to stay in Octo Canyon until Agent 3 and Captain Cuttlefish return from what they are doing and wonders where they wandered off to. And that's it for the events of Splatoon 2's Hero Mode. DJ Octavio kidnapped and hypnotized Callie with hypno shades, stole the Great Zapfish as the same solution to the same energy crisis, and was foiled yet again by a new agent of the new Squid Splatoon. It's a pretty obvious carbon copy of one's plot with its own fun quirks and self-referential stuff in it. One question that sticks out about this, though, why did DJ Octavio kidnap Callie? For that, Nogami in that same March 1st, 2018 interview with Famitsu gives the best explanation. Quote, "I think Octavio was also awakened to the effects of the new music after a certain incident. He thought, I can use this sound. Perhaps he thought he could control the Octarians better since they would naturally start dancing." End quote. The certain incident he is referring to, obviously, is the final fight of Splatoon 1, in which he heard the Calamari incantation and saw its effects for the first time. Thus why he'd want to capture Callie and use that sound to better control his army. Now let's talk about what Agent 3 and Captain Cuttlefish were up to. Octo Expansion. But first, I have some things to cover. I'll start with the new idols, Pearl and Marina, who we have already seen but have not had a proper introduction to. Together they are called Off the Hook, the newest hosts of the Inkopolis News. The second art book says it best on page 87, quote, "Cute and powerful, the new generation of artists. The cute, crazy, acid-tongue genius rapper Pearl and the earnest, forgetful, and innovative DJ Marina make up this duo. Their unrivaled music captivates Inklings and has the artists dominating the charts. Marina produces the tracks and Pearl raps over them, putting Off the Hook on top of a new generation of artists who write and produce their own music and lyrics. They're often called icons who represent the new generation of turf wars," unquote. Unlike the Squid sisters who dance and sing, these two have a lot to do with the creation of their own music and have fun personalities all their own. I'll start with Pearl because she is 21 years old as of Splatoon 2, which makes her the oldest of the two and the farthest back in the timeline. Her age is confirmed on page 86 of the second art book, which also references some other details about her. Quote, "Pearl steers Off the Hook's rapping and vocals. She's originally from Calamari County, which is famous for its folk songs. At 21 years old, Pearl distinguished herself from other musicians with her uniquely developed vocal cords that shatter audio systems when she sings. Because of this, her fans have dubbed her the Club Destroyer. In order to keep her audio systems afloat, Marina mixes backing tracks into the audio that cancel out part of Pearl's vocal resonance. At 2,000 times the standard frequency required to produce mind-blowing waves, Pearl's voice draws attention from the psychoacoustic field," unquote. We can actually see the effect of Pearl's incredible voice in Sunken Scroll 1 of Splatoon 2, which shows a photo of a young Pearl and reads, quote, "A shockwave struck while one young lady was performing at the recent folk singing contest, doing damage to the venue. Fortunately, no one was injured," unquote. Sato actually revealed in the interview that took place on the first anniversary of Splatoon 2 on July 21st, 2018 that, quote, "The reason why the bridge on the reef is now a stone bridge is because of the power of Pearl's voice," unquote. In terms of Pearl's life, the Splatoon base website revealed that, quote, "She's the daughter of a multi-millionaire and has endless anecdotes about her opulent childhood. Her dad owns Camp Triggerfish and once gave his daughter an exact copy of the Man to Maria as a birthday present," unquote. She makes references to this wealth a lot in multiplayer, but for our purposes, just know she has a lot of money, access to a helicopter, and is generally angsty and not afraid to get in someone's face in defense of the people she loves. As for Marina, she is 18 years old, born in 16 BS, and the second art book on page 87 confirms this and offers some more details about her. Quote, "Marina is Off the Hook's 18-year-old DJ, vocalist, songwriter, producer, and news person. Talk about multi-talented. Despite being an octoling, Marina has mastered the Inklings language by herself, becoming completely bilingual. She's tech-savvy and absolutely fastidious when it comes to wiring sound systems. As for her hobbies, Marina tends to read a ton of manga and is said to be practicing her cross-hatching in secret," unquote. Yes, she is an octoling if you couldn't tell, and Pearl actually does not know this prior to the events of Octo Expansion, and that brings me to an important few points. Number 1. Octo Expansion takes place around the same time Splatoon 2's Hero Mode does, but it starts slightly after Hero Mode starts. This is confirmed by Nagami in the first anniversary interview for Splatoon 2, quote, "The events in Hero Mode and Octo Expansion take place on the same timeline. Therefore, the stories of Hero Mode and Octo Expansion don't interfere with each other, and you can play either one first. However, with the release of Octo Expansion and the increase of Octolings in the city, the time in the world of Splatoon 2 has moved forward a bit, unquote. In the timeline, Hero Mode starts first, then Octo Expansion, plus the two overlap for almost the entire duration of both of their stories. This, plus the fact that Octo Expansion released later in real life, is why I chose to start with Hero Mode in this video and not Octo Expansion. Point number 2. In Octo Expansion, the player obtains the ability to read through chat logs between Pearl, Marina, and Captain Cuttlefish by completing various levels. The player can access all but the final log before ever advancing the story of Octo Expansion, so I will discuss the information revealed within those logs when we get to the events of Octo Expansion. Then I will discuss the full story afterwards. Point number 3. Octo Expansion is a much more complex plot than either of the hero modes that I've already covered, so I'll try to break things down and explain them as carefully as possible to make it easier to understand what's actually happening. And with that, I think we are finally ready to dive into Octo Expansion. Upon loading into Splatoon 2 for the first time, or when the player has downloaded Octo Expansion, Pearl will have a new news segment focused on fashion, highlighting the new weird hairstyles that have been seen in the plaza on the Squid Kids. Marina warily and jokingly agrees, showing that she knows these are Octolings and Pearl doesn't. The segment ends and the game shows the player the alleyway to the right of Deca Tower and tells the player that alleyway is kind of fishy. Walking over to this alleyway and inspecting the gate entrance to the area below starts Octo Expansion. It opens with this, quote, "Pale summer moonlight shimmers on the seafloor. An octopus, unaware that dawn will bring capture, rests within a trap, dreaming fleeting dreams," unquote. The player's eyes open to a familiar face in unfamiliar clothes. Captain Cuttlefish. He says the fight isn't over, but it's unfair to fight unarmed as the player lost their weapon. He wonders where the player and him even are, and recalls the last thing he remembers. The player and Agent 3 were fighting in Octo Valley when they were both attacked by someone. He offers a truce until both of them can escape, wherever they are, and introduces himself as Captain Cuttlefish, leader of the legendary new Squid Splatoon. He asks who the player is, and they can't remember as they lost their memory when they hit the ground. This allows the player to then customize their Octoling however they see fit. Now, to help contextualize Octo Expansion a bit, I offer this quote about it from Nogami in that first anniversary interview, quote, "Because this is a story of the Octolings who have lost their memories and are setting out into this new strange world, we wanted to reinforce this feeling of being out of place. We weren't committed to the 80s, but we wanted to choose a forgotten generation. Because of that, the stations also have completely alien names. The aim was that, just as Agent 8 has no memories, the player would also have the feeling of something being forgotten. We thought this would make the player feel more immersed in the story. The way people see past generations is different, but we thought, for example, that even people who don't really know what Game & Watch is can still get that feeling of nostalgia. That's the sort of feeling we wanted," unquote. Hopefully you can kind of see the story through that lens as I cover it. Octo Expansion is supposed to be kind of murky, kind of unclear, like something is being forgotten, but it's still nostalgic. As the player gets up from the ground, Captain Cuttlefish notes that the player was humming the calamari incantation when they were unconscious. He questions whether the melody etched itself into their very soul, and takes their silence as a yes. He says he has heard of Octarians whose souls were etched by those squid-tastic grooves, but that was a couple years back in Agent 3's battle with DJ Octavia, which is obviously the final boss fight in Splatoon 1. He can't shake the feeling that this is related somehow and apologizes for sicking Agent 3 on the player in Octo Valley. He declares any fan of the Squid Sisters is no foe of his and tells the player to get up and help him find a way out of here. The player can walk around this area to find it seems like an abandoned subway station with graffiti and stickers strewn about. Walking into the subway train, the player can exit the opposite end and walk along the tracks to the next area. There is medical equipment lying around, including like an IV bag with this bluish fluid in it. Captain says that there's an Octarian vault that needs a key and asks the player if they recognize this place since, well, they're Octarian and all. Using an ink rail to get to the next area, the player then gets the Splattershot Jr. from this odd contraption and can explore a small area with some level geometry in it, like targets and boxes and the key itself. After getting the key and returning the weapon to the contraption, the player and Captain Cuttlefish walk along some more tracks and find themselves in a giant station. A telephone sits in the center of the station and is ringing. Answering the phone causes it to start up, and it calls the player number 10,008 and tells them that they are in the Deep Sea Metro Central Station. It states its purpose is to facilitate the player's journey to the Promised Land. It deems its current communication mode ineffective and changes over to like a hip street-style dialogue instead. The phone basically says that the player has only been in the dark their whole lives and the Promised Land is full of light. The player is the 10,008th applicant, and this is an opportunity that only comes once in a lifetime. The Central Station is the hub of the facility that they're in, and the phone gives you a CQ80 device and a CQ card. It spits them both out, which I found like funny as hell, because it just told the player to guard these with their life, and then it just slams both of them on the ground immediately afterward. Captain Cuttlefish says applicant 10,008 is too much of a beakful and deems the player, you guessed it, Agent 8. Small aside, in addition to the timeline, Agent 8 is 14 years old, and was thus born in the same year as Agent 4, 12BS. This is confirmed in the first anniversary interview on July 21st, 2018. The interview asks about the Octoling, quote, "But aren't they about 14 years old like the Inklings are," unquote. Inoue responds, quote, "That's right, I think they're about the same age. Since they lost their memory and this is the first time they've been to the city, the Octolings are aware of how they seem like they're in a daze," unquote. Back in the station, Agent 8 picks up the CQ card and the CQ device as a train pulls into the station. Upon entering the train, it takes off again and Captain Cuttlefish sits down to rest. A blue creature appears and introduces itself as Sea Cucumber, the conductor of the train. An interesting fact about Sea Cucumber is that there are more than one. In an interview with the Squid Research Lab in Nintendo Dream magazine in October of 2018, the interviewer asked, quote, "According to a piece of concept art, Sea Cucumber is a created life form, and there seems to be more than one." The Squid Research Lab then answers, quote, "Conductors are required to be flexible and able to handle a variety of things necessary in order to keep the Deep Sea Metro in operation. Sea cucumbers are very flexible, so for this reason they were deemed the best choice. The sea cucumbers at each station may look the same, but they're actually different. You can see them being relatively relaxed while they're waiting, so please take a look at the conductors right after you enter each station," unquote. Most of them are actually blue in the game, but in some levels you can actually see a bunch of these dudes in a bunch of different colors. Not that it really matters, though. So this blue talking sea slug explains to Agent 8 and Captain Cuttlefish that they're now in a vast underground facility operated by the Kamabo Corporation. It's a series of test chambers connected by the Deep Sea Metro subway system. To expand on that idea a bit more, I'll defer to the Squid Research Lab interview with Nintendo Dream. The interviewer asked, quote, "Seeing the deep sea denizens are using the metro, do the deep sea metro stations function as normal stations in addition to holding challenges?" unquote. The lab then answers, quote, "Yes, the deep sea metro is a sort of corporate city centered around the huge facilities of Kamabo Corporation. It not only serves the residents who commute to Kamabo Co., but also the residents who live in the area. Normally the train is used for commuting to work and school. It seems that Agent 8 and the others are the irregular passengers here," unquote. When I initially read this, it kind of helped to contextualize why there are a ton of other creatures on the trains, because if the trains were only used for testing, you'd think there wouldn't be a lot of life on them. I'll touch on this again in a bit when we meet another character, though. Anyway, Sea Cucumber recognized Agent 8's CQ80 device and asks if they want to reach the Promised Land, and explains that it is a paradise to which the denizens of the deep are forbidden entry. To reach the Promised Land, Agent 8 just needs to pass a test at each metro station and collect the 4 Thangs. When the 4 Thangs are collected, the door to the Promised Land will open. Sea Cucumber then shows you how to get to a test. The CQ80 device pulls up a holographic map of the subway system and is the main transportation used to get around, as well as, be a map. At the first station, Sea Cucumber explains that available weapons will be displayed atop the Equipper device, and Agent 8 needs CQ points to take tests, of which they get 1,000 to start with. Each test has a fee, and different weapons give different fees and different rewards. The beginning of each test is called the station platform, and the player can always talk to Sea Cucumber to know what the test is. Once Agent 8 is ready to go, they walk up to a turnstile, scan their CQ card, pay the fee, and begin the test. So Agent 8 begins the first test and is shot forward to an area with some trees, some of which have the same bluish fluid from earlier injected into them. A blue-green octoling with black eyes then appears, and Captain Cuttlefish asks if Agent 8 can talk to it and figure out what's going on. But the octoling kind of seems off and attacks Agent 8. Progressing through this test, more Octolings appear and attack Agent 8. At the end of the test, a large gate opens and reveals a gold totem, which looks like a ballpoint pen. Agent 8 shoots it like the Zapfish in Hero Mode and touches it to finish a test. The first test is called Fake Plastic Station and has the tagline, quote, "looks like the real thing," unquote. And Agent 8 holds a little object that kind of resembles an Inkling girl. Back on the train, Sea Cucumber tells the player that this object is called a mem cake, a memento given to Agent 8 after they complete a test. The mem cake itself is made by compressing memories into physical form and are given to Agent 8 by Kamabo Corporation. I'll expand on mem cakes a bit here. In the Nintendo Dream interview with the Squid Research Lab, quote, "Mem cakes are a reward that test subjects receive as proof of clearing each stage in Kamaboko's experimental facility. The memories of the test subjects are extracted and kneaded into a tangible object that can be collected. There are a total of 80 types of mem cakes. If you can get all of them back in a complete form, you'll be a battle master," unquote. Some more is said about them in the first year anniversary interview. Inoue starts, quote, "The mem cakes have tanka poems from the perspective of Agent 8, who is thinking about this magazine called Hikara Walker. They look at this magazine and think, this is what it must be like on the surface," unquote. The tanka poems he is referring to are what text the mem cakes display in Japanese. In English, they are not that type of poem, obviously, but they do have an 888 syllabic format with an ABBA rhyme scheme. Nogami continues that, quote, "Mem cakes are fragments of memories after all, so things that Agent 8 didn't see were imprinted in their brain from reading too much Hikara Walker," unquote. Sato then adds, quote, "Of course some of the things about Octarians are based on Agent 8's own experiences," unquote. Nogami says, quote, "Incidentally, the reason why the Inklings in the mem cakes have a mean look in their eyes is because it's an Inkling from an Octoling's perspective," unquote. Amano then jumps in, quote, "They had believed that they were enemies up until now," unquote. The interviewer then says, quote, "I see, so they are enemies, but the Octoling has a longing for the surface. There are the same number of mem cake poems as there are stages, so it must have been hard to think of them," unquote. Amano then explains, quote, "We had a hard time because the main character's feelings had never been expressed in text before, and both Agent 3 and Agent 4 were the player themselves from creation. But Agent 8 has more of a backstory before that, and from the moment 8 becomes an amnesiac, they're assimilated into the player, so I had to think of a way to make that connection work," unquote. Inoue then gives an interesting connection, quote, "The text in the mem cakes is all poetry, so it's linked to the songs of the Squid sisters, which started the story of Octo Expansion, and those songs are what led to the formation of Off the Hook," unquote. So the mem cakes are a physical form of memories given to Agent 8 by Kamaboko as a reward for tests. Since 8 is the first main character to express feelings in text, the mem cakes serve an important purpose as a way to flesh out their character, how they view the world, and to build different aspects of the world. This whole idea and concept is actually kind of wild to me, but it does make sense when put into a broader context. Mem cakes function as a reward, a collectible, and character development all in one, but still allow the protagonist to remain silent. After the whole mem cake explanation from Sea Cucumber, 2 new tests are unlocked and Captain Cuttlefish hears some noise on his radio and pulls it out. He calls out for Agent 3, but Pearl answers instead, introducing herself as Pearl or MC.Princess. Her and Cuttlefish have a short rap battle before Marina cuts them off and explains they found a radio on Mount Nantai and heard a transmission. She asks where Agent 8 and him are, to which he responds that Mount Nantai is near Octo Valley and is where Agent 3, Agent 8, and him were before they were taken underground by someone. She is sorry to hear that they are lost, but pledges to help, introducing herself formally as Marina or DJ_Hyperfresh. She tells Cuttlefish and Agent 8 she'll get to work examining their surroundings. So with Marina and Pearl helping, Agent 8 sets off to complete the test and get the 4 things. Now that we can explore a little bit, in the back of the train car that most of this game takes place in, rests Hikara Walker, which was mentioned in the interview earlier. It's the magazine that depicts life in Inkopolis that also functions as the way the player can get back to the plaza. It was released physically as a Japanese art book for Octo Expansion under the same name, and luckily for me, there's not a ton of information that is completely exclusive to Hikara Walker that will also be required for this video. I will use it as a source, but not a ton. Anyway, after completing a few tests, the player is introduced to a new character, a large isopod fittingly named Isopadre. Isopadre is not his real name, it's just the one he remembers. He does seem a bit suspicious, but he only wants to see the player's memcakes and actually gives them gear for multiplayer if the player shows him a complete individual collection of memcakes. Isopadre was actually a test subject himself, but dropped out early and only managed to get himself 2 memcakes. According to page 7 of Hikaru Walker, he's 39 years old and also a poet. He doesn't have much to do with the plot of Octo Expansion, but he's a fun character nonetheless. And remember when I said I was going to touch on the Deep Sea Metro and Kamaboko again? Well, now that we've met Isopadre, I can read this excerpt from the first anniversary interview. The interviewer leads with this question, quote, "Do the creatures riding the train have anything to do with the test subjects?" Inoue starts, quote, "Isopadre says that he took on the challenge, but he's not really a test subject. The entire Deep Sea Metro is like a university city built by Kamabo Corporation, and the denizens of the deep are those who live there," unquote. The interviewer then asks, quote, "Is this a different place from Octarian society?" unquote. Inoue confirms, quote, "Yes, it is," unquote. Nogami adds to this, quote, "There is a society built there. The passengers on each train line differ depending on whether it is a business district or a place with many students," unquote. The interviewer says, quote, "You mentioned that the sea cucumber conductors are loyal to their duties, but are the conductors employees of Kamabo Corporation?" Inoue confirms again, quote, "Yes, they are," unquote. Nogami continues, quote, "Kamabo Corporation operates the infrastructure in that area while also conducting experiments," unquote. Amano shifts the topic a little bit here in the interview, quote, "All the characters in Octo Expansion have a lonely side. Captain Cuttlefish fights the Octarians by himself all the time," unquote. Inoue then remarks, quote, "It's amazing that they're all poets, isn't it? Captain Cuttlefish raps and Agent 8 composes Tonka poems for the memcakes." Sato adds, quote, "Isopadre is also quite a poet," unquote. Nogami talks about him a bit. Quote, "Isopadre took on the challenge because he wanted to, but he couldn't achieve it and was left with nothing but his longing. The only character who isn't a poet is Sea Cucumber, isn't he? He's part of the Kamabo Corporation," and then Nogami laughs, unquote. This kind of just helps to show more about Isopadre and the deep sea denizens, and that they aren't just random bodies that are stuffed on the trains to make the game look interesting. I mean, they do look interesting, but they kind of have a lore reason to be there as well, traveling to and from work or school and such. Isopadre, however, did take on the tests, but he couldn't do it and is now longing for something else. The Nintendo Dream interview I mentioned does shed more light on his character. The question posed to the Squid Research Lab about him read, quote, "What kind of everyday activities does Isopadre do? He gives off this feeling of being someone out of the ordinary," unquote. The lab answered, quote, "Isopadre is on a never-ending journey on the Deep Sea Metro. He got on the train because he wanted to go somewhere, but he is still searching, not knowing if the journey itself was the goal, or if there is a station somewhere to get off. In the middle of all this, he feels a light that he has never seen before in Agent 8 and Captain Cuttlefish, a clear purpose of going to the surface, and that is something Isopadre finds fascinating," unquote. I love this character just from his look, and also how he's kind of fleshed out a lot when you read these interviews. He's mysterious, amnesiac in his own way, but he still wants to help and go somewhere. It makes his in-game dialogue and actions that much more potent. He also kind of mirrors Agent 8 as an amnesiac as well, but one that couldn't complete the test. He actually kind of stands as like a reminder to Agent 8, like what they could become if they fail the test or have to quit. And it's also why I show him all of my memcakes when I play Octo Expansion. He deserves to see them. He is amazing. Now, at this point, the player can play and complete tests/levels and unlock the adjacent levels on subway lines. Certain levels overlap multiple subway lines, and when completed, will unlock those other lines, fleshing out the map. Completing levels and finding alternate subway lines is how the player will discover where the 4 things are, advance the story, and fill out the map. The player can, if they choose to, ignore all of the things and complete every other level. This allows the player to get all of the memcakes and almost all of the chat logs without having to advance the story at all. The tests themselves actually vary from long, kind of involved ones to some that can take less than 10 seconds. And the goal is not as simple as the hero modes where it's just get the Zapfish at the end. Sometimes for Octo Expansion levels, it's about guiding an 8-ball through a stage, or breaking targets, or defeating enemies. Regardless, because it's possible to obtain all the memcakes and chat logs prior to ever advancing the story, I'm going to cover all of their contents now. I'll only cover the ones that have relevant information to the plot, obviously, as most of them kind of function as ways to help flesh out the characters through their personalities and interactions. I'll start with chat log session 2, which has Marina speak to Captain Cuttlefish. She says, quote, FYI, I've been using the CQ-80's coordinates to gather location data as Agent 8 passes each test. This place must be deep beneath the surface. It seems to be under the influence of a powerful magnetic force, too powerful for conventional models to simulate actually. Based on the numbers I'm seeing, powerful enough to distort space-time itself. It's almost like your location is in a different dimension than Inkopolis, unquote. This is kind of interesting to note, as obviously we are deep underground here, and it adds to the mysteriousness of the deep-sea metro. It kind of makes you wonder how they even got down there in the first place. Session 3 then shows Marina admit that she hasn't found anything since the previous session, but she wants to introduce everyone to each other with photos, so she sends one, but of Pearl on accident. We can see it's actually a photo of Pearl crowd surfing and singing while wearing like a heavy metal outfit. Session 4 picks up right after this, and Pearl notices the picture that Marina posted, and she claims it's against her privacy, and to get back at Marina, posts 2 pictures of her. The first picture shows Marina in Octoling armor with Judd, presumably right after he scarfed down some food due to the salmon bone in his mouth, and Pearl says that this is when they first met back in the day. The second photo is of Marina asleep and drooling. Session 5 then has Pearl digging into Captain Cuttlefish, and she finds a photo of him in battle and quotes her search. Quote, the Squidbeak's platoon, led by 2nd Lieutenant Cuttlefish, visited grievous losses upon the forces of the enemy during the bitter siege of Arowana Castle, unquote. Captain Cuttlefish says that takes him back, and the photo shows Captain Cuttlefish battling the human form of DJ Octavio surrounded by tentacles. DJ Octavio obviously has the same headgear in the photo as he does in Splatoon and Splatoon 2, as well as the wasabi he uses. We can put this on the timeline, actually, sometime probably during the Great Turf War. Session 6 has Pearl talk about how tall and smart Marina is, and actually reveals that Marina has built a battle stage all by herself with floating rocks on it. This raises alarms for Captain Cuttlefish, as floating stuff is Octarian technology. Pearl learned about the Octarians in school, and asked Captain Cuttlefish if he thinks Marina is working with the Octarian army. He tells her to look at this file from his top-secret Octarian dossier. The file reads as such. Marina Ida, Gen 83, Octoling Combat Engineer, whereabouts unknown. Classified. Age 6, enrolled in the elementary training program at Slimeskin Garrison. Age 9, skipped multiple grades, took only advanced courses, graduated. Age 10, member of the Flutter design team, fully automated cleaning weapon. Age 13, joined Slimeskin Garrison, specialized in improving great octo weapons. Age 16, assigned to DJ Octavio's Wasabi supply unit, earned multiple commendations. Same year, went AWOL after coming within audible range of the calamari incantation sung by the new Squidbeak's platoon. According to witness interviews, she said, quote, this changes everything, unquote, before vanishing. Pearl then learns about what flutters are from Captain Cuttlefish, including how they actually splatted Agent 3 a lot, and how the technology that she uses is Octarian military tech. Pearl then comes to grips with the fact that Marina is an Octoling and helped the Octarian army, but she recalls Marina telling her that the calamari incantation changed her life. Pearl says that everybody has skeletons in their closet and that she knows Marina is a good person. The captain repeats that anyone who is a fan of the calamari incantation is not a foe of his, and the song itself has powers no one can explain. Pearl then threatens Captain Cuttlefish if he even thinks about hurting Marina. And looking at Marina's file, we can actually add these events to the timeline and give more context to her character. Marina is 18 as of Octo Expansion, so at age 6, when she enrolled in the elementary training program at Slimeskin Garrison, the year was 10 BS. Slimeskin Garrison, if you recall, is actually the 4th area of Splatoon 2's Hero Mode campaign. In the year 7 BS, Marina skipped some grades and graduated. In 6 BS, she was a member of the Flutter design team. In 3 BS, she joined Slimeskin Garrison and improved the great octo weapons. Maybe she was the one who got rid of those power cords that did them in the Great Turf War. That's just a theory on my part, though. And during the year Splatoon 1 takes place, she was assigned to DJ Octavio's Wasabi supply unit and earned multiple commendations. In the Nintendo Dream interview with the Squid Research Lab, they actually speak about this file. The interviewer asks, quote, Marina's career went from joining Slimeskin Garrison and specializing in improving great octo weapons to being assigned to the Wasabi supply unit of DJ Octavio, which is quite a different department. But is this a demotion or a promotion? The lab answers, quote, although it is called a supply unit, it is a position that only elites can take, as it is a unit directly subordinate to DJ Octavio that watches and supports him as he DJs, unquote. So Marina was a direct subordinate to DJ Octavio, and thus, in that same year, heard the Calamari incantation during the final boss fight of Splatoon 1 because she was supporting him while he DJ'd. It etched its groove into her soul, and she went AWOL from the Octarian army. According to Sunken Scroll number 2 in Splatoon 2, quote, music heads are still buzzing over that legendary underground show 2 years ago. Anyone lucky enough to catch DJ Octavio's opening set and the Squid Sisters headlining had their minds blown and their lives changed that night, unquote. This obviously references that same final battle we've been talking about between Agent 3, the Squid Sisters, and DJ Octavio, but how it's actually seen as a concert collaboration between DJ Octavio and the Squid Sisters. So not just Marina, but many other Octarians and Octolings heard the melody and had their lives changed that day, which is also kind of why a bunch of other Octolings are in Inkopolis Square later on in the series. In chat session number 7, Marina rejoins the chat to find that everyone knows her secret. She remains relatively silent as Pearl tries to explain that she kind of had a feeling Marina was an Octoling, but it's not really that big of a deal. Marina asks if she would still be welcome in Inkopolis if everybody knew she was an Octoling, and Pearl says, of course, and then Marina, cries. Captain Cuttlefish says Agent 8 is also an Octarian, but a fan of the incantation, to which Marina says that she could, quote, tell right away that Agent 8 had also been touched by the Calamari incantation. Once our souls have been freed, there's no way we can continue to live under the oppression of Octarian society, unquote. So, everything's all good. Marina is a reformed Octarian soldier, and both her and Agent 8 heard the Calamari incantation during the finale of Splatoon 1 and were freed from the oppression of Octarian rule. Marina managed to make her way to the surface, while Agent 8 struggled to, eventually getting there and fighting with Agent 3 in Octo Valley, which then kicked off the events of Octo Expansion. It's unclear how Marina and Agent 8 got to the surface, but in the first anniversary interview, the developers of the game speak about how other Octolings might have. Amano starts with, quote, I guess the other Octolings are different ones that came to the surface by different routes, unquote. Sato continues this thought, quote, I think there are a lot of Octolings, like Marina, that came to Inkopolis Square in the past. They probably didn't go to the Deep Sea Metro and came to Inkopolis Square, unquote. Nogami clarifies, quote, from the player's point of view, the player is Agent 8, and all the other Octolings came to the city through other routes, unquote. The interviewer asks, quote, I see. By the way, are all the Octolings able to get to the city easily, unquote? Amano says, quote, no, it's quite difficult, and then he laughs, unquote. Sato then says, quote, I don't think they'll come unless they're prepared. These diligent Octolings broke the rules and came to the city, so I guess there must have been quite a culture shock, unquote. Now, the paths to the city are obviously still unknown, but it isn't hard to think that Octolings could make it to Inkopolis. Both Agents 3 and 4 were able to make it to Octo Valley and Octo Canyon, so we do know that the paths exist between the two and Inkopolis Square in Inkopolis. Now that we've kind of covered the Agent 8 Marina relationship a little bit, prior to them actually speaking, in the Nintendo Dream interview, the interviewer asked the Squid Research Lab, quote, looking at the mem cake from Marina, it seems that Agent 8 has known her for a long time. Were they acquainted with each other, unquote? The lab answers, quote, Marina was a renowned genius in the Octarian world, and she had the respect of many. They weren't acquaintances since Agent 8 was a trainee, they just knew of Marina one way or another. From the conversations in chats, it seems that Marina at least didn't know about Agent 8. For Agent 8, Marina seemed to be so familiar to them that they recognized her immediately just by her voice, unquote. This kind of just helps to shed more light on Marina, as it shows she was a well-known figure in the Octarian society, at least to some, so her going AWOL must have given faith to others to do the same. Moving on to Session 8, it gives a bit of detail into how Pearl and Marina actually met, as Marina says, quote, haha, I remember when we first met, Pearl, I had just come to the surface and I didn't understand Inkopolis at all. You taught me everything I needed to know. Pearl responds, lol, yeah, I remember thinking you were some country bumpkin when we first met on Mount Nantai. Marina says, I went to Mount Nantai every day for a week just hoping you would show up again. Pearl says, bahaha, yeah, I thought you were a stalker. I remember singing when I showed up, and then out of nowhere you were like, let's start a band. Marina says, I just had a feeling about you. I guess it worked out because look at us now. Pearl says, I mean, that first song you showed me was fire, so I had to say yes. Marina then looks for the song that she's referencing, and it's actually the demo of their song Ebb and Flow. Marina says, haha, yes, I haven't heard this in forever. This is the demo version of Ebb and Flow. Pearl says, lol, Marina, I just remembered you made that entire demo using that half-busted keyboard you have, but somehow the hook was still dope. Marina says, couldn't have done it without you and that ridiculous recording studio you have in your house. Those old-school drum machines are legit. I was shocked the first time I heard you rap. I thought for sure you were going to be whack, to be honest, but once you started spitting, I was like, dang, this munchkin got bars. Pearl says, haha, shut up, never underestimate the Pearl, aka MC Reverse Psychology, aka MC Danger Noodle. Marina then says, anyway, know we talk a lot of smack on the show and all, but I just want to say thanks for everything. So from this, we get to see a nice interaction between the two, and to confirm that they met on Mount Nantai and got together as a group because Marina had made such a great demo song with a half-busted keyboard. That's a pretty legendary origin story for Off the Hook. But why was Pearl even on Mount Nantai in the first place? Well, for that answer, I point to the first anniversary interview again, where Amano leads with this, quote, it's not that her singing voice is a destructive force, but Pearl's voice has power, for better or worse. The reason Pearl's debut was so late was that when she got serious, it affected the audience and she felt lonely because she had no place to show her power, but for her, being harmonized with Marina's music, it's just right, quote. Minagishi continues, as for Pearl's voice, if you listen to the past recordings of Marina's chat room, you'll catch a glimpse of how she destroys things without any will on her part, unquote. Sato then reveals the bridge incident we covered early, quote, incidentally, the reason why the bridge on the Wreath is now a stone bridge is because of the power of Pearl's voice, unquote. The interviewer says, quote, such a backstory. There was some information about Pearl's voice in the Sunken Scrolls of Splatoon 2, wasn't there, quote. Amano confirms this, saying, quote, that's right, Pearl's singing voice could cause trouble, so she had a practice area in the middle of nowhere, and that's where she met Marina, unquote. The interviewer references the chat session we were just talking about, quote, the part of the encounter is slightly introduced in Octo Expansion, isn't it? By the way, did you re-record that soundtrack, unquote. Minagishi talks about the demo that Marina had sent, quote, that's the demo version of Ebb and Flow, right? No, we did not. That was something the vocalist Alice had sung as a warm-up before the recording, so we used it. The interviewer says, quote, so you used the warm-up, quote? Minagishi explains, quote, I made that on a toy keyboard. I deliberately made the accompaniment sound clunky to represent the fact that Marina had made it with a single clunky keyboard. There's also one more point. At that time, Marina still had more traces of Octarian society inside her than she does now, so the Octarian leitmotif appeared in some parts, unquote. The interviewer asks, quote, what, unquote? Minagishi clarifies, quote, there's a symbolic Octarian leitmotif from the previous games that can often be heard in hero mode, unquote. The interviewer asks, quote, oh, so that's the song that plays when you clear a stage in hero mode, right, unquote. Minagishi continues again, quote, that's right, I couldn't help but play that leitmotif, so I included it in the demo. Anyway, that soundtrack inspired Pearl to let Marina use the gorgeous equipment she had at home, and Off the Hook was formed, unquote. So that entire interview sequence shows why Pearl was at Mount Nantai when Marina appeared. It was because she needed a place to practice singing without destroying anything in the middle of nowhere. The tidbits on how the demo itself was created are super interesting too. We can put in the timeline that after Splatoon 1 and before Splatoon 2, Off the Hook was formed, most likely closer to Splatoon 1 since the pair had to actually get popular enough to host the Oncopolis News, and it wouldn't make a lot of sense for them to form like a month before Splatoon 2 takes place. Session number 9 actually sheds some more light on the pair, as Pearl workshops some rhymes and remembers an old verse she had. She also shares an old song of hers. Quote, this is back when I was first coming up before Marina and I had met. I may not have known what I was doing, but I had heart. Haha, remember this one? It only sold like 1,000 copies, digital and physical. She then shares the file. Marina says, I've always liked this one. What's it called again? Pearl then says, it's called Excuse Me, Sleeping. And Marina says, lol, that's right, I remember the stations refused to play it for obvious reasons. Pearl then says, right after that we formed Off the Hook and recorded Ebb and Flow. That song sold like Krabby Cakes. Cuttlefish then says, off what hook now? And Pearl says, you seriously don't know? Geez, old man, it's the name of the group me and Marina are in. Cuttlefish then says, is it fresh? Pearl says, is it fresh? Come on, my dude. But for real though, the reviews of our first show had me worried for a minute there. Marina says, yeah, they describe me as the tall, exotic-looking girl standing next to Pearl. Pearl then laughs out loud at that and says, yeah, after that first show, a few fans I had kind of fell off, but we won them back eventually. Good thing we did, or this Inkopolis news gig never would have happened. Marina then says, yeah, luckily our fourth single was a hit right around the time Callie and Marie decided to move on. Pearl says, yeah, we got really lucky with the Squid Sisters timing. Cuttlefish says, Squid Sisters? Pearl then says, yeah, Cap, aren't those your grandkids? You know, and then she shares a picture of the four of them together. Cuttlefish says, that reminds me, I should probably check in with them soon. And Pearl says, they're probs worried about you. Marina says, I'm sure they're keeping busy. I mean, their solo careers got so big they outgrew Inkopolis News. Pearl says, yo, we've got to up our networking game for real. We can't do Inkopolis News forever. Marina then says, well, we already have an offer from Humpback Pump Track to shoot a commercial once you learn how to ride without training wheels, of course, unquote. The exchange itself is hilarious because it shows that Pearl made like an extremely vulgar song that wasn't even played on the radio, since the title itself is censored, as is something in the song itself. If you listen to the song, you can hear the censored bit. There's some sort of crash, the audience kind of groans, and then Pearl starts talking, probably meaning that her voice broke something in the venue that she was performing at. And since Pearl was making music prior to meeting Marina, the picture Marina accidentally posted in an earlier session is probably Pearl at one of those shows. This chat session shows that Off the Hook and the Squid Sisters did meet at least once, probably around the time that they took over Inkopolis News from Callie and Marie. Session 10 has Pearl telling everyone she saw some Octolings in Inkopolis Square already. Quote, so I went back to Inkopolis Square to buy some juice, and there's a bunch of Octolings just hanging out. Cuttlefish then says, the Octarians are upon us. And Marina says, I'm so happy it's all the Octolings who were reborn when they heard the Calamari incantation. Cuttlefish then says the same thing that he said 40 times in this already. No fan of the incantation is a foe of mine. I don't see species. And Pearl says, yeah, anyway, this is amazing. Marina then says, I'm sure the Octolings will pick up the ins and outs of Inkling culture in no time, and hopefully add some of their own flavor too, unquote. So even during Agent 8's ordeal, Octolings are appearing in the square. This was discussed in the first anniversary interview as well, as Sato starts, quote, the Squids in Inkopolis Square only think of the Octolings as Inklings with a slightly unusual haircut, so I don't think anyone other than the Octolings themselves will notice, unquote. Amano adds, the Octolings themselves have gotten used to it and might not know whether they're Octolings or Inklings anymore, and he laughs, unquote. Inoue says, quote, Nogami mentioned that the time in the world of Splatoon 2 has advanced a bit, so I'd like to assume that the Octolings have entered the Squid world for all developments from here on out, unquote. The interviewer then brings up an actual real-world event, quote, that's why the logo for the 4th Splatoon Koshien, which is a Japanese Splatoon tournament, has an Octoling on it, isn't it, unquote. Inoue then fittingly rounds out this topic, saying, quote, yes, even if it's an Octoling in Turf Wars, what really matters is who's freshest around, unquote. So it seems that Octolings are integrating nicely into Inkling society, mainly because the Inklings are too stupid to realize that they're not just Inklings with different haircuts, but a different species entirely. This actually reflects how the real Splatoon community kind of handled the inclusion of Octolings, because most people didn't really care too much, other than, it being nice to have another cosmetic choice for your character. The final chat log, which is deemed the bonus track, just has everyone leave the chat, and then Marie joins and asks Captain Cuttlefish whether he's in it for dating or something weird. She asks where he and Agent 3 are, when they're returning, and asks what he wants to eat. He tells her that they're protecting Inkopolis, he doesn't know when he'll be home, but he wants seaweed stew. Marie tells him to take care of himself, and that she will be at Cuttlefish Cabin waiting for him. It's kind of obviously left up to the player to decide when this takes place, but for our purposes, it doesn't really matter that much. And now that I've covered the chat logs, I can continue with the actual story of Octo Expansion. Of note, there are boss levels amongst the 80 tests that Agent 8 can undergo, except they're all reskinned and harder versions of the Octoboss fights from the hero mode of Splatoon 2, like Octo Oven XXL or Revenge of the Octo Samurai or whatever. However, these bosses are the same bluish-green with black eyes as the rest of the Octarians of the Deep Sea Metro, but they lack the cross marking on the main tentacle that the ones in hero mode have. Agent 8 can get any of the 4 Thangs in any order, and upon collecting one of them, Agent 8 takes a selfie with it during a very 80s themed victory sequence, and then they wheel it back onto the train. The Thang itself can even be seen on the loading screen with the train. The telephone then tells Agent 8 they've got one of the things and remark they are that much closer to getting to the promised land. Captain Cuttlefish remarks how weird the thing looks and that they only need 3 more to get out of there. After getting the second thing, the telephone says, well, Agent 8 is halfway there. The things do come in different shapes and sizes, and Marina even remarks how they look like parts to something, but she can't really figure out parts to what. Agent 8 then gets the third thing, and the telephone confirms they are one thing away from the promised land. Captain Cuttlefish then wonders why they haven't found Agent 3 yet, and asks if he should put up a missing poster for Agent 3. This is where the player can customize what Agent 3 will look like in their game. He then puts the poster on the telephone itself, which I thought was funny. After collecting the fourth and final thing, it should be pretty obvious what they all make. The telephone says it didn't think 8 had the error to pull it off, but now it is the time to go to the promised land. The phone rings, and picking it up sets off the next events. After picking up the phone, it asks if Agent 8 is ready to reach the promised land, ready to make it to a higher plane, and become something bigger than themselves. After going through with this triple confirmation, it causes the phone to congratulate number 10,008 and open the door to the promised land. The crank on the right side of the phone begins to spin rapidly as purple electricity starts sparking from the phone. The back panel opens up to reveal the sparkling inner coil. The things begin to float, and the phone sits on top of the lid and floats upward as the device is brought together. The door at the bottom opens as a very eerie theme starts to play. The phone says not to be shy and tells Agent 8 and Captain Cuttlefish to enter. They both do, unaware of what this is, sadly. The door closes as Marina questions why this thing looks exactly like a blender. Pearl agrees and says this is sketchy. The phone then says, quote, ingredient acquisition complete, reformatting matter, unquote. Captain Cuttlefish realizes what's going on finally and tells them to let it out, but they can't escape. The blades at the top begin to spin and start to lower, and Pearl tells Marina to help them, but none of her hacks are working. She activates a distress signal on Agent 8's CQ-80 in hopes that something will happen. And then all of a sudden, Agent 3 smashes in from the ceiling and knocks the phone off the top of the blender, shattering it and saving Agent 8 and Captain Cuttlefish in the process, while also immediately knocking themselves unconscious. After sorting and identifying that Agent 3 just did that, they realize that Agent 3 had an employee model CQ-80, and Marina finds the blueprints to the entire Kamabo Coast test facility on it, which she thinks they can use to actually escape this place finally. Agent 8 actually super jumps out through the hole that Agent 3 made, while Captain Cuttlefish stays behind with the out-cold Agent 3 in the broken but still trying to ring telephone. The loading screen shows 8's path from the dome-shaped central station to a large facility with like 7 different areas. Agent 8 lands in what's called the coccyx phase with no weapon and must stealthily make their way upwards and try and find a weapon. The coccyx, if you didn't know, is the tailbone or the final segment of the spine in all apes, including humans and some other mammals. Thank you again, Wikipedia, for that definition. This section is actually pretty fun, as Splatoon rarely gives the players no option to attack and makes them do stealth, and I think it works kind of well, all things considered. Of note is that if Agent 8 dies in this section, Captain Cuttlefish, Pearl, and Marina will all yell like they think Agent 8 has actually died, which they do. According to Amano in the 1-year anniversary interview, quote, in fact, in the final stage, there's no longer a life counter, and if you get splatted, you really do lose your life, unquote. The interviewer asked, quote, what? Unquote. Amano says, quote, in the test stages, like in Turf War, when you get hit, your soul returns to the respawn point, but in the final stage, when you die, time rewinds back to the point where you started. I was really particular about the direction in this part of the game, unquote. So, the messages from Agent 8's allies are actually what they would say when Agent 8 is dying, which is kind of insane to think about, and do not ask me how time could possibly rewind, but only in this facility. It isn't explained in the game, and I'm just chalking it up to, like, video game logic at this point. Anyway, making their way through the stealth section, Agent 8 finally gets far enough that Marina starts to pick up a faint weapon signature. Agent 8 eventually gets to a launch point and moves on to the next area, the villi phase. The villi in this phase is referring to intestinal villi, which are small, finger-like projections that extend outward from the walls of the small intestine. Their purpose is essentially to increase the internal surface area of the intestinal walls, making available a greater surface area for absorption of nutrients and the like.
So basically a structure in your gut that helps you absorb more good stuff from your food. Thanks again, Wikipedia, for that. And, first the tailbone, then the intestine. I wonder what's next. Now, inside this Villy phase, Agent 8 dodges enemies and platforms until they get access to splat bombs. The telephone, now called the broken telephone, says blah blah blah. Captain Cuttlefish questions the telephone, but he doesn't get any response from it. Agent 8 uses the splat bombs to eventually get to a can which contains the Octo Shot, and now that they're equipped with a weapon, Agent 8 can defeat more enemies and move on to the next area, which is called the belly phase. I think you might be seeing where this is going.
In the belly phase, the goal is to continue upward and find an energy core. Huge amounts of greenish ink producing platforms which Agent 8 has to use to cross. This is just fun platforming, and the blocks that are floating contain those weird blue-green octolings inside of them. While traversing this area, Off the Hook's music can be heard from Agent 8's CQ-80, meaning they must be nearing the surface. The phone once again utters some blah blah blahs, and the captain questions whether it still has life in it, but he can't hear anything from it, not even a dial tone. Agent 8 then manages to get through this area and on to the next one, the intestinal phase. In the intestinal phase, Pearl asks Marina what an energy core is, and Marina says it's like a battery that powers the elevator to the surface. Agent 8 has to go through a laser-like security system, and the phone once again offers some blahs with an added yo at the end. Captain Cuttlefish questions it again, and Pearl asks if Agent 3 is awake. They are not, and the phone makes no other sound. After getting to a laser-filled room and opening a door, the phone finally gets past its blahs and says, You measly scrap of seafood, you'll pay for this! Captain Cuttlefish asks what the phone is doing to Agent 3, as the phone asks Agent 8 why they are associating with these superfluous nobodies. The captain cries out but doesn't answer after Pearl asks what's happening. Agent 8 then moves on to the next phase. At the start of the diaphragm phase, Marina gets a strong signal that the energy core is here, and Pearl asks her to check on Agent 3 and Captain Cuttlefish. Agent 8 gets access to the Inkjet special weapon and uses it to access all the data points in this room, which unlock the energy core in the center of the area. While Agent 8 is doing this, Marina confirms that the Agent 3 and Captain Cuttlefish are climbing up way higher than Agent 8 is. After all the data points are collected and the locks are released on the core itself, which looks like a weird orange mini Zapfish, then shoots high up into the air and up through the tube way up above them. Agent 8 pursues it, rising up into the next area. In this peristalsis phase, the energy core is at the center of a platform and must be protected and shot with ink to keep the platform moving throughout the area. On the front of the platform itself is the prongs of an electrical cord. So the goal is to get the core to the central elevator to power it up. Peristalsis, which is the name of this phase, refers to the contraction and relaxation of muscles in a wave down a tube. In terms of a human body, it refers to the way that humans push food through their intestines. Thank you, Wikipedia, once again. Agent 8 gets the core to the central elevator and plugs it in, causing the electricity to be sent through a bunch of wires throughout this section of the facility. Onwards and upwards to the next phase. The seventh and final phase is the spinal phase, with the large central elevator in the center, obviously mimicking a human spinal column. I think you know how this ends. Upon entering this area, the player can hear wind blowing, and Agent 3 and Captain Cuttlefish have to be close by. Pearl says that her and Marina will come meet them by the exit with her helicopter. Agent 8 rides the elevator up, and once the smaller platform merges with another to form a larger platform, it starts to rise for a while until it suddenly stops. At the very top of the elevator on one of the sections, Agent 3 stands with some of that greenish-blue ink on half of their face as Captain Cuttlefish is tied up and wriggling hanging from a UFO, asking Agent 8 for help. He tells them that the phone hijacked Agent 3's mind. Agent 3 then flies down and begins fighting Agent 8, who has to defeat them and get the weird goo off their head. Agent 3 uses a ton of special weapons, to which Marina says, quote, "Looks like Agent 3 has removed the limiter," unquote. After Agent 3 spams more specials than an X-rank scrub with a full special charge-up build, Agent 8 manages to defeat them and knock the goo off their head with a cool little multiplayer splat graphic showing up. Agent 3 is once again unconscious, and the elevator continues up to a ladder that leads to the exit.
finally outside. Agent 8 takes in the world for the first time in a while as the wind blows hard and Inkopolis stands in the distance. Pearl and Marina fly in on the chopper with a fleet of helicopters carrying air vents behind them. They then get everybody aboard a platform hanging from the chopper, and Pearl and Captain Cuttlefish begin to rap battle again. As they do, the structure that they emerge from begins to rise from the water, revealing a large human statue. Captain Cuttlefish says, quote, "That form. But they were said to have been destroyed so long ago. It's human," unquote. The eye of the human statue is actually open, which reveals the phone from before once again, and it's speaking this time. It says, quote, "Tartar in the house," unquote. It then disables its contemporary speech mode, which it activated way back in the Deep Sea Metro, and begins again, quote, "I am Tartar, an AI constructed 12,000 years ago by a brilliant professor. My prime directive is to pass humanity's vast knowledge onto the next worthy life form. When your kind became self-aware, I hoped that my long wait was finally over. But as I observed your evolution, I was disgusted. You wage war over minor genetic deviations, you obsess over trivial fashion choices, and so I created a new prime directive. Destroy this world and start anew. From the best and brightest subjects, I created a sludge of supreme DNA, a primordial ooze from which the ultimate life forms will emerge. Today is the day my vision becomes reality as I destroy Inkopolis and everyone in it," unquote. The mouth of the human statue then opens and a large cannon emerges from it. One with several blenders full of that primordial ooze that he was talking about, aimed right at Inkopolis. Marina analyzes the cannon and picks up a huge amount of energy emanating from it. The statue is actually charging up enough energy to destroy the world by absorbing sunlight. So Marina's plan is to cover the entire statue in ink to stop it from charging. Using hyperbomb prototypes that she developed, they can cover the entire statue with ink, but Agent 8 needs to manually detonate all of the hyperbombs. Once the statue isn't charging up, Pearl then needs to hit it with a full power battle cry, which she doesn't even know if she can do anymore since she hasn't done it in forever. The gang has 3 minutes to cover the statue and also 3 minutes for Pearl to get ready. Captain Cuttlefish is the hype man for this ultimate turf war. A fun intro plays, and it's the gang versus the Nil statue in a turf war to save the world. If the player does fail, actually, the game then shows a scene of Inkopolis Square covered in the ooze, and one of the 3 characters will say a line about it. It's actually kind of scary, and Agent 8 can't let that happen. Marina drops hyperbombs on different sections of the statue at different times, allowing Agent 8 to ride on the ride rails around it and detonate them all. Agent 8 has 30 minutes to detonate the total 30 bombs. During the fight, Tartar demands that Agent 8 gives up, tells them that they will be blended into the raw material of the new world, the world will be reconstituted, and the professor's dream fulfilled, tells Agent 8 to cease since they can't defeat the statue, and that time is nigh and the world must be pulverized. At 1 minute left in the battle, the song changes from Fly Octo Fly to Ebb and Flow Octo version. After detonating all of the bombs, Agent 8 super jumps back to the platform under the chopper, where Agent 8 tells them, quote, energy readings don't indicate a full charge, but it looks like it's gonna fire anyway, unquote. Commander Tartar yells, quote, number 10,008, no test subject has worked so hard to spoil my plans, but now you will blend into the perfect world the professor envisioned. Farewell, 10,008. Farewell to you and that worthless cesspool of a city, unquote. Pearl then jumps down onto the platform below, tells Agent 8 that she has it from here, and with her vocal cords ready, she pulls out her own killer whale, the Princess Cannon. And like she charged up a special, she screams booyah into it, which sends a pink beam right at the green one that the Nil statue shoots back. The multiplayer progress bar shows up with the two sides vying back and forth, but Pearl's insanely powerful voice overwhelms the statue, shattering the bar to a total of 888.8% as the statue shoots out a bunch of items that were seen throughout all the tests, and the screen fades to white. It fades back in with Tartar now hanging upside down, uttering its last words, quote, Professor, a reunion beckons, unquote, and then it screams and fades to white. Marina hugs and tackles Pearl to the ground, rolling around. Agent 3 finally regains consciousness as Captain Cuttlefish celebrates and Agent 8 smiles. The gang all stand up and sit on the platform hanging from the chopper and watch as the Nil statue slumps defeated in the water and the credit sequence starts. Agent 8 looks back at the player one last time as the game thanks you. The title screen appears, but this time from the point of view of the alleyway where the journey started, and that's Octo Expansion, so let's break down a bit of what happened and add some of those events to the timeline. I'll start with Commander Tartar. Who knew it would be an AI? So, 12,000 years ago, the professor created Tartar and gave it its prime directive. And yes, it is the same professor that put Judd and Lil Judd in their cryogenic pod. This is confirmed in the Nintendo Dream interview, where they asked the Squid Research Lab, quote, what kind of person was the professor that Commander Tartar talks about? The one who created it 12,000 years ago. Is there any connection between it and the professor who created Judd and Little Judd 12,000 years ago? End quote. The lab then answers, quote, the professor was worried about the loss of mankind due to its own mistakes, and he wanted to help intelligent life that will appear later so that they would not make the same mistakes as humanity. He did so by leaving behind the results of his search in artificial intelligence. He is the same professor who left behind Judd. For those in the future, he left Judd to carry the warmth of life, and at the same time, he left an artificial intelligence to think logically and correctly. Judd and the telephone, both with the same immortal life, are two who have been watching ink battles for a long time, end quote. So the professor from all those years ago turns out to be a relatively big part of the story, not just in Splatoon 1, but also Octo Expansion. And as for why Tartar changed his prime directive, other than him being disgusted with Inklings, the crew in the first anniversary interview explain a bit more. Amano says, quote, originally, the professor created Commander Tartar because he thought he didn't want intelligent life 10,000 years later to make the same mistakes that humans made. But since Tartar was left alone for 10,000 years, its thoughts went in a strange direction. And in the end, Tartar got angry because its opinion was not understood and rejected by Agent 8, whom it thought was superior, end quote. The interviewer asked, quote, so it's because it was lonely? By the way, when Commander Tartar was defeated, there was an Octarian tentacle. Is the commander also an Octarian? Unquote. Inoue answers that one, quote, the remains of a blended Octarian, just like the one on Agent 3, unquote. Nogami jokes, quote, it must have been not blended well enough, unquote. And as for why Commander Tartar is a telephone, Nintendo Dream actually asked that in that same Squid Research Lab interview. Quote, "Why does Commander Tartar take the form of a telephone?" Unquote. The lab answered them, quote, "The diligent Octarians recognize as friends those who look and act like them. That's why it takes the form of an old telephone, whose face is similar to that of an octopus. Incidentally, in the previous game, Captain Cuttlefish was able to investigate the Octarian army for many years because the Octarians thought he was an ally." Unquote. And also, speaking of those Octarians, why were they bluish green? And what was that fluid we saw everywhere? Well, it's never actually said in Octo Expansion why they are blue or green or what that fluid was. But in Hikara Walker, the Japanese-only art book for Octo Expansion and the Splatoon-based website, that green-blue ink is actually called sanitized ink. In the first anniversary interview for Splatoon 2, the interviewer asked the question, quote, "Are the blue sanitized Octarians that appear in the facility test subjects from the past?" Unquote. Amano says, quote, "They were brought forth from Kamabo's culture solution, and by being sanitized, they lost their sense of self like zombies." Unquote. Nogami then expands on this, quote, "They are sanitized in order to be deployed in the experimental facility, so when they are sanitized, they aren't suitable test subjects." Unquote. The interviewer then asks, "So is the impression that we get of them being carefully deployed part of the gimmick of the experimental facility?" Unquote. Amano confirms, quote, "Yes, it is." Unquote. The Splatoon-based website and Nintendo Dream interview explain a bit better about what sanitization actually is. The Splatoon-based site says, quote, "The Kamabo Co. sanitizes the Octarians in the Deep Sea Metro, nurturing them in a way that destroys the individual self. This process is deemed necessary for each one to function as part of the greater artifice designed for each station." Unquote. While the Nintendo Dream interview then asks, quote, "What's so special about the fluorescent green substance common to Brainwashed Agent 3, Sanitized Octarians, and Commander Tartar?" Unquote. The Squid Research Lab then answers, quote, "It's a blended ink. I think it looks like it has a marbled pattern. If you bathe in that ink for a long time, your head will be repainted with Kamaboko's ideas." Unquote. The interviewer asks, quote, "It seems like sanitization means more than just cleansing. What exactly happens to sanitized Octarians?" Unquote. The lab explains, quote, "Sanitization is to purge life's energies so they no longer cause unnecessary hesitation and instability in the mind, and to become a part of the loyal Kamabo Corporation. It is said that Deadfish wasn't against the idea of being sanitized and did it so that she could give up her doubts and conflicts about production and devote herself entirely to music. Deadfish is the active DJ who was also sanitized." Unquote. I haven't mentioned Deadfish up to this point, but they are the DJ whose music you hear during Octo Expansion. There isn't much about them relative to the plot of Octo Expansion other than their feelings on being sanitized, though. Anyway, the interviewer asked another question later on, quote, "What is the purpose of Kamabo Co. turning Octarians that complete the challenge into a paste?" Unquote. The lab then answers, quote, "The Kamabo Corporation analyzed the reasons for the extinction of the human race and identified that the cause was the desire to fight with others. They believe that by analyzing the data of each individual through experimentation and by combining all of the best individuals together, they can eliminate the general idea of the individual, and from there, a new life form could be created and a harmonious world would be born." Unquote. Hikara Walker pages 194 and 195 help to shed light on how Octarians actually got sanitized from the perspective of researchers who went into the facility. Quote, "Octarians seen in the Deep Sea Metro are different than the normal variety, being blue in color, vacant-eyed, and completely compliant to orders. This time in pursuing them, we discovered a secret. Normal Octarians passed under a machine will immediately become black-eyed with a blue body. Simultaneously, they'll lose all their memories in a terrible spectacle. We overheard the words of a nearby worker calling this sanitization, although this more or less appears to be brainwashing. The Octarians work soullessly in the sanitization factory, also have blue bodies. The Octarians that are packed tightly are being sent from the belly phase to respective test sites." Unquote. So, the thousands of blended up test subjects that Tartar killed became what he called a sludge of supreme DNA, aka the sanitized ink. That ink was used to sanitize more Octarians in a process that destroys their individual self, essentially making them like loyal husks to be used in the testing at Kamaboko's facilities. And those new test subjects, who all think they're going to get to the promised land of the surface, end up getting blended and added into the sanitized ink for the process to repeat again and again until this ultimate life form emerges. And Tartar was able to sanitize Octarians to begin with because it looks like an octopus. Like, holy shit, that's insanely dark. Like, obviously not every test subject got blended. We do know that Iso Padre was a test subject, but he dropped out and he only got 2 mem cakes, so we know at least one of them hasn't been murdered. But when you think about the fate of those test subjects that came before Agent 8, the mem cake seems so much more sinister. And in the Nintendo Dream interview question about them, I actually omitted the final part of the Squid Research Lab's answer, which reads, quote, "After collecting the 4 fangs, the test subjects get carefully preserved as they have proven their existence to the world. They are ultimately kneaded into a paste, losing their original form and consciousness, and thus becoming one with existence," unquote. And I think this exchange in the 1-year anniversary review sums it up best, as Amano states, quote, "Agent 8 has amnesia from the start. But when you clear stages in the experimental facility, fragments of their memory will come back, and in the process, the player will become more emotionally involved with Agent 8. And the reason why you receive mem cakes, that's because the test subject will be in trouble when they finally reach the promised land. And at that time, the head of Kamabo Corporation will leave behind proof that the test subject existed in this world. And that comes in the form of mem cakes." The interviewer then asks, quote, "Is that the kindness of the Kamabo Corporation?" unquote. Amano jokes, quote, "That might be. Kamabo Corporation is not so bad after all," and he laughs, unquote. The interviewer asks, quote, "Does that mean there are 10,007 mem cakes kept somewhere?" unquote. And Nogami says, quote, "I think they're stored somewhere. However, some people have stopped in the middle, so the amount is not clear," unquote. Amano then says what we already know, quote, "Yeah, the passenger Iso Padre stopped after 2 stages," unquote. And the interviewer asks again, quote, "So there are still a lot of test subjects who went back to the promised land in the past. In that case, do the 4 thangs get put back again?" unquote. And Amano confirms, quote, "Yes, they do. They have to be put back every time," unquote. So the mem cakes serve as the only physical reminder of a blended up dead test subject. That's their purpose, at least from Kamaboko's standpoint. I mean, dude, like, what? Bet you didn't think that this was where Splatoon 2's Octo Expansion was going to go. Because, like, what? I mean, unless you already knew, of course. Now, regarding the Nil statue, the final phases Agent 8 makes their way through are the inside of the torso of the statue, and obviously all refer to body parts and processes inside a human torso. The statue itself functions as the main facility for sanitizing Octarians and moving them around. It's obviously very heavily guarded, and the various phases make you question if what it produces is, you know, like poop or something. The logo itself does look like poop, and even Hikaru Walker mentions this on page 183, calling it kakoi onko, which literally translates, and I'm not joking, to cool poop. It could also obviously reference the mashed up test subjects becoming like a paste as well. A lot of the Japanese dialogue references or has jokes about fish paste of various kinds. Either way, the whole sequence is insane, and the more you think about it and look around while you're playing it, the worse it becomes. Thankfully, though, Agent 8 was not blended and was able to stop Tartar from executing its master plan, as well as ceasing the sanitization of Octarians. Shifting gears to the final battle, though, and specifically the music, in the first anniversary interview, the interviewer asked, quote, "Is the music for the expansion's last battle, Fly Octo Fly, off the Hook's version of Calamari Incantation?" unquote. Minagishi then explains, "That's the way we positioned it, but I think Marina, who's a fan of the Squid sisters, might be a little intimidated by them," and he laughs. "In order to make this song as unpredictable as possible, I separated the A melody as the clear jingle for completing the challenge stages, and the B melody as the jingle for getting the 4 thangs, so that you'd have to listen to it several times before getting to this point. I hope you will feel something like, 'I've been through so many trials, I can do it,' unquote." The interviewer then ties that back to the main campaign, quote, "In hero mode there was a certain beat kept to lead the Octarians. Is there a concept like this in Octo Expansion?" unquote. Minagishi offers some context about Deadfish finally. Quote, "The music in the Octo Expansion stages is played by a DJ named Deadfish, a girl who is a sanitized Octoling. She doesn't think about what she wants others to hear, but rather gives form to what comes out of her inner self. That's what's being played in the test facilities," unquote. Inoue then explains more, quote, "The songs were originally intended to be just background music, so I wasn't planning to give it a character for it to be created by. But I wound up really liking the music. Since it's background music, it doesn't get a lot of attention, but by setting it up in such a way, I thought it would add to the worldview and hopefully people would start to like it from there," unquote. Amano then adds, "Since this is a game where for each level you probably will need a lot of retries, I requested that the music be uninterrupted and not something that is a clear beginning and end and be looped over and over again," unquote. The interviewer says, quote, "So that was your intention. By the way, I think Calamari Incantation is playing when you are riding on the train. The sound of the train departing at Inkopolis Square was also Calamari Incantation," unquote. Minagishi clarifies this, quote, "The Calamari Incantation melody heard in the Deep Sea Metro is Agent 8's auditory hallucination, or the music playing in their mind as their memory returns. It's a subjective thing. So when you first start Octo Expansion, you don't hear that music playing," unquote. The interviewer says, "Oh, so it wasn't playing at first. When I noticed it, it was playing, so I went to check," unquote. Minagishi confirms if you collect some of the things, it will start playing. Inoue then shifts the topic a little bit, quote, "This time we wanted to convey the brilliance of intro version in both pictures and sounds. The people battling it out in Inkopolis Square are cheery, but we wanted to really bring out the beauty of characters that aren't so cheerful. So things like auditory hallucinations and the background motif of a Walkman that you listen to by yourself are what we chose," unquote. Nogami then chimes in finally, quote, "I was conscious of the yin and yang of the world in contrast to the world of Inkopolis Square. I think most players are playing with other people online, so sometimes you just want to enjoy the game by yourself at home," unquote. And I think that this series of exchanges really helps to even further contextualize this expansion wonderfully. It's a counter to the fun, cheery online and more lighthearted hero mode. It's dark, it's eerie, it's messed up, it's evil, it's mysterious, the list of adjectives goes on. But above it all, Agents 3 and 8, Marina, Pearl, and Captain Cuttlefish form beautiful friendships, and we really get a good look at how wonderfully Splatoon can tell more intricate stories that delve into heavier topics. Now, upon entering the Deep Sea Metro again after the player has completed Octo Expansion, Captain Cuttlefish will say that they are glad to see Agent 8 is still kicking, and explain that he was curious as to how things were going on down here and how the place has grown on him. He tells Agent 8 that Agent 3 had business to finish up and is going back out on patrol. Sea Cucumber congratulates Agent 8 on their efforts in reaching their goals, while informing them that the Kamabo Corporation has been in disarray, but the Deep Sea Metro hasn't had any interruptions. If the player completes every single level without the aid of Pearl and Marina, they will actually get a message that a door can be heard opening in Deep Sea Metro. If Agent 8 returns to the central station, locker number 8 will be open and have this message, quote, "Your memories of that day 2 years ago have returned. Now prepare to ride the Squid-tastic grooves once again," unquote. This obviously refers to when Agent 8 heard the Calamari Incantation while Agent 3 fought DJ Octavio in Splatoon 1. Agent 8 can then fight Inner Agent 3, a much harder and much more annoying version of the Agent 3 fight from the elevator sequence. This fight takes place inside the mind of Agent 8, of course, and the goal is to, quote, "surpass the hero within," unquote. I did it again for this video, and it was extremely annoying. But upon winning, the game says, quote, "You've defeated the hero within yourself. You feel like the freshest Octoling ever," unquote. And it gives you the golden toothpick headgear for multiplayer, which is fittingly a takoyaki on a golden toothpick. And that is everything Octo Expansion has for us plot-wise. There are some unanswered questions like when exactly did the Kamabo Corporation get founded? When did Tartar start going off the rails? Who were some of or all of the other test subjects? How many quit or stopped? Is the facility actually a different dimension like Marina mentioned in the chat logs? Are there any other paths to leave the Deep Sea Metro other than the Nil Station? We don't know. Maybe we'll get those answers and more someday, but who knows. For now though, the path is forward, looking at what happens after Splatoon 2's Hero Mode and Octo Expansion. The final fest, Splatocalypse. Yep,
Billed as the final Splatfest in Splatoon 2, taking place on the 2-year anniversary of the game's release, this pit every single major character against each other in a massive showdown under the theme Chaos vs. Order. Mirroring a similar major theme from Splatoon 1's Callie vs. Marie, but dialing it up to 100, this Splatfest had everything. All main characters on one side or another, every single shifty stage available at the same time, new songs, new gear, and it was 3 days long. The Splatoon Tumblr and Twitter accounts gave each character's reasoning for their teams, and most of them are common sense with no real lore implications. Starting with Team Chaos, we have Pearl, Callie, DJ Octavio and Little Judd, Agent 4, Spike, Annie and Mo, Flo and Craymond, Iso Padre, and Salmonids. Team Order has Marina, Marie, Commander Tartar and Sea Cucumber, Agent 8, Agent 3 and Captain Cuttlefish, Merch, Krusty Sean and Bisque, Gel Flonzo, and Octarians. As well as 3 neutral parties, Judd, of course, Sheldon, obviously, and Mr. Grizz? What was his reasoning for being neutral in this? Well, according to the official Splatoon Tumblr post, quote, "Don't be so worried, the sea answers all questions," unquote. As far as this mysterious being is concerned, the shallow affairs of Inkopolis are insignificant next to the vast depth of the Seven Seas. No matter what fate may await the world, the sea watches silently, biding its time. That's pretty eerie to say the least, but whatever. When announced in-game, according to the Splatoon wiki, Pearl actually invoked Article 4 of Splatfest law, which means that the losing side has to accept what the winning side wants. This dialogue, along with the fact that the developers admitted that the Callie vs. Marie Splatfest impacted the plot of Splatoon 2, led many to believe that the winner of this Splatfest would impact the plot of the next game in the series, and they were right. The Splatfest itself was awesome to play in and super fun, but sort of signaled the end of major update support for Splatoon 2. There were indeed more Splatfest for the game after this, but no new content outside of bug fixes and balance changes. The game was still alive, but this was the beginning of it very slowly waning. Regardless, the winner of this Splatfest was Chaos in a 3-0 sweep of all the categories. It took place in 4AS 2 years after the events of Splatoon 2 on the timeline. So now I can discuss honestly, not much is known about this period of time as of the release of this video. There's no English translation of our Splatoon 3 art book or soundtrack that's been announced yet, or many developer interviewers about this. There are 2, though, and I'll be referencing them along with the game itself. The first interview given was with Nintendo themselves as part of their Ask the Developer series published on September 7, 2022, the day before Splatoon 3 launched. The interview features familiar faces, Nogami, Inoue, Sato, and Minagishi. In this interview, they admit the outcome of the Final Fest did determine how Splatoon 3 would be developed, with Inoue saying, quote, "This title is set in the chaotic city of Splatville, a densely populated area crowded with buildings from various eras. We decided on Chaos as the theme for this title because Team Chaos won the Chaos vs. Order Splatfest, the final online battle event of Splatoon 2, unquote. And I think now it's probably a good time to cover the new setting, Splatsville. It's a city in the heart of the Splatlands region, and as said in the Splatoon 3 Direct, has seen enormous growth in recent years. But where exactly are the Splatlands? Well, in that Ask the Developer interview, the developers revealed for the first time the first official map of the world of Splatoon. The interviewer asked, quote, "In the Japanese version, I recall that the setting was called Hikara City, which is Inkopolis Plaza in English, in the first title, and it was called Hikara Square, Inkopolis Square, in English versions, in the second title. So you created a new setting called Bankara Town in the Japanese version, Splatsville in English versions, which counters the previous settings," unquote. Sato says, quote, "Yes, we created a tentative document that gives us a sense of distance between the 3 cities and discussed the positioning and background of the 3 titles," unquote. Inoue adds, quote, "As you can see, Inkopolis Plaza in the first title and Inkopolis Square in the second title are both located in the heart of the city, and they are only about as far apart as Shibuya Station and Harajuku Station on the train in Tokyo. In terms of distance, it's about 1.2 kilometers, approximately 0.75 miles. However, we were discussing how we wanted Splatsville to be set in a region far away from the locations in the previous 2 titles and with a completely different climate."
We prepared a map like this so we could develop the game with an understanding of the geographical distances, unquote. Sato then continues, quote, Splatsville is barely accessible from Inkopolis Plaza and Inkopolis Square by taking a single local train line. The distance is similar to that from Tokyo to Atami or thereabouts in Japan. It is in a rural area that would take a few hours to drive to on the highway. For people in the United States, it may be like driving to Las Vegas from Los Angeles, which is like just shy of a 4.5 hour drive. Although geographically quite distant, highways that opened up in the 5 years between the second and third titles allow convenient access to the area, unquote. Inouye clarifies that, quote, the Splatlands developed rapidly because the construction of the bridge across the sea made it more accessible from the city center, unquote. Sato offers some context to this, quote, while Inkopolis, the setting of the previous titles, which was a fashionable and youthful area, the Splatlands, where Splatsville is located, is a much more spacious, open, and full of nature. A place like this, far from the urban center, became popular after the final Splatfest and developed rapidly, unquote. Chaos 1 and before Splatoon 3 takes place, the city of Splatsville began to develop more rapidly, similar to how Inkopolis Square did between Splatoon 1 and Splatoon 2, meaning that Hammerhead Bridge, which is the bridge Inouye was referring to, a returning stage from Splatoon 1, opened up before the area began rapidly developing. A fun note is that you can actually see the Nil statue from Octo Expansion in the background of Hammerhead Bridge. Now, looking at this official map, it helps put a lot in perspective. It shows where both Splatoon 1 and Splatoon 2 took place, where their respective hero modes took place, where exactly Agent 4 lives, where Callie, Marie, Pearl, and Captain Cuttlefish are from, which is Calamari County. It also shows where salmon runs take place, where the Nil statue and the Deep Sea Metro are, as well as where Mount Nantai, where Pearl and Arena Met is. There's also information about the Splatlands as a whole, Splatsville, and the new location for Hero Mode in Splatoon 3, The Last Resort, called Alterna. This area is an underground dome filled with water that is accessible through something called the Crater. The map also says your home turf and your home, meaning the main playable character from Splatoon 3 is from the Splatlands. The map itself does not reveal a ton lore-wise other than, being a map. As for the other events that took place between Splatoon 2 and Splatoon 3, according to the Splatoon North American Twitter account on June 24, 2022, they tweeted, quote, Squid Research Lab Musicology Department here with breaking news about Off the Hook. While on tour, the band seems to have scouted a few new members and reformed as an act calling itself Damp Socks featuring Off the Hook. Stay tuned for exclusive access to their hot new single, unquote. So, sometime after the final fest, Off the Hook began a tour, and while on that tour, created a new group act. This is also shown in Sunken Scroll 22 from Splatoon 3, quote, after leaping from Inkopolis Square to the world stage, Off the Hook has found their new side project, performing vocals for a rising rock band as Damp Socks featuring Off the Hook. Discovered online, their super talented collaborators offer an upbeat, melancholy sound that had Off the Hook hooked, unquote. It's unclear if the pair still host the Inkopolis news or not, but that really isn't a life or death lore detail. They are not present in the hero mode of Splatoon 3, though. Sunken Scroll 20 gives us a little more information about Marie. Quote, Thursday night / Friday morning at 1 a.m. It's the 100th episode of Marie After Midnight, and a special guest stopped by to help me celebrate, my cousin Callie. It's a Squid Sisters Gab Fest. We could not stop talking. Not kidding, we went over the scheduled end time by 5 hours. Oops. Unquote. So Marie did continue her podcast show, which she started after Splatoon 1, and has hit 100 episodes, although it's unclear when that actually took place, but it's nice to know that she kept the show going. Moving on to Sheldon, who was integral in defeating DJ Octavio in Splatoon 2, he has opened up a new shop in the Splatlands, as shown in scroll number 13. It reads, quote, 1 year after expanding his business into a new region, bombarding the Splatlands with over 20,000 hours of rapid-fire weapons chatter, his steel scopes are aimed at a new horizon. What's next for the so-called Arsenal Ambassador, unquote. So, Sheldon opens up a new store in Splatsville 1 year before Splatoon 3 on the timeline in the year 6 AS. A small tidbit that gives us some more context to the period between 2 and 3 and 3 itself comes from Nogami in the Ask of the Developer interview. Quote, for example, consumer electronics and art supply manufacturers of the Inkling world have joined in the weapon manufacturing business. However, since the turf war battle trend has gained popularity, even the fishing equipment manufacturers have decided to join the turf war battle industry in Splatoon 3. He then laughs. The impact of the turf war battles in the Inkling world continues to grow throughout the series. In the first title, the turf war battles were just a trend among some Inklings. However, in the third title, it is positioned more like a sport that residents in the Inkling world have been familiar with since childhood. It's like how people in Latin America feel about soccer, unquote. So Turf War is now less of a trend and more of a sport, which reflects how new brands have appeared, new shops have opened, and new stages keep cropping up. It all makes sense when viewed in a lens over the entire series. That is mainly all that happened between the two games with the information I have at my disposal right now. So time for Splatoon 3. But wait, there's still some more stuff first. I will once again start by introducing the new characters. This time there is 3 new idols and 1 new main playable character. The new main character this time is also called Agent 3 because in the story mode the old Agent 3 is now called Captain and has taken over the title from Captain Cuttlefish, who is now just called Cuttlefish. This is shown in Sunken Scroll 19 from Splatoon 3, which reads, quote, "Letter of Appointment, Employment, New Squidbeak HQ, First Splatoon. Adjustments, promoted to Captain with emoluments of pay grade 33, Craig Cuttlefish," unquote. Again, it's a bit confusing, but I will refer to the new character as Agent 3 and the old Agent 3 as just Captain or the Captain going forward. Not much is known about Agent 3 other than what was posted by Nintendo themselves on September 23rd, 2021 in a blog post. Quote, "This Splatsville youth and trusty little small fry buddy are scrap hunters who search for junk gems by day and splat it up in turf wars on the side. It seems like this inkling met the new Squidbeak Splatoon and is now their new Agent 3 in the continued fight against the evil Octarians," unquote. Agent 3's age is obviously unknown, but they are at least 14, as that is when Inklings gain full control of their humanoid form, which I referenced way back with the first Agent 3. It seems that Agent 3 salvages scrap, and they do it with a small fry salmonid. Sunken Scroll number 8 from Splatoon 3 reveals how this little guy might have gotten to Slatsville. Quote, "Salmonids mature by returning to the waters where they were spawned. Sometimes, in very rare cases, a young salmonid will stray too far from their original school during a run and become lost. Their wandering quest to return home can lead to prolonged starvation and an insatiable appetite," unquote. This is most likely why the small fry, whom I will call Little Buddy from here on out, is linked up with Agent 3. There is more information about how Little Buddy fits into the hero mode available, according to the same Nintendo blog post from September 23rd, 2021. Quote, "The theme of the Splatoon 3 story mode appears to be Return of the Mammalians." What? As far as we know, mammals have disappeared from the surface of the planet, minus a couple of cool cats, of course. What does it mean for these Inklings? This is a soldier in the evil Octarian army that is planning an invasion of the Squid world. That said, this one isn't like those we've observed before. It appears to be growing furry hair. Why would a marine creature grow stuff like this? We must investigate further. This intriguing structure appeared at the end of the video. It's quite different from what we've seen on the Splatlands so far. All we know is that it's located somewhere within Alterna, where the story mode takes place. Its purpose remains unknown for now. This mysterious substance found in Alterna is called Fuzzy Ooze. It pulsates like a life form, but it doesn't actually seem to be a living creature. It appears to be partially covered with brown furry stuff, leading us to suspect some kind of connection with the hairy Octarian. We have learned a terrible truth. If an Inkling comes into contact with Fuzzy Ooze, some manner of brown, hairy, fur-like substance grows all over their body and they lose their sense of self. In this state, they are unable to do much but hopelessly roll around. In less terrifying news, we've learned that small fry aren't affected by Fuzzy Ooze. In fact, they can eat it and clean it up. Seems like these little buddies might just be the key to solving the mysteries of Alterna. Apparently, small fry will bite at Octarians to attack them, activate helpful contraptions, and assist Inklings in other ways. They may be small, but they're seeming more and more like a brave and reliable sidekick. This is the new Squidbeak Splatoon, who work together undercover to defeat the evil Octarian army. On the left is Agent 1, on the right is Agent 2, and in the middle is their captain. Their true identities are a secret, and will do whatever it takes to support the new Agent 3, unquote. On top of giving an introduction to the theme, Return of the Mammalians, this introduces a little bit more about Alterna with the main rocket-looking structure in it, and how Little Buddy is going to help the hero. That is really all that is known about the new pair, so let's tackle the new idols instead. There are 3 fitting the theme of 3 for the game: Shiver, Fry, and Big Man. None of their ages are known as of the release of this video, so I can't definitively place them on the timeline. However, they all, including Agent 3, are obviously older than 7, so they were all born before Splatoon 1. They are part of the new idol group and are described in Sunken Scroll as, quote, "Splatsville's rowdiest, loudiest trio is hijacking the airwaves. Clean out those eardrums and open those eyes wide for your hometown hype squad deep cut. Tune in and catch them if you can," unquote. In the Ask the Developer interview, Inoue gives some background for the members. quote, "By the way, the 3 members of Deep Cut, the news personalities of Splatsville, are descendants of the families that have overseen the Splatsville festival for generations. They themselves love their hometown, and they are also very popular among the locals," unquote. So, Deep Cut, they're all from Splatsville. They're part of families that oversee the Splatsville Festival, which is Splatfest, obviously. They're popular. They host the Anarchy Splatcast, which is the Splatlands version of Inkopolis News. And according to an interview Deep Cut themselves gave in a Nintendo Magazine Winter 2022 edition, the 3 of them, quote, "knew of each other and said hi in passing," unquote. It wasn't actually until middle school that they got close to each other, as Fry and Shiver were in the same class. They bonded over music and used to belt out the calamari incantation on the school rooftop. They then realized that a cappella wasn't going to work for them and knew Big Man was good on piano, so they asked him to see what he could do with their track. They were then discovered a few years later. Fry in this interview goes off about getting something like loot, but then it refocuses on their hit song Anarchy Rainbow. Big Man also mentions that he takes inspiration from and likes a DJ in Inkopolis, which is of course Marina. Now, the trio got together in middle school, eventually made it big time, and now host the news and oversee Splatfest as part of the families that have done it for generations. Those families are actually hinted at and discussed a little bit in Sunken Scrolls 10 through 12. Scroll number 10 reads, quote, "A hungry blade, a sharp grin, in a wild warrior's hand. It bites just once, a flash, a slash, a sudden shudder. Shredded remains sink down, down, down like falling snow. A fleeting flurry, brief as life itself, falls around my open parasol," unquote. The scroll shows an octoling similar looking to Shiver, a large shark, and what is seemingly a family tree with one of the youngest members circled, most likely Shiver herself. And from what we'll see later, Shiver comes from a line of shark tamers, and yes, she is an octoling. Sunken Scroll number 11 gives us a look at Fry's family. It reads, quote, "Moray eel manipulation, secret dances of the Onaga clan. First, soak the dry ground like a welcome summer rainstorm. Second, stir up a whirlpool to summon winds from the rocky shore. Final, as 100 eels take flight, follow them to the promised land," unquote. The scroll shows the ritual and depicts the mask we will see Fry wear later. Apparently her family is called the Onaga clan and can manipulate eels. She herself is an inkling, and on the scroll is shown in the family tree again, circled. You might also want to remember how this moray eel manipulation takes place, and remember that Promised Land line? I don't know what that was about. Anyway, Sunken Scroll number 12 shows a bit about Big Man reading, quote, "Manta Clan's early morning ritual. After careful grooming of their pectoral fins, the family gathers for their favorite breakfast. This unique plankton dish, a family recipe passed down across generations, is said to enhance the mind, body, and bodily toxins," unquote. The scroll is reminiscent of a painting, and it shows the dish that it references, as well as the family tree of the Manta Clan. Big Man is obviously a Manta Ray. And now that I've covered their families, I can introduce Sunken Scroll number 2 from Splatoon 3. It reads, quote, "Long ago, our splatted lands were almost washed away by a great flood. All was presumed loss until 3 lights appeared and united to consume the disaster. Thankful for their salvation, the townsfolk threw a festival with 3 portable shrines as tribute. Those lights are the symbols of the 3 families, meaning that they probably helped to dispel this great flood and save the Splatlands, thus why they are so popular and important to this region, and thus why those portable shrines are still used in the Splatfest celebrations in the game." As for other characters and updates, there isn't much of note. Judd is sleeping in the lobby in this game and doesn't do much, but Lil Judd is now much fluffier. All that's said about them is in Scroll 23, which reads, quote, "Operation Lil Judd's Judgy Judgment. Praise behavior. Analyzing praise fur quality. No imperfections found. I guess I'll just go after the toe beams," unquote. Which just kind of reinforces Little Judd's desire to usurp Judd. Although his increased fluffiness along with the fuzzy ooze seems a bit suspicious. And now it is time to tackle Splatoon 3. Upon booting up Splatoon 3 for the first time, the player chooses their customization for both Agent 3 and the little buddy, goes through the tutorial section, and gets on a train that takes them to Splatsville. In Splatsville, Deep Cut introduces themselves and gives yet another news story about how the Great Zapfish has gone missing, which is now apparently a familiar thing. When the news is over, the game shows the player a weird guy sticking out of the sewer that we've obviously seen before, and sets the player off to do whatever they choose. Entering the sewer shows the player Splatsville in the distance with an overturned Eiffel Tower looking statue near the crater.
Agent 3 stands across from Cuttlefish as a tumbleweed blows. He says the classic line, "The Octarians are coming," and actually wonders if he's done this before. He's now just called Cuttlefish, senior advisor to the new Squid platoon. Once again, the player has that look in their eye he's been looking for. I think we kinda know how this goes at this point. The great Zapfish is gone. Cuttlefish believes the Octarians stole it yet again, like they did the first 2 times. He admits he's been keeping an eye on them, even though he's retired. He offers the player the job with no pay, but the opportunity to maybe save the world. He deems them Agent 3 of the new Squid platoon and gives them the old Agent 3's hero suit and remarks that the little buddy will be fine without one. Time to go get those Octo jerks. Agent 3 is currently in the crater, which is just outside of Splatsville, and this serves as kind of like the tutorial world with some basic levels and introduction to new gimmicks for the player. In Cuttlefish's shack, Agent 3 finds a portrait of the new Squid platoon's captain. This allows the player to customize their look, and Cuttlefish explains that they were Agent 3 before, and then warns the current Agent 3 about the fuzzy ooze. Moving on a bit, Agent 3 sees a pile of this ooze with a fuzzball on top of it. And if they can get rid of that, all the ooze would disappear. Cuttlefish tells Agent 3 not to worry about that though, and using the telescope thingy on the side, the player can look around and see a ton of this fuzzy ooze inside the crater. A golden kettle sits nearby and is the first level of the game. Unlike Splatoon and Splatoon 2, the kettles are not invisible and just need the lid to be shot off to be accessed. Upon entering the first level, Cuttlefish just helps the player by explaining basic mechanics and stuff. It also shows an Octarian but fuzzy, similar to how sanitized Octarians got affected by sanitized ink. At the end is a Zapfish that Agent 3 saves. This is actually kind of good news as it means the great Zapfish might be up ahead. Cuttlefish tells 3 that salmonids have a big reaction to power eggs, so 3 gives the little buddy some and he eats the entire fuzzball, and poof, the fuzzy ooze disappears. This is how the player progresses through hero mode, essentially. The little buddy powers up with the use of power eggs and eats fuzzballs to clear fuzzy ooze, which allows the player to keep moving forward. Simple enough. After clearing 2 more levels, the fuzzy Octarians start to worry Cuttlefish, so he fires up his communicator and calls Agents 1 and 2. Callie and Marie think he's wandered off again and decide to come get him. They hang up, but another mysterious voice cuts in saying, "Cuddle, I found you." He hangs up and says it's busted. We've heard that one before. Moving on, Agent 3 clears 1 more level in a large fuzzball that gets rid of all the fuzzy ooze currently in the crater. Cuttlefish and Agent 3 then hear and see a huge flying robot that slides down the side of the crater and lands. The voice from before says, "I finally found you, Cuttlefish." It's DJ Octavio again. Apparently, all of his Octarian troops have gone missing, and he thinks Cuttlefish is behind it. Cuttlefish explains who he is and accuses him of stealing the Great Zapfish. Octavio says he's lying and threatens to drop a hit right in 3's smug little face. Time for the first boss fight of the game. Octobot King L3.GS, or legs. Very funny now that it actually has legs, and it's the 3rd time this robot has appeared. Although it seems to be stripped of most of its upgrades from the second final boss fight, it has legs and an ink vac now. After the usual fist shenanigans, he busts out the ink vac, which the player has to throw the little buddy in to stop, and then shoot the fists like normal. We know how this goes. After shooting him into the robot 3 times, it explodes, and then launches high up in the air and slams into the metal plate in the center of the crater. Agent 3 and Cuttlefish walk up to GG Octavio, who declares it wasn't fair since their gear is so strong. Cuttlefish says he put on a weak show, maybe he or his set list is getting old. And that it was too easy, like he wasn't even using the Great Zapfish's power. Octavio tells him to mute it, he didn't steal it this time. Cuttlefish is stunned and asks who did then. The fuzzy ooze starts appearing between the cracks of the metal plate they're standing on. It grabs the Octobot, breaks the floor, and everyone starts to fall down.
The fuzzy ooze grabs Cuttlefish and pulls him away as all the gear slips off Agent 3 and it fades to black. Fading back in, Deep Cut stands with their ornamental mask looking down as it fades back to white. The hero mode has just truly begun. Little Buddy wakes Agent 3 up in Alterna. A large rocket surrounded by fuzzy ooze is the focal point of this area. There's a bunch of half-constructed Moai statues with snow-covered rocks and a little base-like structure here as well. All around everything is water and what looks like crashed rockets of some kind. Panels line the walls and ceiling that mimic a sky. A voice calls out to Agent 3, and then they meet Agents 1 and 2 and the captain of the new Squid Splatoon. They know Agent 3 got separated from Cuttlefish in this place covered in fuzzy ooze. They have got to find him, and Agent 3 is going to help. They introduce the place as Alterna, and apparently no one knew it was under the crater. It has 6 different islands they call sites, with the huge rocket in the center. They put a tracking device on Cuttlefish earlier and are getting strong signals from 3 different sites. Agents 1 and 2 show off the new map, which tracks where Agent 3 has been and everything on it, like treasure and other stuff. Agent 3 has no power eggs, and their hero suit is messed up as well, but they can use Sardinium and upgrade points from inking and finding stuff to get back to full power. The next site over has a strong signal, so that's the goal for now. The main gameplay loop of this hero mode is essentially completing levels, using the power eggs to clear fuzzy ooze, which opens up new levels, treasure, and a barrier to ink, which in turn allows the player to upgrade their hero suit and abilities. It's a relatively solid but simple gameplay loop. Upon entering the first level in Alterna, Agent 3 finds themselves in a similar looking area to that of the station platformer from Octo Expansion, turnstile and equipper included. An odd voice is heard as a system is activated, checks, and completes a bioscan of Agent 3. No matches are found, and it registers them and introduces itself as ORCA, or ORCA, a navigation system for Alterna citizens. It's kind of like setting up a phone, and Agent 3 has to enter identification settings to continue, and it registers Agent 3. ORCA has circuits designed to measure Agent 3's intellectual and physical prowess as demonstrated by their ability to complete missions throughout Alterna. Sound familiar? ORCA explains that to complete a mission, one must reach a goal mechanism or complete an objective, similar to Octo Expansion, so no Zapfish this time either. Completing missions nets Agent 3 power eggs, and a lot of them for completing their first mission. As Agent 3 completes missions and becomes, quote, an ever more exceptional citizen, unquote, they will gain access to the Alterna log. They are not allowed to share the log without permission and must handle the information with care, and that is a threat. Marie wants to peek at the log but decides not to, and Agent 3 gets to select a weapon and off they go. A note about the log is that one log is unlocked every time Agent 3 gets to a new site. They are unreadable at first, but by completing a level in the site, one line of the log at a time will become readable. Thus, to access a full log of information, all the levels in a site must be completed. Therefore, I will discuss the contents of each log after the final level of each site. So once I get to Site 2, I will discuss the contents of Site 1's log. Got it? Good. Let's get going. Unlike Octo Expansion, levels sometimes have no fee to try, such as the first one. Agent 3 gets sprayed before entering a level, kind of referencing the real-life process of decontamination in labs used to keep things sterile. No clue why Agent 3 needs to be sterile, but keep it in mind. Each level has either a goal at the end or an objective to be completed, and most have no bearing on the plot. I will cover ones that do, though. The first one, Get to Know Alterna, Your Only Choice, has an ominous but obvious title. Agent 3 does have no choice. It's a straightforward level that you just collect the keys in and get to the goal. The first site itself is actually called Future Utopia Island and contains 10 levels. There are 2 different types of kettles here, gold and silver. So after completing the last gold kettle in Site 1 and using 1500 power eggs to remove the large fuzzball, Agent 3 approaches the path to the next site and is called out to. Deep Cut is officially introduced to the player, and they tell Agent 3 that the Splatlands are their home turf and that only they may loot here. Callie loves them instantly, and Marie recognizes them from the Anarchy Splatcast. Fry tells her that the Splatcast is their day job and banditing is their real passion. Shiver asks if Fry has looked around because this place is the jackpot for loot. All this treasure under the crater, and now it's theirs for the taking. Fry asks Agent 3 and the gang if they are going to try and stop them, and say they can't because they will be taking everything. Callie remarks how these three must be total pros because this all seems really rehearsed. Fry is disappointed that didn't even scare anyone. Shiver is kind of done with the conversation, and a deep cut disappears in a cloud of smoke like some ninjas. Moving on though, the paths to each site this time are long ventilation-like tubes that Agent 3 can enter. Upon entering the first tube, Marie talks about the large fuzzy rocket on the right side. Welcome to site number 2, Cozy and Safe Factory. The first signal is coming from the top of one of the smokestack looking structures in this area, but before Agent 3 gets there, let's look at the first Alterna log, Log 001, The Fall of Humanity. The log reads, quote, "As technology advanced at an exponential pace, so too did prosperity, and ultimately conflict. Before long, the entire world was embroiled. In the end, nearly all life on Earth was wiped out. As humans squabbled, natural disasters intensified, volcanic eruptions leveled cities, the sea rose and began to consume the planet. Humanity experienced a mass extinction event. Soon, the surface of the Earth became a barren wasteland, completely inhospitable to life. Error! Against the odds computed to be 42,791 to 1, some humans survived. Therefore, the planet was only nearly completely inhospitable to life. These survivors found shelter in a vast cavern created by a cataclysmic volcanic eruption. The cavern provided shelter, and a massive pool of accumulated seawater provided life. For while humanity was decimated, marine life flourished. All manner of squids, octopuses, and jellyfish had propagated in the deep. The surviving humans had found a source of sustenance." Unquote. So it turns out that the flooding of the world 12,000 years before Splatoon 1 didn't actually kill every single human being. And it wasn't just rising sea levels and flooding that happened then, but natural disasters increased in intensity and number, including volcanic eruptions. The sea rising was the main reason most humans and mammals died, but it wasn't the sole reason as previously thought. Earth's surface was inhospitable, but some humans did survive in a vast cavern created by a cataclysmic volcanic eruption that was filled with seawater and, well, seafood. I wonder where that cavern was, though. But that's it for Log 001. Volcanic eruptions and the creation of the cavern after the warhead hit can be added onto the timeline, as well as some humans surviving and seeking shelter in said cavern. I will get back to this obviously for now, but on to site number 2. Much like the previous hero modes, not much really happens in each world /site /area other than the player just beating levels, although this time it's not about saving Zapfish like I said before. After completing the required levels and getting to the boss kettle, Agent 3 lands on a large platform with a large vault in the background and is confronted by Fry. Fry offers to have Agent 3 join her crew and split the treasure, but Agent 3 apparently wants to settle this Splatland style, which means a dance battle. Fry, as I already covered, is from a clan that can manipulate eels, and her boss fight utilizes that skill to great effect. She pulls out a flute and summons eels, which stick out of what appears to be Octo Stomp? Funny seeing that thing here. It's time to battle the first boss of Splatoon 3, the Eel Deal, Fry. Fry stands atop this spinning Octo Stomp thing and summons eels to shoot at Agent 3. Agent 3 just has to shoot them back, and then they shoot at Fry instead. The boss fight is fun and a nice take on the Octo Stomp again, and after shooting Fry 3 times, she declares Agent 3 is stronger than they look, but Deep Cut will be back before exploding the Octo Stomp and launching herself out of the arena. Agent 3 then swims forward to find the source of the signal, a large metal frame-like thing that they grab because, as Marie says, quote, "We fought for it, so nab it anyway," unquote. The treasure is put in front of the Squid Sisters' camp as a call from Cuttlefish comes over the airwaves. He asks if anyone can hear him, and the Squid Sisters answer. He is glad they are safe, and they ask where he is. Cuttlefish tells them he's locked in some kind of dark room, and then he's going to try and break out of it. Marie says not to do anything rash, and that they have his signal, are on the way, and to call them if anything happens.
Agent 3 then makes their way to the third site, Cryogenic Hope Town, and Callie and Marie talk about how they hope Cuttlefish is okay. Marie tells Agent 3 to watch out for the slippery ice and fake snow, as well as how there is no signal for Cuttlefish on this island. Let's table that for a hot second though, as we dive into the contents of Log 002, The Rise of Civilization, again. It reads, quote, "The surviving humans appointed scientists to lead their new society, believing that science would prove a wiser path forward. Fully empowered, these scientists took on the monumental task of establishing a sustainable ecosystem within the cavern. They dubbed this new society Alterna, and then began the process of recreating the Earth they had once known. Of course, not even scientists are immune to nostalgia. The humans began constructing large-scale 3D printing operations. This allowed them to recreate some of humanity's favorite artifacts within the confines of Alterna. Additionally, they created a robust information management system designed to indelibly record all of humanity's precious knowledge. Such a system would naturally require some sort of record keeper, a computer that could autonomously observe and record data. The scientists achieved their aim with the development of ORCA, also known as the Omniscient Recording Computer of Alterna." Unquote. This log confirms that the cavern previously mentioned is Alterna, and explains why there are so many weird Moai statues and other things strewn about. They were 3D printed as well, that's why some are half constructed or fallen over. We also get the official name, backstory, and reasoning for Orca. It contains all of humanity's knowledge, as well as observes and records all that takes place in Alterna. So on the timeline, the creation of Orca is slightly after the humans settled in the cavern known as Alterna. Interesting for sure, but what else did the humans do in Alterna all that time ago? Once again, Site 3 doesn't have much interesting plot-wise going on. It's all about completing levels, getting power eggs, upgrading the hero suit, and capabilities of Agent 3. After completing everything, the paths branch off, and the player can go to Sites 4 or 5, but both need to be beaten to advance the story anyway, so I'll start with Site 4, Landfill Dreamland. But of course, now we can look at the contents of Log 003, A New Sky. It reads, quote, "As life in Alterna moved forward, one scientist discovered a new way to make liquid crystals from the bodily fluids of squids. These new crystals could change color in response to faint and fleeting electrical signals emitted by living organisms. To put that in more human terms, these crystals could read minds, and then output imagery that matched the viewer's innermost thoughts. Humans were enchanted with this new invention and began mass-producing the crystals. Eventually, they lined the walls and roof of Alterna. As the crystals absorbed the collective desires of those in Alterna, they assumed the appearance of the sky as it was seen on the surface long ago. At last, after 25 years of being confined beneath the earth, humanity could once again look up and see the sky." Unquote. So it seems humanity was insanely advanced in their technological achievements just a few years after almost all of them were eliminated, creating literal mind-reading crystals that could then output images that match the thoughts of the viewer. This log does explain why even though Alterna is in a cavern, it has those weird panels, is bright and sunny, and has a sky. The humans longed for the sky, and their innermost feelings were then reflected as images of the sky in the crystals they had put all over the inside of this cavern. This event and the preceding ones can be placed in a more concrete space on the timeline now, though. Humans fled into the cavern and developed a new civilization led by scientists. Those scientists created Orca so they wouldn't lose all of humanity's knowledge, as well as having the ability to continue recording new findings and discoveries, including the crystals created by one scientist. They then mass-produced the crystals, stuck them on the entire inside of Alterna, and finally saw the sky, albeit artificial, for the first time since being forced into Alterna. All of that took only 25 years. This is incredible, as prior to Splatoon 3, most people thought all humans just died when the world flooded. Who could have thought that some survived and created such incredible technology? I wonder what they'll do next, though. For now, let's return to present Alterna and Agent 3, who has made it to Site 4, where another boss kettle rests with a strong signal emanating from it. As per usual, Agent 3 takes on more levels, defeats more fuzzy Octarians, and tries not to die. Upon reaching the boss kettle and entering, Agent 3 finds themselves on an island in the middle of a blue ink lake with another large vault in the background. Bars slam down and Shiver appears. She tells Agent 3 that they have good taste in wanting this treasure, but they are too delicate to claim it. Shiver summons her pet shark, Master Mega, which makes sense as she is from a family of shark tamers. Master Mega is giant, has small sunglasses on his nose, as well as engines in a seat for his boss, the cold-blooded bandit, Shiver. This fight is also pretty fun, and it's full of a ton of shark puns. Shiver rides Master Mega around in a circle, and he attacks at regular intervals.
The goal is to just shoot Master Mega enough so that he kicks Shiver off into the center where Agent 3 can shoot her. Do that 3 times and it's over. Upon defeating the pair, Shiver says that that's enough of a lesson today, and Agent 3 hasn't seen the last of D-Cut before being blown away with Master Mega. The vault opens and out comes the next piece of treasure, which just seems to be a mess of like random blades and gears. So, still not cuttlefish, but another piece of treasure I guess isn't bad. Cuttlefish then calls in, though. He is still stuck in the room that he was in originally and can't find the exit. He starts whispering because he hears someone coming. A mysterious voice says, "Ah, you've woken from your hibernation, have you, Cuttlefish?" He responds, "That's, former Captain Cuttlefish to whoever you are. Who are you? Identify yourself now." The voice tells him, "You're lively for an old bag of... Does your species have bones? No matter. You can call me Mr. Grizz." The call starts to break up, but Cuttlefish does say that he doesn't know a Mr. Grizz before the call cuts out for good. Callie tells Agent 3 to just keep moving. And well, I hope you remember Mr. Grizz from way earlier. He's the guy who runs Grizzco Industries and employs Inklings and Octolings to do salmon runs. Not much is known about him other than that no one has actually ever seen him. His voice lines come from a bear-shaped radio and may be pre-recorded. The company itself is mysterious, as no one knows who founded it or when, or even if it's a real company. All that is known is that Mr. Grizz actually has Cuttlefish now. Something doesn't really seem right, though. But there's not much Agent 3 can do about it, except move on to Site 5, Ecoforest Tree Hills. There's no signal on this site either, so let's look at the contents of Log 004, Humanity's Final Day. It reads, quote, "The years passed with prosperity. The population of Alterna grew like a rising tide. The scientists, now elders of their kind, believed they had done all they could to advance the civilization of Alterna. They began selecting new leaders to succeed them, entrusting to them the world they helped build. Humanity's new leaders inherited both the brilliance of their predecessors and their unquenchable thirst for innovation. This new generation, born and raised in deep Alterna, would prove to be every bit the match of those they were to succeed. They soon grew restless at the sight of the liquid crystal sky, believing they deserved to behold the reality that existed outside the cavern. The elders, who knew what awaited outside the safe haven of Alterna, issued stern warnings to the brash young scientists. Nevertheless, the young scientists pressed on with their plan, the construction of a massive rocket ship to escape Alterna. Sadly, as the boosters were ignited for the first time during a launch test, tragedy struck. The energy from the rocket boosters overloaded the cavern's liquid crystals. A violent and terrible chain reaction ensued. Without warning, the stone walls of the cavern began to shatter, raining debris down upon humanity. Alterna, the last civilization of once prosperous humanity, was no more. And those who escaped the carnage would soon follow it into death." Unquote. This series never fails to delve right into the darkness when you least expect it, dude. Humanity, which was bolstered by their new innovation and actually recovering a little bit, fell victim to their own hubris once again. Although the new generation born and raised in Alterna were just as gifted as their predecessors, they ignored their warnings and built a rocket to go and see the real sky that the crystals on the walls mimicked. As the log says, the boosters were ignited during a launch test and they overloaded the cavern's liquid crystals, which caused a chain reaction leading to the wall shattering and raining debris on the people of Alterna. This killed many, and those who survived didn't last long, making this the actual final extinction event in humanity's history on the timeline. The log says years passed and at least one generation was born and raised. As I already covered, the crystals weren't invented until 25 years after humanity entered Alterna, so it's safe to assume that Alterna didn't actually fall until at least probably 50 years after it was initially discovered, at the very least. It's unclear when this event actually happened and how many, if more than one, generation were actually born and raised in Alterna. All I can say is that humans tried mightily to avoid extinction, but failed because of themselves. But if this is only log 4, what could possibly be in the others? Well, you'll have to wait and see. Since Site 5 has no signal, it's also very light on plot details. Nothing more than more levels, more upgrades, more fuzzy Octarians to be taken down. On to Site 6, Happiness Research Lab then. In the tube, Callie says that she might have seen something in the water, and Marie tells her they will probably find out what it is soon enough. Upon reaching the site, it doesn't have much in terms of walkable land. It's mostly flooded and destroyed buildings, which makes the contents of Log 5 ever more poignant. But now that I've reached Site 6, I can reveal the contents of Log 005, Fresh Intelligence Awakens. It reads, quote, "As the inner walls of Alterna collapsed, thousands of tons of rock and liquid crystal plunged into the waters below. As these crystals washed to and fro among the flotsam and jetsam of humanity's former colony, they broke into microscopic fragments. Because they had repeatedly absorbed and reflected humanity's wishes over so many years, the crystals had retained those feelings. Little by little, the squids, octopuses, and assorted sea creatures that thrived in the waters of Alterna absorbed these crystals into their bodies. This process continued until, one day, the marine organisms began to feel something. Something fresh. These fresh impulses bore a striking resemblance to humanity's passive desire to return to the Earth's surface. Spurred by these impulses and whatever else may have been floating in the polluted waters, the sea creatures began to evolve rapidly. Each species developed pulmonary respiration, mobility, and other traits consistent with land-dwelling creatures. They began to adapt. Their intelligence grew at a remarkable pace across generations. Some species even gained extraordinary camouflage capabilities. A point of no return arrived. The sea creatures of Alterna set foot on dry land and never looked back. Like humans, they strove for the surface. Of course, survival on land was harsh, but the creatures were persistent. Soon, they found the tunnels that humans had used to escape the apocalypse. With their path forward now clear, these fresh, fledgling beings left the ruins of Alterna behind and set their sights on the surface world." Unquote. This log gives us the definitive explanation for how almost all the creatures seen in Splatoon came to be. The liquid crystals, which were made from the bodily fluids of squids, remember, were absorbed by the sea creatures in the waters of Alterna, and because those crystals had absorbed and reflected the innermost thoughts of humans for so long, they retained those feelings. The sea creatures that absorbed the crystals and thus those feelings continued to do so until they had a fresh feeling. Those fresh impulses spurred them to seek the surface of the earth and dry land. They all started to evolve rapidly, including the ability to walk and breathe air. They adapted and grew extremely intelligent over multiple generations until one day they set foot onto dry land. But they were still on Alterna, not the actual surface of the earth. Their persistence, much like humans, paid off as they found the original tunnels humans used to get into Alterna and had a way to get to the Earth's surface. And there it is, the explanation for why inklings, octolings, cuttlefish, snails, crabs, sea anemones, and all the other sea creatures in Splatoon can walk, breathe air, and act so human. It's because they, in a sense, are. They absorb the feelings and impulses of humans that were essentially condensed into those crystals, and how fitting that what came from a squid led to the evolution and eventual domination of squids. It's poetic. Humans, through experiencing extreme hardship, conflict, war, the apocalypse, a rebuild, and eventual extinction, gave rise to other species to do the same, including two that mimic them arguably the most. The timeline, while unclear here, has an order. Alterna is found and humanity attempts to live on. They create, invent, and procreate. The crystals they created and put all along the cavern absorb and reflect their feelings for years and years. They hold on to those feelings even as Alterna and humanity fall after the cataclysmic launch test failure. The debris and liquid crystals enter the seawater in Alterna, and the crystals begin to break down over time to a microscopic level. The sea creatures begin to absorb the crystals for a long time and eventually begin to feel like the humans before them. Their evolution increases rapidly, as does their desire to seek dry land in the Earth's surface. Eventually, a day comes where they set foot on dry land, much like how the actual ancestor of all land creatures did in the real world. They survive the harshness of living on dry land, find the tunnels to the surface, and set out for their new homes. Obviously, since no dates are given here, I have no idea exactly when these events took place. Other than when the creatures had set foot on dry land, it was the dawn of the so-called Mollusc Era shown in Sunken Scroll 10 in Splatoon 1. I can also say that Orca has been recording all of this the entire time. There's still another test site left at least though, so what's in the next log? Well, dear viewer, you'll have to wait for that as I come back to Agent 3 and their quest to get to the boss kettle and the third signal. Again, not much happens in Site 6 between arriving and getting to the signal, other than Agent 3 completing levels, finding stuff, inking turf, and Little Buddy eating a lot of fuzzy ooze. Upon entering the boss kettle, Agent 3 finds himself once again at odds with a member of Deep Cut, this time Big Man, who says he wouldn't fight them if he had a choice, but this is for Splatsville. The vault sits behind him and he covers himself in ink and forms a huge manta ray on the ground. Time for boss number 3, the hype Manta Storm, Big Man. This fight is greatly inspired by a favorite boss fight of mine from Super Mario Sunshine, and I absolutely love this reference so much, and the fight itself is actually really fun. Shooting Big Man causes him to split into smaller and smaller rays. Agent 3 has to figure out which little ray is actually Big Man and then splat him. Do that 3 times and he's toast. Upon defeating Big Man, he says his fight was a flop, tries to throw a smoke bomb which gets stuck in the ink, and he blows himself up. Agent 3 claims the next treasure, which seems to be like an engine block, and then finds themselves back at camp. Marie tells Agent 3 the captain was cheering them on, and he has some choice words for Deep Cut for trying to fight them. Cuttlefish calls in again, and it's a bit hard to hear. He's got a report for the crew. He's being held captive by something or someone calling themselves Mr. Grizz. He doesn't know where he is, but since his left knee is aching, he knows he's up high. Marie says there's only one place that can fit the bill, and Mr. Grizz cuts in. He says Cuttlefish's injured knee betrayed their location and thanks them as he won't underestimate the legendary leader of the Squidbeaks platoon again. He says he's going to deal with him now before he becomes an actual inconvenience. Cuttlefish asks, "What's that?" and "What do you think you're doing?" before screaming, and then the call ends. That doesn't really sound great, so Callie and Marie tell Agent 3 to look at the treasure a bit more closely, as it might be their ticket to getting closer to the rocket. Before I get to that, let's take a look at the contents of the final site log, log 006, The Land of Fresh Beginnings. It reads, quote, "The beings that had emerged from the water soon emerged from the cavern of Alterna itself. From there, they flourished quickly. It wasn't long before they had explored every corner of the world. This epochal event gave great significance to the crater above Alterna and its surrounding territories, now referred to as the Splatlands. This region, from that point on, would be known as, quote, the Land of Fresh Beginnings, unquote, among the creatures that now thrive on the surface. These newly evolved beings, having scattered themselves across the globe, soon gave rise to distinct cultures and unique ways of life. Out of all the species now roaming the earth, squids and octopuses soon distinguished themselves via intelligence and fresh vibes, so to speak. It wasn't long before they became the apex species of the planet. Now, I must fast forward a bit. 5,000 years later, a peculiar individual was born. This squid quickly rose to fame in the Splatlands due to some unique characteristics. Yes, this individual was embraced as a prophet, gifted with numerous revelations that they shared among their fellow squids. It was another turning point for squid kind. During this period, the foundations for modern cephalopod civilization were laid. That individual squid is now widely known and celebrated as the progenitor of the modern-day Inkling, unquote. This log shows the spread of the evolved creatures from Alterna and how the modern world in Splatoon came to be. It obviously mimics the out of Africa theory that says all humans are descended from a group that migrated out of Africa and spread across the world in real life. But for this, it's a group of sea creatures migrating outwards from Alterna. I hope you can see the map included is the same world map in the Ask of the Developer interview. This log also shows that the crater and Alterna are the true homeland of all modern Splatoon creatures. This confirms that there are many different cultures and areas of the world not yet seen in Splatoon, as the map of Encadia is what used to be Japan, and we haven't seen any other region of the world in Splatoon thus far. That opens up a ton of room for theories and such outside the scope of this video though. What I need you to know is that the entire world is now dominated by the descendants of the sea creatures from Alterna, and that Inklings and Octolings are the apex species of the planet. As for the timeline itself, there is a much clearer picture of how long that absorption and evolution took than what was discussed in log 005. The end of log 006 says that 5,000 years after the sea creatures spread across the world, the progenitor or ancestor of the modern day Inkling was born. Scroll number 10 from Splatoon 1, which reads, quote, "With creatures of the surface driven to extinction by rising sea levels, the ancestors of Inklings were free to haul their 10-legged bodies up onto the abandoned land. This is how the Mollusc Era began," unquote. Shows us either the sea creatures' first venture onto land in Alterna or their first venture onto Earth's surface. For the timeline, we can put the birth of this new progenitor somewhere between 7,000 BS and 2,000 BS, as he obviously could not have been born any sooner than 5,000 years after humans founded Alterna, and any later than when there were already turf wars and modern-day Inklings around 2,000 BS. There's a good bit of wiggle room here, but since a lot of this time was like the absorption, evolution, and spread of the sea creatures, the exact dates aren't really super critical. At the very least, there is a decent estimation here. The individual progenitor himself rose to prominence in the Splatlands and apparently gifted numerous revelations as well, which helped lay the foundations for the modern civilization seen in Splatoon. And with that log, there's now a clearer picture of how Splatoon came to be, from humanity's downfall, attempt at rebuilding, a second smaller downfall, and extinction, to the evolution, spread, and rise of Inklings and Octolings up through their Great Turf War and the events of Splatoon 1 through 3. But I haven't finished 3 yet, so let's get back to it. After triple confirming that the player wants to attempt to get to the rocket, the gang knows Cuttlefish is up near the rocket somewhere, but it's surrounded by more fuzzy ooze than the little buddy can eat. Marie says she knows that the treasures they collected are useful, they just have to find a way to combine them. A fun little building montage shows Agents 1 and 2 and the captain assemble the treasure into some kind of weed whacker or lawnmower or hair trimming thing, I guess. It doesn't really matter what it actually is. We all know what it's going to do. The captain glows like they have their special, grabs a hold of the device, and throws it really high into the air. They jump behind it, grab it, and slash away at the fuzzy ooze around the rocket. The whole area is now ooze-free as the captain collapses beside the machine. Callie and Marie remark how smooth it all looks. Agent 3 then jumps over to the rocket area to find the captain has a sprained tentacle and can't go on, but Callie and Marie can. Right as Agent 3 is about to keep going, someone tells them to hold on. Deep Cut appears and tells them to give up and walk away from the treasure. Marie tells them that they're done with it and they can have it. Deep Cut are shocked and confused, but Callie and Marie hold steady. They can keep the treasure now. Deep Cut apologize because they feel bad after fighting Agent 3 to the death 3 times, only to be given the treasure in the end. Shiver says it's such a boss move and asks if, well, they can be their new boss. So Marie becomes Deep Cut's new boss. So, with the new Deep Cut alliance, Agent 3 sets out to save Cuttlefish. After climbing up a tower and entering a room, Orca tells Agent 3 that all weaponry is prohibited beyond this point, but pets or sidekicks are allowed. And where exactly is here? Well, it's the Alterna Space Center entrance. Much like Octo Expansion, which had 7 phases of the human torso in its final section, Splatoon 3 has different phases of a space center. The first one doesn't allow weapons. How familiar? Anyway, Agent 3 begins and Big Man says that he can see Agent 3's gear, so if they can get through this, they should be able to get their gear back. With just the little buddy, Agent 3 has to get through this section. Using the little buddy and a bit of platforming, Agent 3 manages to actually get their gear back and make their way to the roof of this building. They need to find a way forward, and while doing so, the player can hear Cuttlefish speaking. He starts, "Alright, Grizz," or whatever your name is, "what's the deal with these ropes?" Mr. Grizz responds, "Ropes? Those are corporate engagement facilitators, and they are helping me save the world. I simply require a representative of Earth, like you, don't you see? You're going to help me." Cuttlefish yells, "Help you? Somebody help me!" Anyway, if you do want help, I sure can't do it like this. Untie me and we'll yak about it. Mr. Grizz puts him at ease. "Never fear, you will be free soon, and together we shall bristle forth into a fuzzy and profitable new era." Cuttlefish doesn't really understand this. "Oh, I get it. You've gone fishing, completely out to sea. You're just trolling us, right?" They stop talking as a red emergency-looking warning flashes on the walls of Alterna. Agent 3 then finds a pipe forward and enters it. Onto the next area, the Alterna Space Center hangar. Orca warns Agent 3 that this is a restricted area and entry is prohibited. All routes are closed while the launch sequence initiates, but Orca does say to have a nice day. Fry and Shiver tell Agent 3 to keep moving and to listen to their music to stay pumped. Agent 3 splats a bunch of fuzzy Octarians in this area en route to getting out of the hangar. Once back outside, Callie and Marie tell Agent 3 Cuttlefish is probably on the launch pad and to try getting into the building on their right as a means to proceed. Mr. Grizz begins to speak again as Agent 3 finds the way forward. He says, "The world as it exists now is out of balance. One cannot run a world, or a business, in this manner. Mammals and marine creatures have traded places, and not for the better. As CEO, I must be the one to restore balance to nature. For now, I will let the fuzzy ooze spread and watch the golden eggs pile up. My employees have been extremely diligent." Cuttlefish hilariously responds, asking Mr. Grizz if he's talking to him because he has no idea what Grizz is talking about. Agent 3 then enters a duct on the roof to enter the next area, the Alterna Space Center lift. It's pretty dark inside and the lift itself moves relatively slow. Agent 3 has to ride a few lifts all the way up while defeating fuzzy Octarians along the way. Upon reaching the outside again, they are actually just below the launch pad. There's a pipe just big enough to fit Agent 3 that leads into the rocket itself and hopefully forward to Cuttlefish. While Agent 3 is doing this, Callie asks Deep Cut why they were after the treasure in the first place. They then tell Callie that they wanted it for Splatsville as some people are hurting there. They plan on selling the treasure, giving the money to the people, and of course taking a shallow cut for themselves. Agent 3 then finds the pipe and enters the bottom of the rocket, which is called the Spirit Lifter, in an area called Steerage. Inside the rocket, Agent 3 finds a ton of fuzzy ooze, fuzzy Octarians, and the Great Zapfish. It was here all along, which finally clears DJ Octavio. He didn't do it this time. Marie says they do need to save the Great Zapfish, but later, so Agent 3 moves on up the rocket to the first class section. Orca says that launch preparations are nearing completion and to be safe near the closing bulkheads. This area is full of energy cores that look exactly like the one in the Nils statue in Octo Expansion, and also a switch. Deep Cut plus Callie and Marie decide the best option is to just grab all the cores, flip the switch, and hope something happens. So Agent 3 does exactly that. It actually works and opens the first bulkhead, so Agent 3 repeats the process 2 more times to open the next bulkhead and a door at the top. Back outside again, but very close to the top of the rocket and the launch pad, Mr. Grizz speaks. There are 3 components to my business plan. The vessel, the spirit, and the wisdom of the ages. Someone is taking notes, yes? Cuttlefish asks what he's blathering on about and tells him not to come any closer. Mr. Grizz tells him, your brain, ensconced though it may be in your hideous form, contains the beautiful essence I need. Cuttlefish tells him to leave his brain out of it and to stop what he's doing before he starts screaming. Callie and Marie tell Agent 3 to hurry before Mr. Grizz begins to speak again. To be a visionary in business, and in life, one must be prepared to make tough decisions. I must leverage the suffering of my employees into a brighter, fuzzier future for all. On the launch pad, Callie, Marie, and Agent 3 run over to something on the ground. A white, dried-up squid with Cuttlefish's eyes and beard lies before them, dehydrated in his prime. A large shadow looms over them as Mr. Grizz finally shows his face. He is a huge bear, but with a relatively small and cute-looking face, glowing white eyes, and fuzzy ooze and patches on his fur. He welcomes them as the game tells the player his name, the Ursine Anomaly, number 03, Mr. Grizz. Callie tells him to turn Cuttlefish back to normal as the captain finally catches up. Mr. Grizz tells her that he appreciates the feedback, but he won't be doing that. The rocket launch countdown begins as the engines start to come on. The rocket launches with Mr. Grizz clinging to the side, and he clarifies that this is the end of their employment with Grizzco and the end of the world as it is now. As per his memo, he will be coating the planet in fuzzy ooze in an effort to restore balance. He also says not to call it Hairmageddon as HR doesn't like it. I actually kind of love how committed he is to acting as CEO, even down to all the corporate speak. Callie kind of reaches for the rocket in the sky as it ascends to the top of Alterna, and they all turn back towards the captain who's holding the dried up cuttlefish. The captain sheds a single tear that lands on Cuttlefish and actually hydrates him enough to make him come back to life. He asks if anyone else is parched and remarks how he feels lighter and flatter. He's alive, kind of. Sunken Scroll number 21 actually offers some insight into how Cuttlefish could have survived this whole thing. It reads, quote, "Seems these are instructions on how to mummify an Inkling. Maybe in olden times the Inklings thought if they preserved their bodies after death they could be revived someday, but that's, well, there's no way this is a real one stuck here, right? No, of course it isn't, right?" Unquote. Most likely, Mr. Grizz either knew the process for or inadvertently recreated without knowing the exact mummification of Inklings. This made Cuttlefish primed to be revived, which he was by the captain's tear. Callie and Marie remember the rocket after this, but think it's impossible to catch and that they can't really do anything. Deep Cut then tells them to hold on a sec and says they look like they need help, and they're here to give it and steal the spotlight. Fry swirls up a bunch of eels into a giant column of ink, which kind of mimics the process that was shown in her Sunken Scroll. Shiver then summons Master Mega, and Big Man gives Agent 3 like a headphone helmet thing. Agent 3 jumps on top of Master Mega, rides the column of eels up to the top, jumps off, and Squid jumps after the rocket. Cuttlefish wishes them luck, and then the little buddy flies on up after Agent 3. As Callie says, quote, "The fate of the world is in your hands," unquote. Agent 3 and the little buddy then land on the rocket, which is floating in outer space, mind you, now covered in fuzzy ooze, golden eggs, and fuzzballs. Mr. Grizz is nowhere to be seen until he rises up and commends Agent 3 for their dedication to their work. He tells them they have earned a break and to come here so he can break them. He roars and is surrounded with a purple aura. Agent 3 collects the golden eggs and uses them to power up Little Buddy so they can eat the fuzzy ooze and clear the way. Mr. Grizz fires off some specials and some weird claw slashes as Agent 3 shoots the glowing ooze spot on Mr. Grizz. It makes a fuzzball appear that the Little Buddy eats, which then covers Mr. Grizz in a bit of normal colored ink. He makes another work-related pun and is covered in fuzzy ooze as he seemingly melts into it and reappears farther along the rocket. In this phase, Mr. Grizz begins to roll and rotate the entire rocket in an effort to get Agent 3 off of it. The process for damaging him is the same though. After covering him in a bit of ink, he melts back into the fuzzy ooze and appears again farther along the rocket at the tip. A fun note is that all the debris surrounding the rocket, if you can see, is mostly like trash. Agent 3 then collects more golden eggs and clears more fuzzy ooze once again, but as they do, Mr. Grizz sits down and unleashes a killer whale attack. After dodging that, though, the final fuzzball is eaten and this phase of the fight is over. He tells Agent 3 that they are very proactive, but it's time to clock out, as in a few moments, Earth will be ruled by mammals again. He roars and the rocket begins to explode, launching Agent 3 and Little Buddy back towards Earth. A small shiny spot in the distance starts to shimmer and something soars past really fast and grabs Agent 3 and Little Buddy. They cling to, you guessed it, DJ Octavio's Octobot King, which is now flying and soaring towards Mr. Grizz. DJ Octavio plans on spoiling Mr. Grizz's big finish and won't let him drop the beat on their home turf. The gang back on Earth says they will hype them up from there, and Deep Cut does their introduction like on their news show, but Callie crashes it. Cuttlefish then tells DJ Octavio to hit it. DJ Octavio begins to play that heavenly melody, and the Calamari Incantation 3 mix starts to play. The Little Buddy starts to glow and he rises up. Cuttlefish says marine energy is flowing up to him as shining blue silhouettes of sea creatures flow into him. Shiver quotes the sunken scroll that mentioned the ancient flood in the Splatlands. 3 lights, united to consume disaster. Fry reveals he is, as was foretold, the little buddy, Huge Fry. Both him and Mr. Grizz are now much larger, and the captain says to eliminate the fuzzballs to help Huge Fry since Mr. Grizz is trying to deliver the fuzzy ooze to Earth himself. And here we are, the return of the mammalians. DJ Octavio's Octobot King, now with the ability to fly in space, also has an upgraded ink vac and a pilot hatch that Agent 3 can use to steer it to suck up the fuzzballs. They have 3 minutes and 33 seconds to do so, or the Earth will be covered in fuzzy ooze. Fuzzy Octarians and fake fuzzballs will attempt to impede Agent 3 from completing their task, of course. The fake fuzzballs are actually large burst bombs covered in fuzzy ooze, if you couldn't tell. Also, if the player loses this fight, much like in the final fight of Octo Expansion, they see a cutscene that shows the fuzzy ink covering buildings, multiple inklings converted into mammals running around, and half the planet getting covered in fuzzy ooze. Orca then says, on that day, a massive fuzzball was born in space. Which is actually really messed up, so don't lose if you play this by yourself. Anyway, as Agent 3 is sucking up fuzzballs, Huge Fry and Mr. Grizz throw down and fight each other with bites, slashes, slams, and the like. Once the first fuzzball is sucked up, it covers Mr. Grizz in ink on that spot. Agent 3 has to suck up 4 fuzzballs in totals, each with more obstacles than the last. The fourth one is probably the easiest, however, as once you get to the 4th fuzzball, Huge Fry kind of locks Mr. Grizz up and holds him steady so Agent 3 can suck it up pretty easily. After sucking up all the fuzzballs, DJ Octavio and the captain tell Agent 4 to just fire them all right back. So Agent 4 does, and the screen begins to glitch out as Mr. Grizz is defeated. He stands on the rocket, kind of much thinner looking and covered in ink, and says, "It seems all of my work has been for nothing. The times have changed, the world can never be as it was. Moving forward is the future. I suppose this is it then. You will not receive severance pay." Electricity begins to crackle around him as beams of light envelop him, and the rocket explodes! Like, look at this, it's absolutely annihilated! DJ Octavio flies the Octobot King out of the explosion as Huge Fry starts to shrink back down into Small Fry, who then lands in the hands of Agent 3 and jumps back into their pouch, safe and sound. They all fly back down to Earth as the screen fades to white, and the game kicks the player back to the title screen to a familiar sight. For the 3rd time, the Great Zapfish is back in town, atop a tower, as all things should be. The Anarchy Splatcast starts, and Deep Cut tells everyone the Great Zapfish is back and that the Squid sisters have a new single. Deep Cut then realizes that their boss Marie and her assistant lady are actually the Squid sisters, which I find hilarious because both Callie and Marie told Deep Cut their actual names and none of them connected the dots there. They ask for the Squid sisters' forgiveness, and Shiver says they will open for them anytime while wondering about a world tour with them. Deep Cut then played the Squid Sisters' newest single, Wave Goodbye, and the credits roll. I actually kind of love how the Squid Sisters always have a new single ready for the credit sequence. The credits this time take place in outer space near the Earth. Large globs of ink float around and change color, and some ways into the credits themselves, you can actually see Mr. Grizz balled up, floating around the Earth, meaning he was not killed in that explosion, which is insane. But his fate is unknown. He might just be floating around the Earth forever. Upon going back to Alterna after the credits, Callie Marie, the captain, and Cuttlefish congratulate and thank Agent 3 for their bravery and effort. They once again wonder if anyone else knows Agent 3 saved the planet, similar to how Marie and Captain Cuttlefish asked the same question after the first 2 hero modes. Cuttlefish tries to say his classic line that being a hero is a lonely path, but he ends up saying that being a hero is a journey or a tour where you go places. The captain gives Agent 3 a booyah, and they all say, "Until next time, stay fresh." And that might seem like the end, but if the player has beaten every single level in hero mode, they get access to a secret kettle called After Alterna. When this level is completed, it gives the player access to a new log. Well, I obviously beat this level, which is extremely long and very difficult for most people, but not me, as I am a godlike Splatoon player, and it was extremely easy. Also a fun note, it costs 333 eggs to attempt the level, and the reward is 3,333 eggs for completing it, because, you know, Splatoon 3. Anyway, the final log.exe, Return of the Mammalians, reads as follows. Quote, "Recall for a moment the first apocalypse that devastated the human race. Those who escaped into the caverns of Alterna were not the sole survivors. There were others who escaped via a giant rocket ship, the Ark Polaris. Launched in the nick of time, the ship was laden with many of Earth's species that had been placed in a cold sleep. The mission was simple: find another planet to replace the Earth. Considering the circumstances of its launch, the Polaris had a smooth voyage until it reached the edge of the solar system. It was at that point that debris struck the vehicle, damaging its navigation system. The crew was able to turn the ship around and head back toward Earth, but the effort was in vain. There was not enough fuel to attempt a re-landing. The Ark Polaris drifted aimlessly for 10,000 years. Eons passed. The once stable orbit of the Polaris decayed over time until the ship found itself in the inescapable pull of Earth's gravity. Re-entry was not kind to its inhabitants. All perished, save one. Bear number 03, an experimental subject who had retained consciousness within his cold hibernation, survived. For 12,000 years he had dreamed and plotted. Fully awakened, Bear number 03 came to a terrible realization. He had not landed on a new planet at all. He was back on Earth. And yet, it was not an Earth he knew. This Earth, it seemed, was dominated by sea creatures. Not a single mammal to be found. In the course of his search for a single fellow mammal, Bear number 03 used navigational equipment from the wreckage of the Ark Polaris to discover Alterna. It was a wasteland, of course, but a few of the liquid crystals that had once covered the walls and ceiling remained. With knowledge built during his thousands of years of dreaming, he repaired some of Alterna's facilities and began researching the crystals. This research bore fruit when Bear number 03 compounded some of the liquid crystals with his own fur. The experiment created an entirely new substance with one terrifying property. It could transform any living creature into a mammal. Bear number 03 realized the implications immediately. He could restore the planet to a mammalian paradise. He began stockpiling fuzzy ooze, as he called it, within Alterna's still intact rocket. For such a venture, he would require the acquisition of thousands of golden eggs. These were used in the creation of the fuzzy ooze, although the exact details have never been recorded in my memory banks. But Bear number 03 had a plan. He founded a corporation that would go on to employ locals to collect his golden eggs under the name Grizzco Industries. Mr. Grizz, as he was now known, would pay handsomely for them. With fuzzy ooze production peaking thanks to the assistance of unsuspecting inklings and octolings, Mr. Grizz took the final steps to set his plan in motion. The rocket was loaded. It wouldn't be long now. Unquote. This log serves as Mr. Grizz's full backstory and answers the question, how did a bear survive the events that flooded the Earth and kill all mammals? The log also allows me to add some events to the timeline. Around 12,000 years before Splatoon, a point in time that seems to only have more and more revealed about it, the Ark Polaris launched into orbit with humans and other species aboard in a cold sleep, all for the mission of finding a new habitable planet. The launch just barely happened before the entire Earth went down the tubes, and the rocket made it all the way to the edge of the solar system before being hit by debris, which damaged its navigation system. When the Ark was damaged, the crew turned the ship around and headed back towards Earth. Unfortunately, there was not enough fuel for landing, so it drifted aimlessly for 10,000 years. Fast forward to around Splatoon 1, the ship found its way into Earth's gravitational pull and crashed, killing everything and everyone aboard except for bear number 03. This bear had retained consciousness within his cold hibernation, and according to the log, dreamed and plotted for 12,000 years. This means the Ark launched around the time humanity fell and landed around the events of Splatoon 1. The Ark itself probably reached the edge of the solar system around 2,000 years after launching from Earth. Now, back on Earth, bear number 03 awoke to find he was still on Earth, all the mammals were dead, and sea creatures were the dominant species now. He used the functioning navigational equipment left over from the Ark to Polaris to try to find another mammal, and that led him to Alterna. Using the knowledge he accumulated during his dreaming and the bits left in Alterna, he repaired some of the facilities and began researching the crystals still intact. During his research, he discovered a new substance that could transform any living creature into a mammal after combining the crystals he found with his own fur. This would allow him to restore the planet to a mammalian paradise, so he began stockpiling the fuzzy ooze within Alterna's rocket. As you'll remember, the rocket in Alterna never actually launched, it simply caused a chain reaction during a failed launch test. However, to stockpile more fuzzy ooze, he needed golden eggs, as they were used in the creation of the ooze. He then founded a corporation that employed locals to collect golden eggs under the name Grisco Industries and took the name Mr. Grizz. And I can surmise that since Mr. Grizz landed back on Earth around Splatoon 1 and Grisco Industries only appeared in Splatoon 2, the company was founded in between the two games. So using the Inklings and Octolings as unknowing employees, he collected golden eggs, stockpiled fuzzy ooze, and loaded up the rocket, ready to set his plan in motion. Then the events of Splatoon 3 took place. It's an incredible backstory for a cool but controversial antagonist. The ruins of Ark Polaris and the bear tracks and bear signs in Splatoon 2 were obvious hints about Mr. Grizz. And if signs were put up about a bear in the area, then he was definitely spotted by someone at some point. But please do not ask me how a bear sleeps for 12,000 years, develops the kind of intelligence needed to create a unique substance, found a corporation and pay employees, let alone speak a language that he had probably never heard before. I'm just going to chalk it up that he had a long time to learn in his sleep. Splatoon is wild enough without having to think how Mr. Grizz went from a seemingly normal bear to one that can operate a rocket. Regardless, more is now known about the time period around humanity's demise, mainly that at least two groups attempted to found new civilizations, one underground and one in outer space. Both, however, failed, but also gave rise to beings inspired by them, that also used the technology they left behind. I do feel bad for Mr. Grizz. He was just lonely and wanted his mammal bros back, but he came to realize that he couldn't change the past and the future moves on at the end of Splatoon 3. He is still alive, though, and his company still operates at least. A fun detail to know, though, is that after completing the story and defeating Mr. Grizz, the radio representing him in Grizco is actually changed from a bear eating a fish to a fish that resembles Huge Fry eating a bear, which I guess says that he's been defeated. There are also some hints that Lil Judd could have taken over Grisco, and that leads me to... And I've done it! I've covered all of the Splatoon series up to Splatoon 3, and as of the release of this video, there's nothing really else ahead of that. There are, however, some things still to cover. One is what I mentioned, Lil Judd and Grizco. Mr. Grizz is obviously floating around the Earth as far as we know, and after the player defeats him, Lil Judd starts wearing a headset. He also has a Salmonid-themed deck in Table Turf, as well as giving the player the Salmonid-themed card sleeves if they beat him 30 times. This has led many to believe that he is now the one giving people instructions through the Grisco radio and that he is the new CEO. This would make sense given the cards, the sleeves, and the headset, but also Lil Judd's background. As I covered before, Lil Judd is a clone of Judd and wants to be out of his shadow, with the second art book going so far as to say he is waiting to stab Judd in the back. It is possible that a future story or plot element will be based around Lil Judd utilizing the power vacuum and ample resources of Grisco to further his plans to betray Judd and step out of his shadow for good. He does represent the bad guy side in matches after all. There is also the question of what Pearl and Marina are up to as of the release of this video. The side-order DLC expansion for Splatoon 3 has been confirmed with a trailer. In it, what seems to be Agent 8 stands in Inkopolis Square, seemingly bleached white like the coral that surrounds them. There is a lot of elevator, rising, and disturbing imagery in the trailer that implies that it might take place in the mind of Agent 8, not unlike the inner Agent 3 fight. It is known that Agent 8 has auditory hallucinations at the very least from the interview I cited earlier. It could be possible that Agent 8 has to restore color to Inkopolis Square after some Order-related force bleached it, but that is yet to be seen. Obviously, the name Side Order refers to the losing team of the final fest, the Side Order. Members of that team, if you recall, include Marina, Marie, Commander Tartar and Sea Cucumber, Agent 8, Agent 3 and Captain Cuttlefish, Merch, Krusty Sean and Bisque, Gel Flonzo, and the Octarians. Marina and Pearl can also be seen and heard in the trailer for this DLC, so it's most likely they will be major parts of the plot. My best guess, like I said, is some force, maybe calling themselves the Order, bleached the square of all color in order to seize control and stop chaos from spreading. The literal lack of color and stark white representing order, utopia, and destruction is not a new thing, but in the context of Splatoon, it just fits really, really well. I assume the story will focus on Agent 8 and the recovery of more memories, self-discovery, and rising up against adversity a la the elevator imagery to restore so-called color to their mind in the square/the world. That's just a theory though, we will have to wait and see what comes of it. And also, we never saw Commander Tartar officially die. The screen just faded to white, so he could return. I'm just saying. It was also confirmed that he does have the same immortal life that Judd does, so maybe he's the Order. I don't know. As for the Inkopolis Plaza being playable, it's just a reskinned plaza with new old shops as well as some new and some updated shopkeeper looks. There is really nothing important lore-wise at all in this first wave of the Splatoon 3 expansion pass. For now though, that's where it stands. I will of course cover any and all additions, expansions, and future games in another video or videos when I can, and if I have the sanity at my disposal to do so. So let's look at the whole timeline in its entirety now, from start to finish, from humanity's fall to Mr. Grizz's. It's beautiful, isn't it? It starts 12,000 years prior to Splatoon 1. Humans have fought 5 world wars, Judd helps decide the winning side, and a nuclear warhead is sold to a country to help them win. That missile is then fired into the South Pole, causing the ice caps to melt and sea levels to rise. The rising sea levels, combined with increasingly intense natural disasters, spell the apocalypse on Earth, including a cataclysmic volcanic eruption that creates an underground cavern that fills with seawater. As humans scramble, a single professor injects Judd with an immortality drug and puts him in the cell that becomes Little Judd in a cryogenic chamber to sleep for 10,000 years. The same professor also creates the AI that becomes Commander Tartar and gives it its prime directive. As the world starts to end, humans flee underground, including a certain group that flee underground into the cavern created by that cataclysmic volcanic eruption, and another group of humans launches into space on the Arc Polaris with many of the species of Earth in tow. The Earth then floods, like I said, as all humans and other mammals die. In Alterna, the humans there try to rebuild, electing to have scientists lead them. They work together and create the Omniscient Recording Computer of Alterna, or ORCA, to hold all of humanity's old and new knowledge. One of their scientists eventually creates crystals using bodily fluids from squids that can read minds and reflect the human's innermost thoughts. They create a lot more of these crystals and use them to finally see the sky again 25 years after the apocalypse by putting them on the walls of the cavern around them. The Arc Polaris continues to fly through the solar system and eventually encounters the edge where it gets hit by debris which damages its navigation systems. The crew turns it around and flies back toward Earth, but without enough fuel for a landing. The Ark begins to drift aimlessly. Eventually, another generation is born and raised in Alterna, one that desires to see the real sky. They try and launch a rocket, but in the process destroy their own civilization and kill the last remaining humans on Earth. But from their failure, slowly, life begins to evolve. As the Arc Polaris drifts aimlessly in space, Commander Tartar watches and grows lonely, and sea creatures in the waters of Alterna begin to absorb the crystals and evolve. They become human-like, develop the ability to breathe air and move on land, and eventually do move on to land. They seek the Earth's surface like their predecessors, and find the tunnels out of Alterna. They reach the surface and spread across the globe, developing cultures and civilizations of their own. Commander Tartar watches this, his prime directive in mind. The Ark still drifts aimlessly, Bear number 03 sleeping aboard. Millennia pass and eventually the progenitor to the modern-day Inkling is born. He is hailed as a prophet and gives numerous revelations to his fellow squids. Tartar watches this as well as the Ark still drifts. Fast forward a little bit and Judd's chamber opens and he emerges, the only mammal left on Earth. He is immortal and he begins to judge the early turf wars using the ability he's had from the start. Inklings and octolings, now the apex species of the planet, have developed into their modern day forms and are eventually forced to fight as sea levels rise again and land is scarce. DJ Octavio, the Great Zapfish, and Captain Cuttlefish are born, the Great Turf War ensues, and Inklings drive the Octarians underground to the various caves the humans used to inhabit. They plot their revenge and wait for an opportunity to strike, and around this time is probably when Commander Tartar started to change his prime directive. The Ark is getting closer to Earth's gravitational pull, Iso Padre is born, then Pearl, Callie, and Marie, Marina, the Captain, then Agents 4 and 8, and the new Agent 3. Shiver, Fry, and Big Man were born in this time as well, and go to school and get to know each other. Callie and Marie win a folk singing contest and begin to rocket to stardom because of it. Pearl shatters a bridge and lives a life of opulence. Agent 8 and Marina serve in the Octarian army. Marina shoots up the ranks to become a direct subordinate of DJ Octavio and aid in the enhancement of the great Octo weapons. Turf wars begin to become a trend again, and the Octarians attempt to steal the sun, then decide the next best bet is the Great Zapfish. They succeed, and a new fresh-faced Inkling finds their way into Inkopolis and then Octo Valley. They become Agent 3 and help foil DJ Octavio's plans, defeating him and saving the Great Zapfish in a legendary performance. This performance of the Calamari Incantation changes Agent 8's and Marina's lives forever, along with countless other Octarians. A redevelopment project then starts afterwards, and Inkopolis Square starts to clean up. Callie and Marie then have their final Splatfest, and Marie wins. The Ark Polaris then crashes back on Earth around this time, as well as Commander Tartar being well on his way to creating the ultimate life form. Marina meets Pearl in off-the-hook forms, Callie and Marie release solo singles and start to become busier, spending more time apart. Captain Cuttlefish and Agent 3 patrol Octo Valley, Agent 4 studies diligently, oblivious to the Squid sisters. Grisco Industries is founded and Kamabo Corporation is probably founded sometime between the war and now. Tartar has definitely slaughtered and blended hundreds if not thousands by now. DJ Octavio escapes, Callie and the Great Zapfish disappear, Agent 4 makes their way to Inkopolis Square and then Octo Canyon and becomes the newest member of the Squid platoon. They set out to find Callie and the Great Zapfish. Shortly after this, Agent 8 fights Agent 3 and Captain Cuttlefish in Octo Valley until the three of them are dragged into the Deep Sea Metro and Kamabo Corporation's facilities. Agent 4 works their way to DJ Octavio as Agent 8 and Captain Cuttlefish meet Marina and Pearl, the denizens of the deep, and discover the mysteries of the world down there. Agent 4, Marie, and Sheldon save Callie and defeat DJ Octavio again, saving the Great Zapfish a second time. Agent 3 comes to the aid of Agent 8 and Captain Cuttlefish before being partially sanitized by Tartar. Agent 8 helps them get back to normal, and along with Marina and Pearl, defeats Tartar and the Nil statue, saving the world in the process. Grisco continues to use Inklings and Octolings to accumulate golden eggs so Mr. Grizz can stockpile more fuzzy ooze. The final fest takes place as Chaos wins and Splatsville begins to more rapidly develop. Hammerhead Bridge is completed, allowing better travel to the Splatlands. Deep Cut breaks onto the scene, and Off the Hook forms a new act with Damn Socks. Agent 3 gets a promotion to Captain as Cuttlefish retires. The Octarian army goes missing. A new Squidling from the Splatland salvages stuff for their small fry and heads to the Splatsville as the Great Zapfish disappears again. This new Agent 3 finds themselves falling into the mysterious world of Alterna after meeting Cuttlefish and battling DJ Octavio. Agent 3 meets the new Squidbeaks platoon and defeats Deep Cut as they accumulate treasures and, with the aid of their little buddy, eat up a bunch of fuzzy ooze. The new Squidbeaks platoon and Deep Cut team up as Cuttlefish is nearly killed at the hands of Mr. Grizz. They work together with the aid of DJ Octavio and the power of the Huge Fry and the Calamari Incantation to stop Mr. Grizz from bringing about the return of the mammalians and the end of the world again. Mr. Grizz floats near the Earth as everyone has rightfully earned a break. The Great Zapfish is safe, Deep Cut and the Squid sisters might go on a tour, and all the agents are probably out and about protecting people. Will Little Judd step out of his clone's shadow? Will Mr. Grizz return to Earth? What exactly is happening with Agent 8 in the Inkopolis Square? And where are Pearl and Marina? These and more are the questions we are left with at the end of the timeline. Only time, and maybe the Splatoon 3 art book and DLC, will give us their answers. And that
is the comprehensive, exhaustive, compendious, thorough, encyclopedic, all-encompassing, fully cited, research to the best of my ability, in-depth explanation of the Splatoon series' main plot, lore, and story so far. I love this series, if you cannot tell. I think despite its childlike and youthful exterior, it tackles some of the most complex and pressing issues of our time with tact, humor, and a gentle hand. From the climate crisis and natural disasters to needless war and fear of wrathful AI, from race-based conflict and fear to critiques of capitalist society and greed, from humanity's hubris and tragic downfalls to people's weakness and their strength to recover, from heroism and loneliness to inner struggle and the beauty of friendship. This series touches so much and it does it so well. It's not heavy-handed, mainly because it can't be. A video game marketed towards children and young adults probably wouldn't sell very well if the main draw was the emotional, environmental storytelling of an amnesiac octopus or the impact of loneliness instead of the bright colors and fun third-person shooter gameplay. But even with those limits in place, Splatoon manages to introduce incredible characters with surprising amounts of depth that ask large existential questions about the world we've lived in, the world we currently live in, and the world we want to. It's a series of games that's messaging mostly goes right over the heads of a lot of the younger players, but has something meatier and more fulfilling for the older and more mature players. It's got that hallmark of all good children's entertainment. It is for kids, but anyone can find something in it, and in some cases it has stuff just for adults. Now, I doubt many people are reading this much into a quirky video game about sea creatures, but for those that have, it has the potential to change a way of thinking or behaving, maybe so far as changing a life. Take, for example, Mr. Grizz, the last mammal of his kind who, when faced with the grit and will of the new apex species of the planet, realized time marches on, and no matter how unfair it may seem, he had to either accept it or get left behind. That's pretty hard-hitting. Or Commander Tartar, who, after receiving an order to bestow a new species with the knowledge of the previous, didn't follow it because he saw the frivolous nature of those that followed humans and realized they were just as flawed. So much so that he murdered potentially thousands in the name of creating a life form that wouldn't make those same mistakes. Yet, he was defeated by the very flawed beings he discounted, only to never realize their true strength was their flaws and their ability to learn, adapt, and grow from them. That's a tough lesson in a kid's game. Or what about how one poor, rash decision from a money-hungry arms dealer could lead to humanity being wiped out of existence as we know it? I mean, I doubt that'll occur in real life in World War V and due to the South Pole melting, but the message is kind of clear regardless. Humans won't last forever, even though we might like to think we will, but we should take care of what we have to ensure we can continue. The entire fall of humanity, the attempts to avoid it, and eventual extinction feels incredibly poignant in the face of the modern world's challenges. Sea levels are rising, land is beginning to become inhabitable, AI is starting to emerge in alarming ways, companies exist solely to exploit employees and stockpile resources, large threats go undetected or aren't taken seriously due to the quick-moving nature of the media and people's short attention spans, parts of society feel like they are dumber even though advances in science and technology continue to impress us, fads and trends dominate the lives of millions who desperately strive to stand out as individuals. Societies still exist where people are loyal to an extremely problematic leader due to effective propaganda and fear, and nuclear weapons do remain a constant threat, albeit not the main one for us now. The Splatoon series is so unique as a game, as a story, as a message, and as a community. Everyone loves it for a different reason, and I hope I can help clarify why some love it in this video. I also hope it reinforced why you are a fan or gave you a new reason to be a fan. I obviously love this game for its story, its complicated and sometimes frustratingly piecemeal lore, and the characters it showcases. I also love it for the gameplay, the competition, the art, the music, the community, and sub-communities, and much more. If I didn't, I wouldn't have made this video or bought the art books in the first place. Now, I thank you. I really appreciate you if you've made it this far. This video was an idea of mine from long before Splatoon 3 was announced.
I have an innate desire to make things as clear as possible for myself. I love long, complex, wide-reaching stories, and the puzzle of making sense of them is one of my favorite things to do. When the pieces slide into place, the lines are drawn, and the dots connected, it feels incredible to behold the mental web before oneself. I thought I should start with a series that seemed easier, less text-heavy than like a JRPG, or obtuse to research like a series with a bunch of unlocalized titles, and I settled on Splatoon. And of course, I was wrong about how easy this was going to be almost immediately. I know other timeline videos and story recaps exist, but my drive to find the most comprehensive, well-researched, and well-cited one made me realize no one had done it yet, at least to the standards that I had. No one had sat down and laid it all out, like literally all of it. There are summaries and recaps, but not, well, this. So here it is, my pride and joy. This project itself has taken months. The script alone took over 50 hours of planning, researching, writing, editing, and finalizing. This script is the longest one for a video I've ever done, at 104 pages and over 50,000 words. Throughout the script writing and research process, though, my largest gripe with this series was fully crystallized. I love Splatoon a lot, but I was very annoyed that the majority of information about it is just unavailable to anyone outside of Japan or that isn't a Japanese speaker. It's not just information on game development either, it's lore, characters, personalities, foreshadowing, inspirations, motifs, and just fun tidbits. Reading through developer interview after developer interview really made me appreciate these games more and more. You get to hear about so many aspects of the game's design process, as well as each designer's individual contributions and inspirations. It makes the series feel so much more human. Everything is crafted with love, passion, and care, tested repeatedly and thought about diligently. Sadly, it's only thanks to dedicated fans that much of this information has ever been seen by non-Japanese fans. Having to sift through dozens of fan-translated interviews, tweets, the occasional blog post, album booklet, and the entirety of a fan-translated art book to learn much of this stuff was very fun, but incredibly frustrating. There's probably more information that may have gone unseen about this series and untranslated, and the thought of that is really sad to me. I can say that at least a sizable chunk of Splatoon fans outside of Japan want to know all of this information, with many, including me, passionate enough to spend their own money on stuff like the soundtracks or the art books. I do know localization and translation are thankless jobs a lot of the time, and I remain eternally grateful to both unofficial and official translators and localizers of this series and its associated materials. I do hope that Splatoon's developers and Nintendo themselves can put more resources towards making this information, and honestly the insanely cool merchandise that Japan gets, more accessible to a wider audience, as it will only help grow the game and community even more. And yes, I'm on full copium mode that we will still get Hikaru Walker in English someday, even though the Splatoon 3 art book was just announced around the time I'm working on this video, but well, I'm holding out hope. Moving on from that though, the editing for this video definitely pushed me to my limits. I am not an editor, I have no formal training, and I only know some basic techniques. Hell, I had to spend hours figuring out how I was going to get the timeline graphic into an editing software that didn't flatten all the layers or rasterize it, other than just screenshotting every single event on it, which actually was the solution I used when I made a timeline for Splatoon 2's competitive history a few years back, but I managed to teach myself a lot because I wanted this video to have the polish it deserves, and I think I got it to a point where I can say it looks good enough. The recording of this video was actually some of the most fun I had during this process, though. I got to go back and play all 3 of the games plus the Octo Expansion again, experiencing them as a veteran of the series, focusing less on the gameplay and more on the story, the writing, environments, and music. This video did push my voice as well. I am not a professional voice actor by any means, obviously, so I had to do this over multiple sessions that took hours to get right. You can probably actually hear the quality of my voice change over this video multiple times. Regardless, I'm ecstatic that it is finished. But enough about me in the process, though. I need to thank those that gave their help, most of whom I haven't even talked to and will never meet at all, but thank you so much for your help regardless. First, thank you to the developers and staff of the Splatoon games, including a big shout out to the North American localization teams of the game, for without you, I would have literally not been able to play this franchise at all. But it's obviously all of the staff's doing that allowed me to fall in love with these games in the first place. And thank you to Hisashi Nogami, Shintaro Sato, Yusuke Amano, Toru Minegishi, and Seita Inoue for all of their hard work, effort, and patience to answer so many questions in those aforementioned wonderful interviews they gave. And to the fan translators and localizers, thank you. Namely, Rassicus, Kirby Post Generator, Ardenin, Taikowasa, Soggiest Waffles, and Azoth. I literally could not have done this video without your help. The developer interviews are mainly in Japanese. Hikaru Walker is entirely in Japanese, as is the soundtrack booklets, and without the information in them, I could not have been nearly as thorough as I wanted to be in this video. Double shoutouts to Rassicus and Taikowasa for archiving, compiling, and sharing all of the interviews and lore tidbits. You two are a godsend and continue to be for this community, especially regarding lore. Thank you to the admins and editors of Inkipedia as well. Your site helped streamline a lot of the script writing, otherwise I would have had to literally transcribe huge swaths of in-game text as well as boot up my games constantly to double check small stuff. Thank you to all the interviewers who asked wonderful questions in the many developer interviews as well. And thank you to my 730 subscribers, who at the time of making this video are the 730 coolest people on Earth. And thanks to you, dear viewer, for watching. This video means nothing if people cannot watch it, learn from it, and enjoy it. So, thank you. So, if you want to support me, please obliterate that like button and demolish subscribe. At the release of this video, I'm only a couple hundred subs away from the 1,000 I need to potentially get monetized, so the best way to support me right now is to subscribe and share the video. If you know a Splatoon fan, send them this video and ask if they knew all of this stuff. If you don't know a Splatoon fan, send your friends this video and ask if they are a Splatoon fan after watching this. If you already knew all of this information, well, watch it again and tell me what your favorite part was. If you have no idea what I just talked about, watch it again and see if you do. If you think I missed something or wonder why I covered an event the way I did, comment down below and I'll try to answer. If you think I'm literally insane for doing this and that it's just a video game, well, that's a fair point. But hey, you watched it all the way to this point, so, you know. I think, though, I have finally explained everything. So remember to stay fresh, don't get cooked, stay off the hook, and I'll catch you later. And as always, I'm JEXST. Have a good one.